Company, makers of the famous Kellogg cornflakes and other ready-to-eat cereals, present Al Dutton. But right now, here's a suggestion to brighten up your fall menu. Why not try serving Kellogg's cornflakes? Some people still think of cornflakes as a food for breakfast only. But just try them for a light supper. Serve them with sliced bananas or with a preserved fruit. The whole family will be delighted with this crisp, toasty, flaky cereal that is so easy to digest. But be sure to get genuine Kellogg's cornflakes that come to you fresh from the spotless Kellogg kitchens with the flavor protected by the wax-tight air wrapper. Your grocer has Kellogg's cornflakes in the familiar white, red, and green Kellogg package. You better order some tomorrow. And now, here's Al Dutton.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Ford, you know that contest? We can't tell them yet who's the winner because we don't know yet. There's 4 players so close to the top that they're having to go back and add every bit of a vote that's come in again. In other words, right from the start, they're re-adding all the votes to make sure that the one of these 4 players that are within 100 votes of each other on the unofficial standing is actually the winner. And as to who is going to win the other prizes, the prizes for those writing in, well, we still hope to have it within a week, but I don't know. Those thousands and thousands of letters are bearing a lot of reading, and a couple of the judges right now are out of town, so we got to get them back in town so we can bear down on it. So if the people will be patient, we will too, I hope. Anyway, I'm trying to because I'm sort of anxious to know myself.
That's so I am.
Yeah, I want to know who's getting all these automobiles and fur coats and radios. I mean, you and I can't get them, but somebody can.
At least we can know who got them anyhow.
Yeah, right. And we have the fun of presenting them, maybe. Well, the World Series opening game has come and gone, hasn't it? And it came and went just about the way most people figured it would. A fellow named Carl Hubble was just about too tough for the boys. And he won that game 6-1, beating the Yankees in that fashion, holding them to 7 hits, striking out 8 of them by cracky and walking only 1. In other words, the Yankees saw a great southpaw with great stuff and control. They've seen a lot of great southpaws in their league with good stuff. Some of them haven't got so much control. Of course, the veterans have, like Lefty Grove when he's right, and Earl Whitehill, but the majority of them haven't the control and the stuff that Hubble had. And he showed it time and time again. Just from hearsay and what we know of the serious game, we know several things that happened that bore out what was said before the series really got underway. The first hit of the game went to Bill Terry. That was one of Bill Terry's 2 hits. Terry showed that he's the great money player he always was. However, another giant player who figured on being a great money player lived up to his reputation. And that was Mel Ott, the little rascal who plays right field and is one of the greatest young ball players in the major leagues and now already a veteran. But a couple of other boys bounced up with base hits. In fact, 8 of the 9 hits made by the Giants were made by 4 players. One of them was little Dick Bartell. You know, Bartell is one of these fiery little players who may be very hot or very cold. Might be very dangerous at bat or very docile. Today, he was very, very tough. As a matter of fact, it was his home run that tied up the game after Powell had, Selkirk had put the Yankees ahead with a home run early in the game. And the other 2 hits, you guessed. Carl Hubble himself. Boy, he's always been tough up at that dish, but when he was out there with that winning spirit, he was up with 2 more base hits. You know, that sort of gives an idea of what those Giants have. Now, tomorrow may be a different thing. Freddie Fitzsimmons is going to pitch. Probably pitch against Lefty Gomez. Gomez has been going erratically lately. He's pitched 1 good game. 1 good game at the end of a very erratic season is another question. The 3rd inning again saw Hubble rise to the height. Selkirk opened the inning with a home run. That put the Yankees ahead. And after Hubble himself tossed out roughing, and Crosetti popped to Whitehead, Rolfe and DiMaggio singled. Well, there was one of those big Yankee innings in the making, you think. Who was at bat? Lou Gehrig. What did he do? Hit a nice little bounder down to a fellow named Carl Hubble, and Hubble threw him out to first base. I don't know. That Hub was right in there all the time. 4th inning again, it was Hubble. It had started to rain. Fans didn't like it very much because the ball handling was bad. The crowd was uncomfortable, and still they played the ball game in these conditions, so they went on. and Dickey opened up looking at a third strike. But Powell doubled to left and Lazzeri walked. There was the real tough spot. They tried a double steal, figuring they were one run ahead, and that great little general back of the plate, who is, to my mind, one of the fellows that is completely not appreciated in baseball, a fellow who should have much more credit for what he's getting. Gus Mancuso whipped that ball down to Jackson, and the fleet-footed, hard-sliding, and cutting and slashing and spike-wielding Powell was out. And then Selkirk, who had hit a home run early in the game, was struck out for the third out. Little Miller bounced up in the sixth inning to hit a base hit, a two-base hit in fact, showing that he wasn't there, and he doubled to left, showing that he hit a good pitched ball. Ball that was pitched outside to keep him from hitting it to right and into the stand. Ripple, the youngster, coolly stepped up there and laid down a sacrifice. And do you think sacrificing against good pitching, such as Ruffing was showing, and Ruffing did pitch a corking good ball game, do you think bunting against that kind of pitching and under that strain is easy? You're cuckoo. The score was tied, remember? And here was the proposition. And so Ripple laid down the sacrifice, and the same Gus Mancuso, the boy who bears down when it counts, singled to left to drive in that run and put the Cubs ahead. So there is the rest of the Cubs, the Giants ahead, the National League team anyway. Seventh inning again was Hubble. After Powell singled to left, Lazzeri turned around and struck out for the second time. Selkirk forced Powell, and Terry Bartell and Ruffing banned. So there you had Mr. Hubble again. Giants had 6 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. The Yankees 1 run, 7 hits, 2 errors. Batteries for the Giants, Hubble and Mancuso. For the Yankees, Ruffing and Dickey. The City Series game between the White Sox and the Cubs was called off on account of the very, very inclement weather. It rained, it was cold, and just altogether too bad. While that hurts the coffers of the ball clubs, I don't believe they're crying very much, because it adds the Sunday game to the players' pool. The players share in the first 4 games, and the games now are 1 game at Wrigley Field tomorrow, games at Comiskey Park on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then back to Wrigley Field. So the players now share in the Sunday game, which should come close to being at the Patsy House, weather permitting. Breaks have started to play a part in the World Series. Breaks and temperament are liable to play a big part in the City Series. I wonder if, knowing these players intimately, having known them, most of them been with the Chicago clubs and some of them before that, it wouldn't be sort of a good idea to go down these various lineups and picture the personalities of the men, because personalities do play a big part in a short series when everything depends on what's going to happen. Take Rip Ratcliffe, the White Sox leadoff man. There's a fellow who is much better than a 300 hitter. He's a fellow who may go through the first 2 or 3 times at bat in a ball game without getting on base. And then all of a sudden, when the going gets tough, he comes up with that single or double to drive in runs. He's driven in 82 runs this year. Or get on base to score runs. He scored 120 himself, making 207 hits. One of the 2 members of the White Sox has gone over the 200-hit mark, Appling being to hunt to the other with 204. And you have a man who is dangerous right down to the last ditch. And a fellow who is very, very sure on a fly ball, although he has had trouble with ground ball. Larry Rosenthal is a youngster who is just a little bit inclined to try too hard this year, his first year, and he might choke up in a clinch. On the other hand, if they let up for a minute, he's going to powder that ball and cause trouble. Buellhaus is a veteran. His record of only 46 runs batted in and 76 runs scored, and a batting average of 285 doesn't really tell what Buell can do, because it's those tough runs that he drives in when the going gets tough, and that's the answer. Zeke Ventura is a big, happy-go-lucky guy who'd rather hit than anything else in the world, and you can't get him down whether it's a City Series, World Series, or just a spring practice game. And with 138 runs already batted in this year, look out for Zeke under any circumstances. I don't believe I have to talk about Luke Appling and his temperament. They kid about the fact that he always is celebrating a sore arm or a sore ankle or something, but that's in the clubhouse or on the bench when he's talking about it. Out there in the field, he never quits. He's driven in 128 runs, scored 111, made 204 hits, led both leagues with an average of 388, and he's going to be plenty tough. Hayes is another fellow who drives in runs. It was at bat only 416 times this year and made 130 hits, but drove in 86 runs. That's what counts. Jimmy Dykes is another fellow who is tough with men on bases, and Luke Sewell is noted as a man to drive in tough runs. On the Cubs side, Golan can get on base, but unless he does, he's had a slightly bad year, why the Cubs don't go so well. Cabaret is a question. In the last few games of the season, he went pretty well, but whether he can continue to do that in a short, important series is a question. He didn't do it in the World Series. Billy Herman ended the season in a terrific slump, and it's more than due to come out of it, and if he's out of it, everybody better look out. I see the time has moved around again, so come in, Fort Pearson.
Yes, and now just a word to all you folks who like to go out to the kitchen and raise the refrigerator for a bite to eat before going to bed. Most of us will be getting that urge a little later this evening, I know. Well, here's my tip. Remember to ask your grocer for Kellogg's cornflakes tomorrow. Enjoy them for breakfast, lunch, or supper. But be sure that they're handy for a crisp and tasty snack at bedtime. Kellogg presents Hal Totten with his inside story on baseball each day at this time, except Sunday. This is the National Broadcasting Company, WENR, the voice of service in Chicago. And it's now 30 seconds until 7 p.m. We're leaving there in favor of WLS.
Good evening, friends. You're now listening to WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmer, America's oldest farm paper, Chicago. We join with the facilities of the National Broadcasting Company to bring you our first feature of the evening. CFL in Chicago. Your new fall suit is ready at Morris B. Sachs, 6638 South Halsted Street. Sachs is offering stylish, beautifully tailored two-trouser suits in all the smart fall fabrics at only $24.50 on credit with a smile. It will pay you to see them soon. We leave our studios now as we take you to Wrigley Field for the first game in the City Series between the Cubs and the Sox. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're speaking to you from Wrigley Field, the home of the Cubs of Chicago, to bring us this afternoon the first game, which has proved to be the first game of the City Series between the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox. The game is about to start, and there go the Cubs out onto the field, but before the Cubs take the field, they'd like to give the lineup for the game to be played this afternoon. For the White Sox, who are the first ones to come to bat, as they're the visitors from the south side, the battery will be Vern Kennedy on the mound, and Luke Sewell behind the bat, the battery. And the batting order, Rip Radcliffe, left field, Larry Rosenthal, center field, Neil House, right field, Zeke Ventura, third base, Luke Appling, shortstop, Jackie Hayes, second base, manager Jimmy Dykes, third base, Luke Sewell catching, and Vernon Kennedy pitching. For the Chicago Cubs, the battery, Bill Lee on the mound, Gabby Hartnett behind the bat, and the batting order, Augie Galan, center field, Joe Cavaretta, third base, Billy Herman, second base, Frank Demery, right field, Stanley Hack, third base, Gabby Hartnett, catching, Johnny Gill, left field, Bill Jurgis, shortstop, and Bill Lee, the pitcher. The game is just about to start. The umpires are all going to their positions, and incidentally, we might remind you that the umpires for this afternoon, from the National League, the umpires, Barr and Stewart, and for the American League, McGowan and Ormsby. The day is quite overcast, and the wind is coming out of the northwest. Not a very strong wind, a very sluggish wind, and we would say that in the grandstand, there are about 18,000 people. Just about 18,000 people. Now there at bat is Rip Radcliffe. The first ball has been thrown, strike one. He swings and puts the second one right down the right field line, and he is out by a play at first base by Frank Demery taking the ball on the bounce. Running over and stepping on first base, retiring Rip Radcliffe. And that brings Larry Rosenthal to bat. Larry Rosenthal at bat. Here's the wind-up and the pitch. The first ball comes over. Ball one. So the strike is one ball on Larry Rosenthal. There's the wind-up. Big Bill Lee taking that slow wind-up. And here's the pitch. Strike two. Strike two. Two strikes on Larry Rosenthal. The second man at bat with one man out in the first inning for the White Sox. He's letting up the ball out there on the mound. Big Bill Lee putting the mitt back on again. Here it is. That slow swinging windup. And the pitch. Ball two. Ball two and strike one on Larry Rosenthal. 2 balls and 1 strike on Larry Rosenthal. Watching for his sign. Bill Lee gets his sign. Here's the windup, the cuddle, and the pitch. And it is over the outside corner. Now it missed the outside corner by about an inch for ball 3. So the count is 3 balls and 1 strike on Larry Rosenthal of the White Sox in the first half of the first inning of the first game of the City Series. A lot of firsts on that one. Here is the pitch. And it is strike 2. 2 balls and 3 strikes. He's run the count out to the end. Here comes the big one. He's watching for his sign. Getting his sign from Gabby Hartnett. Here is the windup and the pitch. And he is called out on strike. Called out on strike for Larry Rosenthal. That makes 2 outs in the first inning for the White Sox. And he was called out. He didn't even swing. You can't make base hits unless you take that bat off the shoulder. And that brings Newell Haas, the donkey to bat. Standing up there, a left-handed hitter. Short and stocky. It looks as if he can well it out of the ballpark. So he really caught a hold of it, and he can. Here's the windup on the first pitch to Newell Haas. And it is ball 1. The first ball pitch, ball 1 to Newell Haas. Right fielder of the Chicago White Sox. Here's the windup and the next pitch. And it is ball 2. Wide and low on the outside corner for ball 2. Ball 2, so Newell Haas is at bat with 2 balls, no strikes. 2 men out in the first half of the first inning. Big Bill winding up there again. Here's the stretch and the pitch. And it is 3 balls and no strikes. Big Bill Lee seems to have lost that control for which he is so truly famous. Winding up again to make another pitch. See if we can't get it down the middle this time. And it is strike 1. Strike 1, so that brings the count to 3 balls and 1 strike on Newell Haas. Still waiting for it there. All ready to trot it over the fence. He hits the second one down to shortstop. Luke Appling direction. There he comes over to first base, and he is out when Phil Cavaretta took it from Bill Durkis. That retires the side. Bill Durkis to Phil Cavaretta at first, retiring the side with 3 outs. No runs, no hits, and no errors in the first half of the first inning for the White Sox. Now let's see if we can't get into the side for the White Sox. The White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the first inning. The Cubs coming to bat in the last half of the first inning. And there on the mound now, warming up, is Vern Kennedy. The pitcher for the White Sox, and behind the bat, Luke Sewell. Luke Sewell doing the catching for the White Sox today. And the first man at bat for the Cubs in the last half of the first inning brings out little Augie Gallant. Augie Gallant, who hits right and left. And against the right-handed pitching of Vern Kennedy, will hit left-handed. Goes the ball out to second base, over to the shortstop, walking it around the infield, and back to the pitcher, Vern Kennedy. Vern Kennedy is scratching up the mound now, getting it set for his particular style of pitching. And Augie Gallant is in the batter's box to face Vern Kennedy of the White Sox. There's the swing and the cuddle, and the pitch on the first ball, and it is high and wide for ball 1. Lining up for the second pitch. Here's the pitch. Right down the alley for strike 2. Strike 1. Ball 1 and strike 1. Ball 2. Second half of the first inning, retiring Augie Gallant. A fly to center field, taken by Rosenthal of the White Sox. And that brings Phil Cavaretta, Cubs first baseman, to bat. Phil is batting .273 this year, a left-handed hitter, facing Vern Kennedy. Kennedy looking around the field, calling in his infield reps a little bit, changing their positions to exit hit if a hit is made. And there's a pitch. Hit out into left center. And Rip Radcliffe is waiting for it and makes the catch for 2 outs. 2 out in the last half of the first inning. Catch made by Rip Radcliffe of the White Sox. So it's 2 out. And that brings Billy Herman up to bat, a right-handed hitter. He's up there, snapping the plate, pulling the catch down, getting himself adjusted. Waiting for the first pitch. All ready for the first pitch. Here is the wind-up, the pedal, and the pitch, and he hits it, an infield grounder, going down to the third baseman across the field, Cabaretta, and he is out by an eyelash, retiring the far side with no runs, no hits, and no errors. So the White Sox come to bat in the first half of the second inning with a score tied, 0-0 at the end of the first inning. Cubs have taken the field. The White Sox have all gone back down into their dugout over side first base over there. Incidentally, the White Sox look very fresh in their gray uniforms, and the Cubs in their white home uniforms are also looking very fresh. Seems to me the whole park is all dressed up for this first game of the City Series. The field is just as green as it can be, and it seems to be a very enthusiastic crowd out here this afternoon of about 18,000. Big Bill Lee is warming up out there with Gabby Harkness now. There goes the ball to second base, around the field, around the infield, and back to the pitcher. And now, stepping into the batter's box is Zeke Benora, big first baseman of the White Sox, ready to take the first pitch. Bill Lee winds up, throws, and it is ball one. Ball one high and outside from a right-handed hitter. Looking for his sign. He has it. Here's the windup. And the pitch. And it is strike one, bringing the count to 1-1 on Big Zeke Benora, the first hitter in the first half of the second inning for the White Sox. Taking his position again. Bill Lee watching for his sign. He has it. Winding up. And the pitch. Bill, he hits it out into center field. It's way high, going out there, and center fielder Augie Golan makes the catch for the first out in the first half of the second inning. That applause that you hear, ladies and gentlemen, is for Luke Appling, shortstop of the Chicago White Sox, coming to bat in the first half of the second inning. Luke Appling, incidentally, is hitting with .388. His season record was .388. The first pitch, he hits it out to right field. It's a high fly going out there, and Frank Demery runs over, makes the catch, and it's 2 out in the first half of the second inning against the White Sox. 2 out, which brings Jackie Hayes to bat. Second baseman of the Chicago White Sox, who has been hitting this year .312. Hitting average of .312, a dangerous hitter in any man's league. And the first pitch, and he hits it out to right field. And Frank Demery is running in, and he catches it, and it is 3 out. No runs. And no errors in the first half of the second inning for the Chicago White Sox, which brings the Chicago Cubs to bat in the last half of the second inning. And the first man up is right fielder Frank Demery, who made the last out in the first half of the second inning. Frank Demery coming to bat. On the mound now, the White Sox are taking the field. The outfielders are going out to their positions. The infielders are all out to positions, throwing the ball around. Graham Kennedy warming up with Luke Stool. And here comes the first hitter to bat in the second half of the second inning for the Cubs, Frank Demery, right fielder. Frank Demery, incidentally, has been hitting, and his record this year has a percentage of .348, a dangerous hitter. Now we're ready for the first pitch. Kennedy getting his sign from Luke Stool. Here's the windup and the pitch. And it is ball one, high and inside to a right-handed hitter. Ball one and no strikes. The first hitter in the second half of the second inning. Here's the next pitch. Right down the heart of the plate for strike one. So the count is 1-1 on Frank Demery. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch. Got away from Luke Stool that time. The ball went all the way through for ball 2. So far outside that even Luke Stool couldn't catch it. It went all the way back to the screen for 2 balls and 1 strike. The count on Frank Demery. Frank Kennedy seems to be a little bit wild out there right now. Getting his sign now, settling the ball there. Wow, that one very nearly took his hat off that time. He had to duck underneath and get away from it. Frank Demery almost hit in the peak of the cap for ball 3. So 3 balls and 1 strike on Frank Demery. You can almost say that there's a little bit of dusting off going, but inasmuch as it's the first one that's been anywhere near a hitter, I don't think we can say that safely. The throwback from Luke Stool was wide, and Mr. Kennedy had to walk out off the mound in order to pick the ball up in the infield. Nobody going to help him at all. Here's the next pitch, and it was right down the heart of the plate, and Frank Demery let it go by for strike 2. So the string has run out to the end. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Frank Demery. The next pitch, he hits it, a high fly into short center field. Going back for it is the second baseman, The second baseman, Jackie Hayes, took the fly and made the out. So it is one out in the last half of the second inning, which brings Stanley Hack to bat. Stanley Hack coming to bat, the second hitter in the last half of the second inning for the Cubs. The score stands 0-0. The Cubs at bat. Stanley Hack, a left-handed hitter, batting .307 this year for the entire season. There's the windup by Kennedy on the pitch. He hits it, a ground ball right into the box. Kennedy takes it and throws it to Zeke Benora for the second out in the second inning. So that was an out from Kennedy to Benora for the second out in the second inning, which brings Gabby Hartnett, that popular catcher of the Chicago Cubs, to bat. Seem to have a few dissenting votes about that popularity here in the South, but nonetheless, they must have been south side where the little still comes up there, and they'll get in this year. Here's the first pitch to Gabby Hartnett, and it is ball one, inside and low to a right-handed hitter. Big Gabby Hartnett, if he gets a hold of the dirt, going over those bleachers. The second pitch, ball two. Mr. Kennedy's getting himself in a hole. Gabby Hartnett this year, incidentally, had a hitting average of .307. .307 Gabby Hartnett's batting average. Watch for his sign. He has it. Loose stool. And here's the pitch. Pounded high into the first deck of the right field stand, right down back of first base. Had quite a scramble for the ball. Seems to settle down now. Somebody got it. New ball was thrown out by the umpire, rubbing it up a little bit, get the shine off the ball, looking around the field. Incidentally, no men on base, 2 outs. 2 balls and 1 strike on Gabby Hartnett. Here's the pitch by Kennedy. Started to swing at it, but stopped, pulled back to let it go by for a ball high and outside for ball 3 and strike 1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Gabby Hartnett. Here's the pitch. He swings and goes down striking. Striking out for the third out in the second inning. Well, he... 2 strikes. He lines the next one out into right field. Mulehouse going back after it, and he makes the catch for the third out. So Gabby Hartnett went out after all. Flying out to Mulehouse in right field for the third out in the second inning. Making it no runs, no hits, and no errors. And that brings to bat in the first half of the third inning Jimmy Dykes, third baseman for the Chicago White Sox, and the third baseman is also the manager in this particular instance. There's Big Bill Lee warming up with O'Day. O'Day warming up Big Bill Lee while Gabby Hartnett, who was the last man to hit, gets on his catching togs, chest protector and so forth. He seems to be doing himself a very nice warm-up out there. He hasn't missed the plate in 5 throws. There's the 6th throw right to the heart of the plate. There it goes out to second base, over to shortstop, over to third base, across to first, and back to the pitcher. And here comes the bat for the White Sox in the first half of the third inning, Jimmy Dykes, the third baseman. Already, Big Bill Lee gets his sign. Here is the windup and the pitch, and he hits the first one out. Sure base hit out into right field, and he pulls up at first base. But Frank Emery makes a quick throw into second. So that puts Jimmy Dykes on first base, no out, the first half of the third inning. Bringing to bat, Luke Sewell, catcher for the Chicago White Sox. Getting the sign now, Jimmy Dykes on first base. Big Bill Lee winding up out there. Here's that stretch. Settles the ball, looks at first on the pitch. And it is strike 1, right down the heart of the plate. Looks as if Luke Sewell was going to sacrifice that time to get Jimmy Dykes to second base, but it was a strike over the heart of the plate that he let go by for a called strike. So he looks at first base, pitches, and it is a hit right back to the pitcher, through to second, and it's a fast double play. A fast double play from Big Bill Lee to Jackie Hayes to Phil Cavaretta to double Jimmy Dykes. So that makes it 2 outs in the first half of the second inning. A fast double play by Big Bill Lee. Bringing to bat, Vern Kennedy, the pitcher. Winds it up, and the pitch. He hits the ground ball down to the shortstop and throws it across the first. Phil Cavaretta stepping on first for the third out in the third inning for the White Sox. So that makes it no runs, 1 hit, No errors. Bringing to bat in the last half of the third inning. Chicago Cubs coming to bat. Is this the first game of the City Series between the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox? Bringing to bat Johnny Gill, left fielder for the Chicago Cubs. 261 for Johnny Gill. He's a left-handed hitter. He's knocking the mud out of his strike, having been out there in the field, just coming in, and he is ready. Umpire says play ball. The warm-up is over, and now he's getting in time for the first pitch, and there it is. It is ball one. Ball one, high and outside to a left-handed hitter. Brian Kennedy getting his next signal. Brings right up, and he throws. Gill hits a high fly over into the second deck of the left field stand. Everybody standing around moving as one man, but so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnny Gill. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And it is high and outside for ball 2. Running the count to 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Johnny Gill. Left fielder for the Chicago Cubs up in the last half of the third inning. Kennedy looking around the outfield, calling his fielders in a little bit. Here's the pitch. Started the swing, stopped, and the ball was called low and outside to ball 3, making the count 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Johnny Gill. Here's the next pitch, and he hits it. A short boundary in the infield. Kennedy going over, he fumbles the ball, he can't get it, and Johnny Gill is safe at first base. With a little infield scratch hit, Johnny Gill arriving at first base. So that puts a man on first, nobody out. The last half of the third inning for the Chicago Cubs. Bringing to bat Bill Jurgens, shortstop of the Chicago Cubs. He's already in the batter's box with Johnny Gill holding first base. Walking up there, tapping on the plate. Frank Kennedy knocking the mud out of his spike. Incidentally, the field is very nice and dry. There he is, winding up, and the pitch. There's a high fly. It looks as if it might be fair. No, it goes foul into the boxes back of third base. So it's 1 strike on Bill Jurgens in the last half of the third inning. 1 strike is the count. The man on first and nobody out. Putting his glove back on out there on the mound. He steps onto the rubber. Here's the trouble. Goes to first, but Gill is back in time very safely. Holding him very close as Johnny Gill is a very fast man. Any kind of a hit will get him to second. He's taking his lead off. There's the pitch. Tried to bunt, and it was a strike. He very nearly missed it entirely, but just managed to tip it underneath the catcher's glove and went back to the screen for strike 2. So it's 2 strikes on Bill Jurgens. 2 strikes and no balls. Looking around the field out there, Vern Kennedy is. Whereas Johnny Gill holding first base very close. As he looks over there, holding him as close as he can. Here's the pitch. And it's another foul up into the upper deck of the stand. Back of third base, the right field stand. Cat fell all the way over the chairs and almost fell out of the upper deck trying to get that ball. Nonetheless, the ball game goes on as Vern Kennedy almost hung over the ledge that time, trying to get down into the boxes, but nothing extra. Here comes the pitch, and he strikes out. Strike 3. Making it 1 out. Bill Jurgens struck out for 1 out, leaving Johnny Gill on first base. And that brings to bat Big Bill Lee, the Cubs pitcher, and he's hitting for himself. 1 out, right-handed hitter as he pitches. Kennedy is on the mound there, stepping onto the rubber now. Here's a cuddle and a pitch. Ball 1. The ball gets away from Sewell, backing up the plate, but he manages to hold Gill on first base. Touchful to hit the ball on him that time, making out that he saw it at second. Kennedy back on the mound again, kicking the dirt around, watching first base, see that Gill doesn't have too big a lead. There he steps on the rubber, Gill takes his lead, and he throws back first. But Johnny Gill gets back in time, so that Big Bernard can't get him and get him off for the second out. Here's the pitch, and it's another foul. A foul up under the screen back of home plate for strike 1. So it's ball 1 and strike 1 on Big Bill Lee, the pitcher of the Chicago Cubs. Another ball is thrown out. Vern Kennedy rubs it up, watches first base while he does so to keep Johnny Gill as close as he can. Not going to let him have any lead to get to second base if it's possible. Steps onto the rubber. Here's the pitch, and Bill Lee swings and hits it right out of the center field. Hits it in the center field with Larry Rosenthal coming in fast and making the catch for the second out. So it's 2 out in the third inning for the Chicago White Sox, leaving Johnny Gill on first base. Only 1 hit so far. This Johnny Gill, incidentally, is the first hit off of Vern Kennedy. There's been no hits made off of, yes, there was 1 hit made off of Big Bill Lee. Here's Kennedy's first pitch to Augie Galland, and it is ball 1. Ball 1, low and outside to a left-handed hitter. Winding up. Here's the pitch, and it is ball 2. High and outside to a left-handed hitter. Into Walker's control. Pitching to Augie Galland. Augie Galland up with 2 men out. Johnny Gill on first base. Kennedy watching for his sign from the mound out there. He has it. Lifts at first base. Gill takes his lead. Throws very listlessly over to Zeke Ventura. And Johnny Gill has plenty of time to get back and not even close. Watching it. Here's the pitch. And it is low. For ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes on Augie Galland. Center fielder, the Chicago Cubs, who has an average this year, 265. Here's the pitch. And it is strike 1. Let that one go by without even swinging at it, hoping it might be a ball 4. Kennedy looks at first. Steps on the rubber. Here's the pitch. And it is ball 2. Oh, correction, ball 4. And he gets the base on balls. Putting Augie Galland on first base. Moving Bill Turkis, or Johnny Gill, correction. Johnny Gill to second base. Second base on that base on balls for Augie Galland. And that brings Phil Cavaretta, first baseman, to bat. Then Kennedy on the mound, getting his sign with 2 men on, 2 men out. Here's the pitch, and he swings at the high fly across center field. Center fielder Larry Rosenthal running in on it. And it was, the catch was made by Luke Sewell, who also was calling for it. Correction, not Luke Sewell. No, Luke Appling. You don't mind if we put him out there at shortstop. It was Luke Appling out there who made the catch for the 3rd out, retiring the side. So it's 3 outs, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. 2 men left on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the 3rd inning, the Cubs and the White Sox are tied 0-0. 0-0 is the score. That brings the White Sox to bat. First man at bat in the first of the 4th is Rip Ratcliffe. Left fielder and leadoff man for the Chicago White Sox has an average this year of .335. Rip Ratcliffe coming up to bat, knocking the mud out of his spikes, so the score 0-0. Stepping up there, and Big Bill Lee is on the mound. He has his sign. Gabby Hutton behind the bat. Here's the windup for the first pitch, and he throws. And it is ball 1. Over the plate, but high for ball 1, called on Rip Ratcliffe. Ripper steps out of the box for a minute, then he steps back in again. Here's that swinging windup and the pitch. He hits it. It's a ground ball down to Phil Cavaretta. Cavaretta running over, throws it to Bill Lee, and it's out. 1 out in the first half of the 4th inning. Cavaretta taking the hit, going to Big Bill Lee, who covered first. So it is 1 out in the first half of the 4th inning. And that brings to bat Larry Rosenthal, center fielder of the White Sox. Left-handed hitter. Here's the windup for the first pitch and the throw. He hits it. It's a base hit out to right field. A base hit to right field. A quick throw in holds him at first. Whoa! The ball got by. Gabby Hartnett came clear into the plate when Phil Cavaretta missed the throw that was made from Frank Demaree. Missed the throw. But Gabby Hartnett retrieved quick enough to hold Larry Rosenthal at first base. He didn't have time to advance to second, although it was a very wild throw. So it didn't cost anything for the Cubs on that wild throw from Frank Demaree to Phil Cavaretta, which was backed up by Gabby Hartnett. So that puts 1 man on base, a single, putting Larry Rosenthal on first with Neil Haas at bat. First one is strike 1, a foul. A foul to the left of the plate. And a nice long lead off there, but with that one. 1 out. Larry Rosenthal on first, Neil Haas at bat. Here's the wind-up for the next pitch. A base throw to second, and it's, well, we can't tell. They haven't called the thing yet. Yes, it's caught off second on that hit to off the plate. and through to Jackie Hayes at second to cut down Rook for the second out. Neil Hart, credited with a hit, is on first base. And that brings Zeke Benora at bat. First baseman of the White Sox. Here's the pitch. And it is high and inside. Well, it wasn't inside. It caught the inside corner for strike one. It was high. But it was strike one. One strike on Zeke Benora. Here's the windup and the pitch. He hits it. And he's doubled out at second base. Mule Hart, and going down to second, was caught by Jackie Hayes when Jurgis caught that short infield hit of Luke Applov for Zeke Benoist and threw to second, getting Hart as he went to second from first. So 3 out, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. Last half of the fourth inning, Cubs coming to bat, bring Billy Herman, second baseman of the Chicago Cubs, first man up, face Vernon Kennedy. Vernon Kennedy warming up with the stool out there now. There's the ball out to second base, and back to the pitcher. Already talking it up a little bit out there in the field now. Kennedy looking around, who's going to hold this boy. Man at bat, the last half of the fourth inning. Kennedy watching for a sign. He has it. Here's the wall at the pitch, and it's a high fly to short center field. Center fielder Augie Galan coming in, calls for it, and makes the catch for the first out. So it's 1 out, the last half. I better get the right team out there in the field, don't you think? It was Larry Rosenthal that made that catch, incidentally, center field. And that brings to bat Frank Demery. Frank Demery at bat. There's the windup and the pitch. And it is strike one right down the heart of the plate. Frank Demery, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And it is strike 2 right in the same place. Frank Demery seems to be just a bit put out about that. He thought that was a ball. But anyway, 2 strikes. Here's the windup and the pitch. He swings. It's a hit out into center field. Larry Rosenthal coming in, calling for it, and he makes the catch. 2 out in the last half of the fourth inning for the Cubs. 2 out. Left-handed hitter. Been hitting 298 to the end of the season this year. He's up there waiting for the first pitch. Kennedy watching for his sign. He has it. There's that swing and the pitch. He hits it. Going down the left field line, but back into the stands for a foul. Strike 1. Strike 1 on Stanley Hack. There's the new ball thrown out by Luke Stool and the umpire. Kennedy roughing it up. Standing on the mound there watching for his sign. Steps onto the rubber and throws. Pitch is low and outside. Very low and outside. In fact, Luke Stool had to dig it out of the dirt. So it's ball 1 and strike 1 on Stanley Hack. Now also is low and outside for ball 2. Running the count to 2 balls and 1 strike on Stanley Hack. Here's the wind-up again. Settles the ball in front on the pitch. Oh, that was so high that Luke had to jump into the air to catch it, making it 3 balls and 1 strike. Kennedy walks toward the plate and right out to the edge of the mound from the stool. Can't seem to get a hold of that ball this afternoon. Kicking the dirt round out in front of the mound. Then back up onto the mound, got his foot on the rubber, watching for his sign. There's the wind-up and the throw. And it is strike 2, running the count out to the end. Bring it run out to the end, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Stanley Hack with 2 outs. There's the pitch, and he hits it, going out toward left field. Back into the stands for no count. Oh, that was a good one. Man tried to catch it, stepped up onto the bars, protecting the seat. Fell right on his head coming up with the ball, but he made it. Yes, he made the catch. It's going to make Larry Rosenthal rip Radcliffe over there. Get up on their toes. All right, here's the next one. The string is out to the end, and it is ball 4. Ball 4, and Stanley Hack gets the base on ball. Putting him on first base with 2 out in the last half of the fourth inning. 2 out, bringing Gabby Harkness the bat. Gabby's getting a nice hand from the fans as he walks slowly up to the plate. Just his feet on his cap. He's looking out there, makes a few signs, has a little bit of talking to Vern Kennedy. Snapping on the plate there. Just about ready now. Steps into the batter's box. Kennedy roughs the mound a little bit, get a better foothold. He steps onto the rubber. Watches first base, he throws. And it is ball one. Low and inside to Gabby Hartman. 2 out. The last half of the 4th inning is scoring 0-0. Stanley Hack on first base. Last man on first. He's taking his lead off first now. As Kennedy steps on the mound, he throws back to first, and Hack gets back in time, so that there's no count. So the count on Gabby Hartman now is 1 ball and no strikes. He throws it to hit right through the box, back into the center field. He throws to first, and Gabby is out for the 3rd out, retiring the side. With no runs, no hits, and no errors. At the end of the 4th inning. 1 man left on base. And got on base from a walk. That was Stanley Hack. Hand from the fans as he walks forward up the plate. Just his feet on his cap. Looking out there, makes a few signs, has a little bit of talking to Vern Kennedy. Snapping on the plate there. Just about ready now. Steps into the batter's box. Kennedy roughs up the mound a little bit, get a better foothold. He steps onto the rubber. Drops his first base, throws. And it is well done. Low and inside to Gabby Hartman. 2 out. The last half of the 4th inning is scoring 0-0. Stanley Hack on first base. Last man on first. He's taking his lead off first now. As Kennedy steps on the mound, he throws back to first, and Hack gets back in time, so that there's no count. So the count on Gabby Hartman now is 1 ball and no strikes. He throws it to hit right through the box, back into center field. He throws to first, and Gabby is out for the 3rd out, retiring the side. With no runs, no hits, and no errors. At the end of the 4th inning. 1 man left on base. And got on base from a walk. That was Stanley Hack. So far, Mr. Kennedy has allowed only 1 hit, whereas Big Bill Lee has allowed 2 hits so far. Now Bill Lee is out on the mound there warming up with Droopy Drew, who starts the first half of the 5th inning. First man at bat in the first half of the 5th inning is the batting champion of both leagues this year, Lou Kaplan. Shortstop, which is called the White Sox. Bill Lee winding up, pitching out there for his warm-up. Taking a little bit of time as Gabby Hartman was back the last time and had to take time to get his catching toss on. There he comes out, crouching down behind the plate as Lou Kaplan comes to bat. The first half of the 5th inning is scoring 0-0. There's Bill Lee at first pitch. He winds up in the throw. And it is strike 1, catching the inside corner. Strike 1. 1 strike. The next pitch, he throws, and it is low and inside, missing the inside corner this time for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. The count on Lou Kaplan. Shortstop, the White Sox, here's the cover and the pitch. He throws. He hits it. It's a boundary to short. Oh, foul ball. Foul ball down the left field line, back at 3rd base. Bringing Lou Kaplan back to resume his hitting, while Gabby Hartman steps into the batter's box and goes through the pantomime of hitting against Vern Kennedy, which he successfully did last time, but due to the lack of speed, didn't make first base. Got Stanley Hack out to the 3rd out at 2nd. Lou Kaplan coming back now. He has his guy stepping into the batter's box. So it's 2 strikes and 1 ball on Lou Kaplan. First man at bat in the first half of the 5th inning is scoring 0-0. 2 strikes and 1 ball. Here's the wind-up, the cutter, and the pitch. He fouls this one high and back over the roof of the 2nd deck of the stand to the right of first base. So still 2 strikes and 1 ball on Lou Kaplan. Rubbing up the new ball out there, winding up. Here's the pitch. And it's low and inside. Had to jump back to get away from that one. There's the wind-up. Well, fouls that one onto the screen, back to the plate, leaving the count at 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Lou Kaplan. The ball is thrown in. Running it up a little bit. Big Bill Lee looking around the field. Keeping everybody's in position. Incidentally, the sun has come out very brightly now, and there's a very listless wind blowing, and it's really bright. Here's the pitch. And it is Ball three. Making a count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Running the swing out to the end on Luke Appling. First man at bat in the first half of the 5th inning. Here comes the next pitch. He throws. And it is ball 4. Ball 4. Luke Appling gets to first base. Walks to first base, putting a man on first with nobody out in the first half of the 5th inning. And that brings to bat Jackie Hayes, second baseman, Mr. Cole, the White Sox, right-handed hitter. Big Billy getting his sign from the mound, watching first base. He throws. It's a hit. Right out of the left field. Luke Appling makes second base, rounds up the first, and goes back. As Johnny Gill makes a fast throw to third base. So it's a single to left field by Jackie Hayes, putting Jackie Hayes on first, and Luke Appling on second base. Man on first and second, nobody out. The first half of the 5th inning, they're scoring 0-0. And that brings to bat Jimmy Knight, third baseman and manager of the Chicago White Sox, right-handed hitter. Runners are taking their lead on first and second as Big Billy gets his sign from the catcher. He stretches, no wind-up, and he throws. He's going to bunt, but it was a ball. High and inside to a right-handed hitter. So it's 1 ball on Jimmy Knight. Nobody out in the 5th inning. Steps down to the rubber. Basemen take their lead again. He looks around. Steps off the rubber again. As they take too long a lead, they run back, tag up the base. Now there's the stretch. And the pitch. And it was high and outside for ball 2. Ball 2 on Jimmy Knight. First man at bat, man on first and second. Nobody out in the first half of the 5th inning, 4-0. There's a bunt, it's right down the first base line. Cabrera comes in, throws the first. Oh, hits the runner. He ran down, he's taking second. There comes the man in. And that scores Luke Appling. With Jackie Hayes going to third base. And Jimmy Knight taking second base when the bunt, which was taken by Phil Cabrera and thrown to Big Bill Lee, who covered first base, hit the runner in the arm as it was thrown in. So he got to second base, putting runners on second and third, nobody out. Taking Jackie Hayes to third base, Jimmy Knight to second on that bunt. Might be an error on the throw. And that brings to bat Luke Sewell, catcher. First ball is ball 1. Ball 2, they're walking him on purpose. Ball 2, here's the next one. Ball 3. And the next one will be high and wide also. Ball 4 to pull the bases, so there's a chance of a double play. 1-1 home. Jackie Hayes on third base. Jimmy Knight on second base. And Luke Sewell on first base, loading the bases. And that brings to bat Brent Kennedy. Kennedy hitting for himself with nobody out in the first half of the 5th inning, 1 run home. There he is, left-handed hitter. Here's the wind-up and the pitch. Low and outside for ball 1. Bases loaded, nobody out, 1 run home in the first half of the 5th inning. Getting it time. Here's the pitch. Swings and misses for strike 1, making the count 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Brent Kennedy. On first, second, and third, nobody out, 1-1 home. The first half of the 5th inning. The White Sox leading the Cubs 1-0. Here's the pitch. He hits it. Goes up, shortstop picks it up, throws the first, and the man is out making 1 run. But Jackie Hayes scores for the second score. Advancing Jimmy Knight to third base. And putting Luke Sewell on second base. With 1 man out. Brent Kennedy sacrificing. 1 man out, 2 runs home. Then on second and third. There's a high fly out there. What's the difference might be? And it is. It's in the right field bleachers for a home run by Rip Raskin. The Ripper does it. The Ripper makes a home run, scoring Jimmy Knight and Luke Sewell for 3 more runs. 1 out in the 5th inning. Making a score now. 5-0 in favor of the White Sox with 1 man out, bringing to bat Larry Rosenthal. Center fielder for the Chicago White Sox. Larry Rosenthal, a home run into the right field bleachers by the Ripper. The Ripper came through and they needed it. Didn't need it so badly with 1, but anyway, if they needed it, I hope. Larry Rosenthal hits the first one. It looks as if it might be out of the box, but it's fouled. Went back there just inside of the wall, out of right field, outside of the right field line. So it's one strike on Larry Rosenthal. Strike one. One man out, 5 runs home. Nobody on base. Stepping out of the batter's box for a minute, get his instruction. Stepping back in now. There he is with one strike. Stepping up and Big Bill Lee. Getting his sign. He has his sign. Here's the windup. And the pitch. He swings and hits it almost in the same place. This time it's going high and into the stands. Yes, into the stands for strike 2. High, long foul for strike 2 on Larry Rosenthal, center fielder of the White Sox. That's 2 strikes. 1 man out. 5 runs home in the 5th inning. Big Bill Lee rubbing up the ball, trying to get a sign down there that he thinks will be effective. Looking at Gabby Hartnett, watching him. He has his sign, his swinging windup, and the throw. He hits this one, a safe hit. Well, it wasn't a safe hit. It went right straight out there to Jackie Hayes. He threw the kill count runner, and he's out. There it goes around the field. That's the second out. So it's 2 men out. 2 men out. Last half, the first half of the 5th inning for the White Sox is 5 runs home. And that brings the bat Neil Hott. Right field of the White Sox. He hits the first one. Down low, the pitcher's head. Jurgis catches it, throws to first, and Havlet makes the out for the 3rd out in the first half of the 5th inning. In the last half of the 5th inning, coming to bat for the Cubs, brings Johnny Gill, the first man up. Johnny Gill, the first man up for the Cubs. Left-handed hitter. Been hitting .261 this year. Brian Kennedy on the mound. Getting his sign. Here's the windup, the throw. And it is ball 1. High and outside, the left-handed hitter. Johnny Gill, a left-handed hitter for the Cubs. There's the throw. Swinging to Sam Pitcher for strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnny Gill. First man up in the last half of the 5th inning for the Cubs. The White Sox leading by a score of 5-0. Here's the pitch. And it's low and outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike on Johnny Gill, the first man up in the 5th inning. The swing, the pitch, and it's a high fly into center field. Luke Appling running back, calling for it, and he makes the catch for the first out of the 5th inning. With 1 out, bringing Bill Jurgis to bat. Bill Jurgis, right-handed hitter, stepping up there to the plate. Generally looking around the field. Calling his men around a little bit. The right-handed hitter, here's the pitch. And it's a high fly into the upper deck of the right field stand for strike 1. 1 strike on Bill Jurgis. With 1 out in the 5th inning. There's a new ball going out to Kennedy, who rubs it up. Takes the shine off it a little bit. Looking around the outfield. Puts onto the rubber, gets his sign, that swinging windup, shuttle and the pitch, and it's right back to Kennedy. Caught it right in front of him and threw to first for the 2nd out. He didn't have to move off the mound. It was right smack into his hand. That brings the bat for Lee, the pitcher. There'll be a pinch hitter for Lee this time, I believe. And the bullpen warming up for the Cubs. Next Charlton. Lillard will bat for Lee. Lillard is batting for Lee. And it's ball down. Get away from that one. It was ball 1. High and inside. Right across the shoulders. He had expected to have a base on being hit with a 5th ball. Here's the next throw. Fouls that one. So it's ball 1 and strike 1. Right up under the screen in front of it. Ball 1 and strike 1 on Lillard. New ball thrown out to the pitcher. Rubbing it up now. So the count is 1 and 1. 2 men out. No runs home. White Sox leading 5-0. Lillard at bat to throw. And it is ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike on Lillard. Here's the windup. And the next pitch. It's a high ball up onto the screen. Maybe it won't hit the screen. Or it's back into the boxes just to the right of the screen. Seems to be quite a tussle down there for the ball. Little trying to catch it, running back, snapping off his pass, but no go. Oh, a new ball is thrown out as they fight over that old one down there. Brent Kennedy dropping it up a little bit, bumping up the mound there to get a toe-hold there on the rubber. Watching for his sign, so it's 2-2 on Team Lillard. Right-handed hitter, 2 out. Here's the windup with the pitch. Ball 3. Running the count out to the end, 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Team Lillard. Jim hitting for Big Bill Lee. Ball goes back off the mound, watching for his sign, and then with the clouds clouding over a little bit, getting a little bit cooler up there. There's the pitch, and it is low and inside for ball 4. And Lillard takes the base on ball, and that brings the bat Augie Galland. Augie Galland, who has flied out once and had 1 base on ball so far in this game. Lillard on first base on a walk. There's the windup for the first pitch to Augie Galland. Lillard on first base to throw, and it's over the outside corner for strike 1. 1 strike on Augie Galland. The windup, lead off, the pitch. Hits the dirt in back of the plate for ball 1. So low that it hits the dirt back of the plate. So the count is 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Augie Galland, 1 man on, 2 men out. Strike Sox leading by a score out 5-0. Lillard on first base, Galland at bat, trying to gill out, Bill Gurgles down. Coming back onto the mound, Kennedy, wrapping it up again, can't seem to be satisfied about rubber there. Steps in again, watches first to throw, heads by hit, right straight through the box, out of the center field, Lillard down to second, on his way to third. Quick throw into second, holds Augie Galland at first. So it's a single to center field by Augie Galland, advancing Lillard to third base. So men on first and third, 2 men out. Bringing to bat, Bill Cabrera, first baseman of the Cubs. The average of 273. If this time will score a run. Left-handed hitter, Bill Cabrera. Looking around the infield is Kennedy, trying to hold Galland close. Here's the pitch, and it is high and outside for ball 1. 1 ball on Bill Cabrera. Watching for his sign, steps onto the rubber. Runners take their lead. Here's the pitch, and it is ball 2. Also high and outside. Over the outside corner to a left-handed hitter. Kennedy looking around the outfield out there, watching the runners on their bases, trying to hold them close. Looks at first, looks at third. Here's the pitch. It's a high fly out into right field. Right fielder Hillhouse coming under it. Makes the catch for the third out. So it's no run. 1 hit. No error. And 2 men left on the bases. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while we take a little bit of rest as the White Sox come to bat in the first half of the 6th inning with good old Zeke Benora at bat. I'm going to turn you over now to, here he is, George Uworchi Watson. Okay, George?
Oh, thank you. I'm drinking up all your coffee, Fred, so maybe we can get these pipes. Rex Carlton is now pitching for the Cubs, ladies and gentlemen, replacing Bill Lee, who had a little tough luck by virtue of that ripping home run by Ripper Radcliffe that scored the 4 runs, putting the Sox in the lead 5-0 for the Cubs. Looks like Mr. Benora is the first man up for the White Sox. Zeke Benora, the first baseman for the White Sox, while Tex Carlton and Gabby Hartnett are throwing the ball back and forth, getting Tex warmed up. Ball goes out to second base, missed, incidentally, out into center field. The boys just having a little fun. Zeke Benora is going to try to redeem himself now. He hasn't done so much today. But when that boy gets a hold of a baseball, it really goes for a ride. Am I right, Fred? Right. Now, you keep scoring these things now while I describe this play. Tex Carlton on the mound. There's the stretch and the pitch. Wide for ball 1. Ball 1 on Zeke Benora. And again, he burns one down. And it's strike 1. 1-1 on Mr. Benora. Went right through. Went right through Gabby Harden at that time for ball two. Ball two and strike one on the hitter. Jack Carlton roughing up the ball a little bit. Reaches for the rosin bag. See if he can't put something on this time to fool this man Benora. 2 balls and 1 strike on Zeke. And it's 3 balls on Mr. Benora. 3 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch. And Mr. Benora takes a walk for himself. Tex Carlton seems to have a little difficulty out there with that right arm of his today, kind of favoring it a little bit. Luke Affleck, luscious Luke is at bat now, and the pitch, and it's ball 1. Zeke Benora on first base, no outs, and the score 5-0 for the Southsiders. Tex Carlton getting his signal, the stretch, watching first base, and the pitch. And it's ball 2 on Luke Affleck. The sun comes out intermittently, makes it a little more like baseball weather instead of football. The peak for the signal, and here is the pitch. Strike 1 and ball 2 on Luke Affleck. Zeke Benora still hugging first base. Getting his signal now, Tex Carlton is. The stretch. And the pitch, and there goes Zeke Benora down to second, and he is out. Out trying to steal second for the first out on the Sox in the first half of the 6th inning. Zeke wasn't quite fast enough for that one. He made a nice slide, but the second baseman, Billy Harmon, nailed him as he slid in. So it's 1 out, and Appling is still at bat for 2 balls. And a nice single right between short and second. It's picked up by Augie Gallant at center, and let's see who's next. Jackie Hayes, the second baseman for the White Sox, is at bat. 1 out, and Luke Appling, by virtue of a single, is on first base. Jackie Hayes, the batter's box, swinging that bludgeon. Tex Carlton ready to pitch. Here it comes, and it's strike 1. Strike 1 on Jackie Hayes. Luke Appling on first base, and 1 out. And they're foul. Foul hit the ground and went back to the catcher into the screen. Pulling Luke back to first base. Tex Carlton getting his signal from Gabby Hartnett. Jackie Hayes at the plate. Getting ready to swing on this one, if it's a good one. And that was an underhand burner that came in there from Tex Carlton. And Mr. Jackie Hayes is walking toward the dugout by virtue of 3 strikes. So it's 2 out. Luke Appling on first base. 2 out in the first half of the 6th for the White Sox. With manager Jimmy Dykes coming to bat. The fighting manager of the South Side, and there goes... Oh, boy. Luke, stealing second that time, collided with Billy Harmon, and Billy dropped the ball. So we believe that yes, he is. Luke Appling is safe from stealing second base. 2 out, Luke Appling on second, and manager Jim at bat with 1 ball. Jimmy Dykes at bat. Tex Carlton pitching. 1 ball and 1 strike. Carlton getting his sign from Gabby Hartnett. There's the pitch. And it was let her high. Seemed to me it cut the outside corner of the plate, but it was strike 2. Strike 2 and ball 1. Luke Appling on second base by virtue of a steal. Ball 2. Ball 2 and strike 2. Carlton, there's the stretch, and here comes the pitch. Underhand, and strike 3 for the 3rd out. That's it. Mr. Carlton just turned that one in underhand, and Jimmy Dykes took a wild roundhouse swing and then dropped the bat and went right over and got ready to go right back to work. So it's the last half of the sixth with the Cubs coming to bat. And Babe Herman. Not Babe Herman, pardon me, Billy Herman. I wrote Billy Herman down here so I wouldn't get him mixed up with Babe Herman. Billy Herman, the second baseman, coming to bat for the Cubs in the last half of the sixth inning with the score still 5-0. Vernon Kennedy pitching for the Cubs. Luke Sewell behind the plate. Boys talking it up down there, throwing the ball around the infield. I see Fowler's coffee over here, so you'll excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I take a sip. How about it, George? Kind of chilly up here. Well, the umpire dusting off the plate. We're getting ready to play some baseball now. Billy Herman at bat. Last half of the sixth inning, score 5-0 for the White Sox. Kennedy ready to pitch. Getting a sign from Sewell, and here it comes. Right over the heart of the plate for strike one. Strike one on Billy Herman. Ball one. The Jets are ready to strike at that, but thought better of it and let it go. So it's ball one and strike one on Billy Herman. Ball two on Billy Herman. Ball two. And no strikes on Bill Herman. Ball three on Billy Herman. Mr. Kennedy seems to have lost the reins there momentarily. Looking around the infield now. Getting a sign from Luke Sewell, and here's the pitch. And Billy Herman walks. Billy Herman walks in the last half of the sixth inning. Frank Demery is at bat. Frank Demery is a dangerous hitter, and now is his chance to do something. If the Cubs expect to get any scores to kind of show these Southsiders that this is Wrigley Field. Kennedy getting a sign from Sewell, and the pitch. Ooh, boy. Frank Demery had to pull away from that one. Ball one. Ball one on Frank Demery. Billy Herman on first base by virtue of a walk. Ball two. Ball two on Frank Demery. Pulling his cap down over his eyes, getting his sign from Luke Sewell, and the stretch. Oh, close to first base, and Billy Herman beats the throw, not having been very far away from the sack. Again, the pitch. Strike one. Strike one and ball two on Frank Demery, the right fielder for the Cubs. The pitch. And a right. Not quite a double play. That ball was hit sharply to Zeke Manura on first base, about 3 feet inside the first base line, and he threw to second to double Billy Herman, but couldn't quite get it back to first base. So Mr. Demery is safe at first with one out. They looked for a minute as it might have been a double play, but Zeke too high to the second baseman, and he couldn't get it back to him. So it's one out, and Stanley Hack at bat, a left-handed hitter. Brown is warming up for the White Sox out in the right field bullpen. Frank Demery at first base, and Stanley Hack at bat. One and one is the count on Stanley Hack. 1-1. The stretch, and the pitch. And Hack hit a nice right over third base out into left field. However, holding Demery to second. A nice sharp single out into left, right over third base, and holding Demery at second. That was made by our friend Mr. Stanley Hack with Gabby Hartnett coming to bat. Oh, Gabby. The one out, and man on first and second. The right side of the sixth. Gabby took a wild roundhouse swing at that and just tipped it back onto the screen. Hack on first, Demery on second, and Gabby Hartnett at bat with strike one. Strike one on Gabby Hartnett.
Kennedy watching for the sign. Evidently it's satisfactory, and here's the pitch. Gabby fouls one out to the right and is taken by Zeke Benora. A nice catch by Zeke Benora right over in front of the Sox dugout. So it's 2 out, and Johnny Gill at bat. 2 out, Johnny Gill at bat. Demery on second, Stanley Hackett first. Johnny Gill, left-handed hitter, has done some nice things with that bat at times. Now is his chance to show that it's still in good shape. Kennedy, however, pitching a very nice game today, getting out of some tight spots. So here we go, 2 out, man on first and second, and the last half of the 6th, with the Sox leading 5-0. The pitch, and he swings for strike 1. Strike 1 on Johnny Gill. Kennedy getting ready now. There's the pitch. Johnny fouls one back here into the lower deck. And there's some more mad scrambles, foul balls out here today. I think Fred explained a few minutes ago about a chap over here to our left that took a nosedive right over the lower deck boxes there, but right on his head trying to get a ball. There we are, man on first and second, 2 out. Kennedy pitching. And Johnny Gill at bat. And he right into Luke Appling's hand for the 3rd out. So there's 2 men left on bases. That ball just all Luscious Luke Appling had to do was just kind of bend down, and it landed right in his head. So here we go into the first half of the 7th, with the White Sox leading 5-0. Tex Carlton pitching now for the Cubs. Gabby Hartnett still catching, and of course all Chicago fans, both south side and north side, are standing up with after 7. So George tells me this is the south side stretch now. Well, where's the north side? You got to say, the boys warming up, talking it up out there. Those 5 runs beginning to look awfully big for the Sox. Warming up with Gabby, and the first man at bat for the White Sox in the first half of the 7th is Luke Sewell. Sewell at bat. Mr. Luke Sewell, who wears number 14, cleaning off his spikes. It's still just a little bit muddy out there, although the grounds are in excellent condition for the rain that we've had. Getting ready, there's the pitch, and wow! He gets a hold of a nice one, and it goes right into the arms of Demery. The hands of Demery, rather. What do we think of this football? Nice hand for Vernon Kennedy. She comes to bat. He's pitched a nice game today. He dispersed, of course, with a couple of hoots and hollers. Nevertheless, that hand is for Vernon Kennedy, who faces Tex Carlton, and the pitch, and he swings for strike 1. Strike 1 on Vernon Kennedy. And he hits one shot down to second base, and he is out. Ball being taken by Billy Herman. So it's 2 out now. Sewell and Kennedy both went out. Sewell flying out to Demery, and Kennedy to Billy Herman. That brings up Ripper Radcliffe, the boy that's knocked high right off the ball here not so long ago out into the center field bleachers, putting those 4 runs across. Ball 2 on Ripper Radcliffe. And he gets a hold of another one. It's a sharp one, but it is being taken by Johnny Gill. So that retires the side, the first half of the 7th inning. Now we're going to see how good a guess George is. Yes, he's right. Now comes the north side stretch. Well. Yeah, north side stretch now. In the last half of the 7th, Bill Jurgis is the first man at bat for the Cubs. Mr. William Jurgis, who plays a very nice game of shortstop. Kennedy warming up with Luke Sewell. Ball going out at the infield. Boys talking it up out there, rubbing their hands, get a little warm. The sun is not very warm today, and it only comes out very stingily. Kennedy on the mound. mound, getting ready to pitch. The hitter is Bill Jurgis, shortstop for the Cubs. And the stretch and the pitch. And it's strike one. Strike one on Billy Jurgis. And the crack went right through Kennedy, and the man comes up with it, and he is out. Yes, sir, that was a nice ball taken by Appling on a very, very bad bounce and thrown to Benora, putting Billy Jurgis right out of the picture. And Tex Carlton at bat. Tex Carlton, the Cub pitcher. That's left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Vernon Kennedy. Ball one on Tex Carlton. Ball one. Throwing that ball out of the game, tossing a new ball, and Sewell is roughing it up a little bit for Kennedy. And back it goes to the pitcher's box. Mr. Kennedy puts his mark of a frame on it, and the stretch, and here it comes. Ball two. Ball two on Tex Carlton. Ball three on Mr. Carlton. Well. Oh, I'm sorry. Ball two and strike one. I missed that one. And Tex gets a hold of a high fly, and it goes out to left center, and is taken by Radcliffe. And it is 2 outs. Buggy Gallant at bat for the Cubs. The last half of the seventh. 2 outs. No runs, no hits, and no errors. Kennedy's very stingy with his hits today. In fact, he's pitching a very, very swell game for the Sox. And ball two. Not Augie Gallant. Ball two. And 2 outs. Strike one. Strike one and ball two on Augie Gallant in the last half of the seventh. Whoa! That one looked like a ball from here, but the umps called it a strike, and it cut the inside corner of the plate. And Augie Gallant made a feeble attempt at that last one. He just kind of wishy-washy, and it was the third strike. So it's 3 outs. And we're coming into the first half of the 8th inning, and that score of 5-0 looks bigger and bigger all the time. Fred, will you give me just a little sip of that coffee? Why? I guess not. Thanks. It's awfully nice of you. Coffee just gave out all of it. Tex Carlton on the mound. Gabby Hartnett behind the plate. The boys tossing the ball around in center field. Keeping a little warm. That was a good one, wasn't it? What? No coffee? The score 5-0 for the Sox coming in the first half of the 8th inning, and we find at bat Larry Rosenthal. This boy used to do a lot of baseball for St. Paul. Do you know that, Fred? Yeah. Larry Rosenthal at bat. Carlton getting the sign, and here is the pitch. And Larry gets a hold of one. It's a short fly in. Oh! That's a single. And it's a... Well, he fooled them all that time. That was just a Texas leaguer. He dropped into left center. I don't know what was the matter with Johnny Gill. He seemed to hesitate and just let that ball land right in front of him, and it developed into a 2-bagger for Larry. So we have a man on second base with no out. And Neil Hawes at bat. Neil Hawes at bat. That was a funny one. Neil Hawes will try to lay down a bunt now and get this man Larry Rosenthal over to third. Strike two, or strike one and ball one. I can't get over that one, Fred. Little old Texas leaguer. Johnny Gill just stood there and looked at it, dropped in front of him, and the man winds up at second base. Larry's awfully fast on the bags anyway. Man on second. And he swung about, and it was a foul tip back to the catcher. So it's 2 strikes and ball one. On Neil Hawes. pitch. And Mr. Mulholland goes right back to the dugout by virtue of standing there and watching the third strike go by. 1 out. 1 out. Larry Rosenthal on second. And we have Zeke Benora at bat with 1 ball. Monty Stratton is over there in the right field bullpen warming up for the Sox. Zeke Benora at bat. Ball 1 on Zeke. Ball 2 on Zeke. Larry Rosenthal still on second base, taking a little lead. And it's 1 out and the score 5-0 for the White Sox in the first half of the 8th inning. Ball 2 and strike 1 on Zeke Benora. Jack Benora looks big enough to knock this ball right out of the park. Underhanded pitch from Tex Carlton, and it is strike 2. That looks kind of fans voicing disapproval of that one. Southsiders, of course. And Benora slams it back down on the ground, and he is out. Tex has got a little something on that ball. They're breaking very sharply over the outside corner, and they're still good. So it's now 2 out, and Luke Appling at bat. The old boy that's the leader of both leagues in batting this year. Larry Rosenthal still on second. Another one of those underhanded slants from Tex Carlton. Ball 1 on Luke Appling. And Luke gets a hold of one and fouls it out to the right almost to the bullpen. Strike 1 and ball 1 on Luke Appling. 2 out. Larry Rosenthal on second. Score 5-0 for the White Sox. Tex Carlton pitching now, replacing Bill Lee, who started the game. And it is ball 2 and strike 1. Ball 2 and strike 1 on the hitter. That was just lobbed over. A very slow ball that just barely made the plate. Tex rubbing the rosin bag now on the ball and getting ready. Ball 3 and strike 1 on Luke Appling. And it's strike 2. Well, this one's got to be good, one way or the other. Larry Rosenthal still on second base, and 2 out. 4-4 on Luke Sewell. I mean, Luke Appling. What am I talking about? Luke Sewell. Jackie Hayes, second baseman for the Sox at bat. And it's ball 1. Jackie Hayes has a rather peculiar stance at the plate with his left leg stuck way out in front of the right, just as though he's going to whale the daylights out of it. Strike 1 and ball 1 on Jackie Hayes. Larry Rosenthal still on second base. And Luke Appling on first by virtue of a walk. Man on first and second. Score 5-0. First half of the 8th inning. Score 5-0 in favor of the Sox. The stretch and the pitch. And he gets a hold of one and right smack dab into Billy Herman's mitt. So leaves the man on first and second. 3 outs, no runs, no hits, no errors. Oh, I beg your pardon. That 1 hit. I missed that. Now we go into the last half of the 8th inning with the Sox coming to bat with Phil Cavaretta. Phil Cavaretta, first baseman at bat. Kennedy pitching a very nice ball game out there today, and so is Tex Carlton. Fred Fowler tells me that Kennedy's only allowed 4 hits. 4 hits in the ball game is not bad. With a lead of 5-0, he's in a very nice spot. Cavaretta at bat. Kennedy getting a sign from Luke Sewell. Cavaretta batting left-handed, of course. And here is the pitch. And Phil takes a hold of one and slams it right out into the mitt of our friend Bill Hawes. So it's 1 out. It's a nice hit ball, but Mule just ran about 20 feet. Took it for the first out. 1 out. And Billy Herman at bat. Billy Herman, right-handed hitter. Kennedy gets the sign, and there it is, and it is strike one. Right over the heart of the plate. Ball one and strike one on Billy Herman. The last half of the eighth inning. And Billy takes a wicked swing at that one, but fouled it out to the left. Where it was picked up by manager Charlie Grimm, who is now on third base coaching. Mr. Ratcliffe took care of that in great shape. There's the pitch. Strike one on Demery. Out over the heart of the plate, little to the outside. And the pitch. Strike two, right in the same place. Cut that plate just a little to the outside, then about waist high. Ball one and strike two on Frank Demery. Frank digging in with his strikes there to get a foothold. As much as to say, well, boys, look out for this one. Yeah. Get me a good foothold, and, he's digging out. He found something. A little rock was in his way. Well, now we'll see. That probably helped matters. Some. He's liable to get a hold of this one. Demery at bat. 2 strikes and ball one. Kennedy crossed him up that time by throwing a very, very slow ball, and Frank almost broke his back. A foul tip. 2 outs, 2 strikes, and ball one. And the boos are set up. Kennedy completely crossed him that time. Turned in a fast one for ball two. Ball two and strike two on Frank Demery. The pitch. Ball three. Well, now we'll see if Frank, by digging that little rock out of there, did himself any good. 3-2 now. 2 out, and the pitch. And he whales one. Went foul. Looked there for a while, but went foul in the extreme end of the left field boxes. Almost out to the wall. So still 2 strikes and 3 balls on Frank Demery. Last half of the 8th inning. The Sox leading 5-0. Score of 5 looks pretty big, doesn't it, Freddie? And the pitch. And the pitch. And he gets a hold of one and right smack dab into Billy Herman's mitt. Bobby's man on first and second. 3 outs, no runs, no hits, no errors. Oh, I beg your pardon, Fred, 1 hit. I missed that. Now we go into the last half of the 8th inning with the tough coming to bat was Phil Cavaretta. Phil Cavaretta, first baseman, at bat. Kennedy pitching a very nice ball game out there today, and so is Tex Carlton. Old Fred Fowler tells me that Kennedy's only allowed 4 hits. 4 hits in the ball game is not bad. With a lead of 5-0, he's in a very nice spot. Cavaretta at bat. Kennedy getting a sign from Luke Sewell. Cavaretta batting left-handed, of course. And here is the pitch. And Phil takes a hold of one and slams it right out into the mitt of our friend Jule Hoss. So it's 1 out. It's a nice hit ball, but Jule just ran about 20 feet. Took it for the first out. 1 out. And Billy Herman at bat. Billy Herman, right-handed hitter. Kennedy gets the sign, and there it is, and it is strike 1. Right over the heart of the plate. Ball one and strike 1 on Billy Herman. The last half of the 8th inning. And Billy takes a wicked swing at that one, but fouled it out to the left. Where it was picked up by manager Charlie Grimm, who is now on third base coaching. Mr. Ratcliffe took care of that in great shape. There's the pitch. Strike 1 on Demery.
Out over the heart of the plate, little to the outside. And the pitch. Strike two, right in the same place. Cut that plate just a little to the outside, then about waist high. Ball one. Ball one and strike two on Frank Demery. Frank digging in with his strikes there to get a foothold. As much as to say, well, boys, look out for this one. Yeah. Get me a good foothold, and, he's digging out. He found something. A little rock was in his way. Well, now we'll see. That probably helped matters some. He's liable to get a hold of this one. Demery at bat. 2 strikes and ball one. Kennedy crossed him up that time by throwing a very, very slow ball, and Frank almost broke his back. The foul tip. 2 outs, 2 strikes, and ball one. And the booze is fed up. Kennedy completely crossed him that time. Turned in a fast one for ball 2. Ball 2 and strike 2 on Frank Demery. A pitch. Ball 3. Well, I would see if Frank, by digging that little rock out of there, did himself any good. 3 and 2 now, 2 out, and the pitch. And he wheels one. Now, went foul. Looked fair for a while, but went foul in the extreme end of the left field boxes. Almost out to the wall. So still 2 strikes and 3 balls on Frank Demery. Last half of the 8th inning. Sox leading 5-0. Score of 5 looks pretty big, doesn't it, Freddie? And the pitch. Ball 4. Frank Demery walks. Got life on rather a poor throw by Mr. Kennedy, which almost hit the ground before reaching the plate. That brings up Stanley Hack, third baseman. Stan Hack, a left-handed hitter. And Kennedy getting his time, and he burns the first one in, and it is ball 1. Ball 1 on Stan Hack. Kennedy watching, getting his time. On the rubber, stretch, and the pitch. Strike 1. Strike 1 and ball 1. Strike 2. Moves went up on that one. It seemed a little low, but nevertheless, the ump's called it where he sees him. And it's strike 2 and ball 1. On Stanley Hack. 2 outs. No runs. And the Sox leading 5-0. Stan got a hold of one, a little slow pounder, out to second and to first, and he is out. That ball went to Jackie Hayes, and 2 out at first base, Steve Menora. So, speeding Stan Hack by about a foot. So it is 3 outs. Sox come to bat in their first half of the 9th inning. And again, we repeat, that score of 5 looks very, very, very big about now. Rex Carlton and Gabby Hartnett warming up. Wind blowing up here. People, a lot of top coats out here today in gloves, sweaters, and blankets. We're about ready now. Jimmy Dykes is the bat for the Sox in their first half of the 9th inning. Score 5-0 in favor of the Sox. Carlton pitching. Strike 1 on Jimmy Dykes. Strike 1 on Jimmy Dykes with Luke Stool getting ready to come to bat. Strike 2. Jimmy didn't like that very well. Strike 2, no balls. And Jimmy Dykes just swung and struck out and has to mark the umpire as he goes over the dugout on the count of that second strike. So it's 1 out, nobody on. In the Sox half of the 9th inning. The first half of the 9th inning, score 5-0 for the Sox. Carlton pitching. And Sewell went to bunt, but the ball went behind him over to the Cubs dugout to our left. So it's strike 1 on Luke Sewell. between the rosin bag, the stretch, and the pitch. Ball one. Ball one and strike one. And Luke gets a hold of one and out into left center, or right center rather, which was taken by Augie Gallant. So it's now 2 outs, no runs, and Kennedy coming to bat. Kennedy gets a very nice hand. He's only allowed 4 hits all day today. Just one of those days when Mr. Kennedy was right. Kennedy at bat, 2 outs. And he takes a cut at the first ball, which is a foul tip back against the stand. A blue ball being thrown in. Carlton gets the sign and the pitch. Ball one and strike one. 2 outs in the first half of the 9th inning. White Sox leading 5-0. And Mr. Kennedy took a wild swing at that one, which developed into strike 2. Strike 2 on Kennedy. Ball 2 rather. Ball 2 and strike 2 on Kennedy. 2 outs. Kennedy steps out of the batter's box now to clean off his strike. Now he's back again. Ready to go. Carlton getting the sign, the stretch, and here's the pitch. Gets a hold of one and fouls it back to our left up on the top deck of the stand. Strike 2. And ball 2. Vernon Kennedy, the Sox pitcher at bat. And he strikes out. Next Carlton burned some very nice ones in there on the last strike, it seems. They just kind of wobble a bit and then boom, disappear, and the gentlemen go right back to the dugout. So it's 3 out. In the first half of the 9th inning, the Cubs coming to bat for their last chance to score 5-0 for the Sox. And now, Fred, I think you've had enough, Fred. You rascal. Here's Fred Fowler, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, George Watson. Coming to bat in the last half of the 9th inning, the Cubs, with Len Kennedy on the mound, Luke School behind the bat, warming up out there. Kennedy warming up with the score standing 5-0 in favor of the Southside Chicago White Sox, and nothing for the Northside Chicago Cubs in the last half of the 9th inning. One last lone forlorn hope of the Cubs as they come to bat with Gabby Hartnett, the catcher of the Cubs, first man at bat. Walking slowly up to the plate as Mr. Kennedy completes his warm-up to Mr. School. Walking it up a little bit as the grass jumps to the umpire and Luke School. Kennedy mucking around out there on the mound a little bit to try and get it set up for himself. Now he's watching for his time to make the first pitch to Gabby Hartnett. Here's the windup and the throw. Gabby swings and takes a hefty count at it. It's going down foul. Here's the dugout and Luke School makes the catch for the first out. 1 out in the 9th inning. 1 out in the 9th inning for the Cubs, and George Watson was just telling me that 5-run lead looks bigger and bigger. 1 out, which brings Johnny Gill to bat. Johnny Gill, left fielder for the Cubs, a left-handed hitter, standing up there at the plate now, ready to take his shot at bat as Len Kennedy stands on the mound watching for his sign from Luke School. Doesn't like that one, shakes off that sign. Now he has one that he likes. It's the windup and the pitch. Kennedy lines a single out into right center. Rolls foul. Rounding first on his way to second. A fast throw in. Coming in from right field from Newell Hart. And he pulls up, standing up at second base. A double by Johnny Gill, putting him on second base with 1 man out. The last half of the 9th inning. That brings to bat Bill Jurgen. Shortstop, Sawville Cubs, right-handed hitter, up the bat, 1 man out. Johnny Gill on second base. Vernon Kennedy pitching now as his sign. Here's the pitch, and it's a hit. Well, it isn't a hit, though. The old house goes back and makes the catch, and after the catch, Johnny Gill goes to third base, putting a man on third with 2 outs. Which brings Tex Carlton to bat, and hitting for Tex Carlton, O'Day. O'Day batting for Carlton. Johnny Gill on third base, 2 men out. O'Day batting for Carlton, left-handed hitter, powerful hitter. Standing up there, Brent Kennedy looking over at third base to hold Johnny Gill as close as he can. He starts run from scoring. He
if they can't score a shutout. Here's the pitch, and it's right down the heart of the plate. Letter high for strike one. One strike on O'Day. O'Day batting for Texas. Here's the pitch, and it is strike two. While also right down the heart of the plate, cross the knees. Strike two on O'Day. 2 out, and it is a foul. He swung at that one, fouled it down the right field line over to the White Sox dugout. Leaving the count at 2 strikes on O'Day, batting for Carlton on the last half of the ninth inning, with the White Sox leading 5-0. Man on third base, Johnny Gill on third base. Brian Kennedy winding up. Here's the pitch, and it's hit right down the left field line. Oh! Jimmy Knight coming in to pick it up, trying to throw to first. Fumbled it. Open error on Jimmy Knight. Third baseman of the Chicago White Sox, and that puts O'Day on first base, and it scores Johnny Gill from third. Johnny Gill scores from third, and O'Day makes first base on Mr. Dyke's error. Has a man on first, 2 men out. First pitch to Augie Gallant is low and inside for ball one. Ball one on Augie Gallant, man on first base, 2 men out, 1 run home. Score 5-1 in favor of the White Sox. Here's the pitch. Gallant swings a high fly into left field. Rip Radcliffe coming in, makes the catch for the third out, and the White Sox win by a score of 5-1. The last inning, the last half of the ninth inning, there was 1 run, 1 hit, and 1 error. The White Sox won by a score of 5-1. The summaries for you. We'll have the summaries in just a minute. Counting them up here as we have them, the White Sox made 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. To the Cubs, 1 run, 5 hits, and no error. We'll have those confirmed for you in just a moment. But the big news is that the Chicago White Sox won the first game of the City Series from the Chicago Cubs here at Wrigley Field by a score of 5-1. The White Sox and the Cubs will continue this City Series to determine the Chicago Championship tomorrow afternoon from Comiskey Park. The game is called for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and will be played in the Southside Park with the White Sox, the home team, the Cubs visiting down there. We'll find out how the outcome of that game will be tomorrow afternoon. And once again, to repeat for the totals, they haven't officially been posted as yet. The official scoring is 5 runs for the White Sox, 5 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error. To the Cubs, 1 run, 5 hits, and no error. The time of the game this afternoon was 1 hour, 1 hour and 37 minutes. 1 hour and 37 minutes. So that concludes this afternoon's ball game, ladies and gentlemen. So this is Fred Fowler speaking, and on behalf of George Watson and George, we bid you good afternoon and return to the studio.
The makers of cornflakes, wheat cereals, present Hal Dutton. There have been constant and the people become cornflakes. You're joining with over 13 million people in their enjoyment of Kellogg's cornflakes. Such leadership is a great source of pride to the Kellogg Company. And each year at this time, when everyone is looking ahead, they again pledge themselves that Kellogg's cornflakes shall continue to be today's big fashion. Some morning soon, try Kellogg's cornflakes and take your seat at the world's largest breakfast table. Kellogg's cornflakes, made and guaranteed by the Kellogg Company of Battle Creek, Michigan. And now, here's Hal Dutton. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we got our City Series underway today, didn't we? And the White Sox fans are very happy tonight because with Vern Kennedy pitching great ball, the White Sox beat the Cubs 5-1. They made 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. The Cubs 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error. The battery for the White Sox is Kennedy and Sewell. For the Cubs, Lee, Carlton, and Hartnett. Down in New York, however, the second World Series game was postponed on account of wet grounds and bad weather, and they hope to resume down there tomorrow. Now, before I go into a little chat about things, of course, you might be interested in knowing along with the other people that on Monday evening, we're going to name the ball player that won that big Pontiac sedan.
Monday evening in this show, there's this broadcast, they're going to have that. And we hope to announce the main prize winners. Well, they'll also be announced next week. We're going to try to announce them on Monday night, too. But whether we can announce another question, that might be a couple of days after that because everybody's getting a chance. But people might be interested in knowing that every single person who voted in this contest is going to receive by mail a complete list of all the prize winners. So there won't be any doubt about it. But, of course, we'll announce them first on this program. But the winner, the player winning the sedan, will be announced Monday night. The fan winning the sedan and the other main prizes will come a little bit later. How about that? You think you can wait that long?
I think so, Hal, but we've been waiting, awfully anxious.
Well, that's true. Before I get into this City Series discussion, the delay in today's game of the World Series may be just the thing the Giants have needed. You know, Hubble pitched the game that was expected yesterday and finished just breathing. The Yankees look rather tame against Hubble. That doesn't mean that he can tame them every time he walks out, but he has a very good chance of doing just about that because right at the present time, Hubble is by far the greatest pitcher in baseball today. By losing out in today's game and having to wait over to play the second game of the series, it means that Hubble can come back in the third game of the series with 2 full days of rest. The third game would be played on Saturday in that case instead of on Friday, and with those 2 days back of him, Hub should be ready to go right in again. Now, of course, the Schumacher should stop the Yankees tomorrow and give the Giants a 2-0 lead in games. They might decide to rest Hub one more day and pitch him in the fourth game, but I don't know. Unless the Giants do have that edge, and even if they do, I'm almost sure that Hub's going to come back to that third game. And then he'll be ready for a 6th game with 2 more days rest if the 6th game is the deciding game of the series. But if the 6th game isn't the deciding game, then he can take 3 full days rest and be ready for that number 7. Boy, if you know what that means, to be able to have that kind of a pitcher ready to go in there 3 times in a 7-game series. For instance, one other day of rain would just about make it too bad because if Hubble can deliver 3 games, he might be able to dig one other up between the rest of them, and the Yankees, power and all, might have such a tough time that it'd be just too bad. However, don't forget, the Yankee showing yesterday isn't the showing that they're liable to make at almost any time during the rest of the series, for the simple reason that they have too much power and too much experience. 1935 series. Warnicki won that first game and also the 5th. There's been a day of rain in there. He might have come back in the 4th game and turned the tide of battle because the series was very close as it was. So you can't tell. A day like today may be the big break, the turning point in the entire series. Now for that City Series game here in Chicago, many people weren't able to see it. And for that reason, I think I'll run right through the lineups and what happened in the game so that the fans right now will know play-by-play with some comments just what it was. The lineup for this ball game for the White Sox, we had Radcliffe in left, Rosenthal center, Haas right, Ventura first, Appling short, Hayes second, Dykes third, Sewell catching, Kennedy pitching. For the Cubs, Galland center, Cavaretta first, Herman second, Demery right, Hack third, Hartnett catching, Gill left, Jurgis short, and Lee pitching. The umpires were Barr behind the plate, Ormsby at first, Stewart at second, and McGowan at third. And incidentally, it was a day without a squawk. Everybody was happy, and the umpires had to call some very close ones at the plate, although not more than 1 or 2 close ones on the bases, and it was well conducted in a very fast time. In the first inning, Radcliffe went out Cavaretta unassisted on going after the first pitch. Rosenthal was called out on strike, and Haas bounced out by way of Jurgis. In the Cubs half of the first inning, Galland flied to Rosenthal, Cavaretta flied to Radcliffe, and Herman bounced out to Jimmy Dykes. Nothing across in both those, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Second inning was the same way as far as that's concerned. Ventura hit a long fly to center field, which was pulled in by Galland. Appling fly to Demery, and Hayes also sent a rather ordinary fly out to Demery for the third out. In the Cub half of the second inning, Demery hit a short fly back at second base, which Jackie Hayes went back to pull down. Stanley Hack bounced out by way of the pitcher, and Hartnett hit a line drive to right field, but it was easy as it turned out for Mule Haas. The third inning for the White Sox saw the first hit of the game. Dykes, the first man up, took a crack at the first pitch and lined it sharply into right field for a base hit. Sewell, however, hit one right back at Lee, who made a one-handed stab at the ball on the hop with his gloved hand threw to Jurgis at second, and the relay throw to Cavaretta turned into double play. Kennedy then bounced out by way of hack, and it was no runs, one hit in the first half of the third inning. In the Cub half of the third inning, Gill hit a slow bounder down the third baseline, and it stopped dead in a spot just about a third of the way down there, too far in for Dykes to get. Kennedy went over, and on that rather wobbly knee that he's had trouble with all through the last few weeks, and the soft turf. The turf was in marvelous condition considering the rain, but it was a little soft. He couldn't get a hold of that ball in time to throw to first, and it was the Cubs' first hit. Jurgis then struck out. Lee got a hold of one pretty good, but Rosenthal dashed into left center to make the catch. Then Galan walked, but with runners on first and second and two outs, Cavaretta hit a short fly into left field, which was easy for Appling. No runs, one hit, and two men left on base. Fourth inning for the White Sox. Radcliffe bounced out also toward first base again and was out when Cavaretta got the ball and threw to Lee covering. Rosenthal singled to right. Haas forced Rosenthal, and Benora forced Haas. The Haas play going second to short, and the Benora play just the opposite. In the Cub half, after the Sox had no runs, one hit, and one left that half inning, Herman popped out to Jackie Hayes. Demery flied out to Rosenthal. Hack walked, but Hartnett was thrown out by Hayes. No runs, no hits, and one left. The fifth inning was the big inning, and there was a bad break in the inning, although the way it turned out, it wouldn't have made any difference, the way Kennedy was pitching that ball game. Appling opened with a walk, and Hayes lined the first pitch into left field for a base hit. Appling stopping at second. That Jackie Hayes was going just as he was the latter part of the season and making those tough base hits. Dykes, after missing one effort to bunt, did lay down a bunt toward first base. Cavaretta came in and running almost into the runner, grabbed the ball. It seemed to upset him for a moment because he hesitated, and then when he did throw to first, Herman already there and making a good target for him, instead of throwing the ball just to the left of the runner and getting it to Herman, or even throwing it over his shoulder, he hit Dykes in the elbow. The ball caromed into center field, and while it was a sacrifice, it also was an error. One run scored, and the other runners went to second and third. Sewell was walked on purpose to fill the bases. Then Kennedy came to bat, and the infield played halfway instead of all the way in, playing for the double play and reasonably sure of getting it, or hoping reasonably sure to hope for it. But Kennedy topped one, and he went so slowly toward Jurgis that by the time Bill dashed in to grab it, he didn't have a chance to make a play at the plate and had to throw the man out at first, allowing another run to score. That set the stage for that grand little fellow that's caused so much excitement all year, Rip Radcliffe, who lined one into the right field seat for a home run. It was not an easy out like he was the first two times, but it was a home run all the way, scoring Dykes and Sewell ahead of him, and that was the ball game. Rosenthal and Haas were out with 5 runs, 2 hits, and 1 error. The Cub half, Gill flied out to short, Jurgis was out, pitcher to first, Lillard batted for Lee and walked. The land line to single to right center, Lillard going to third, and Cavaretta flied out to Hayes for the third out. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left on base. Sixth inning for the White Sox, Carlson went in to pitch for the Cubs, and Benora walked. Hartnett called for a pitch out on a hit and run, as Appling came to the plate, rather, and Benora tore for second, and Benora was out easily on the throw to Jurgis. Appling then came through with a single past second base, and just to show that it could be done, he stole second. Hayes was then called out on strikes, and Dykes struck out, which meant that Carlson really took things in his own hands. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base. Sixth inning for the Cubs, Billy Herman opens with a walk, but Demery forced Herman from Benora to Appling. Hack then singled to left, Demery stopping at second. Hartnett fouled out to Benora, and Gill, hitting a ball pretty hard, hit it right into Appling's hands for the third out. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men left. Seventh inning for the White Sox. Sewell flied to right. Kennedy was out short to first, and Radcliffe flied to left. Seventh inning for the Cubs. Appling made a nice pickup of Jurgis' tough bounder near second and threw him out. Carlson flied to left, and Galan struck out. No run. Eighth inning for the White Sox. Rosenthal hit a little looping fly to left field, but Gill slipped coming in to field it, and it fell for a 2-base hit. But then again, Carlson got tough. Haas was called out on strike. Benora struck out. Appling walked, but Hayes lined one right into Billy Herman's hands for a hard hit ball, but an easy out, no runs, 1 hit. Eighth inning for the Cubs. Cavaretta lined to right. Herman was out second to first. Demery walked, but Hayes also threw out Hack. No run. Ninth inning for the White Sox. Dykes struck out. Sewell flied to center, and Kennedy struck out. Ninth inning for the Cubs. Hartnett fouled out the catcher. They really had Gabby stopped there. Gill doubled to right. Jurgis hit a long fly to right center, which was gathered in by Haas. Gill going to third after the catch. Well, base at it for Carlson, hit a slow roller down the third base line. Dykes came in, tried to field it to his right, so as to be in better position to throw. The ball took a low hop, and all Jim could do was knock it down. He was charged with an error, and the Cubs' only run scored. And then Galan ended it with a fly to short left, which Appling went back to get. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 man left on base. So I said the totals, the White Sox had 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 4 left. The Cubs 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error, and 9 men left on base. The base hit off Kennedy, 4 in 9 innings. Off Lee, 4 in 5 innings. Off Carlton, 2 in 4 innings. Struck out by Kennedy, 2, by Lee, 1, and by Carlton, 6. He really went in there and breezed and passed the ball. Bases on balls, off Kennedy 5, off Lee 2, and off Carlton 2. 2 base hits, Rosenthal and Gill. Home runs, Radcliffe. Runs batted in, Radcliffe 3, Kennedy 1. Earned runs, off Lee 4. Winning pitcher, Kennedy. Losing pitcher, Lee. Time of the game was 1 hour and 37 minutes. The batting averages tonight after the opening game, these Rosenthal, Appling leading the Sox list with a percentage of 500 each. And followed by Dyke with 333 and Radcliffe and Hayes with 250. That's all for now for as far as I'm concerned. And Fort, I believe you have something to say.
Yes, Hal. And listen, do you like cheerful beers? One that can't be beat. Crisp, crunchy Kellogg's cornflakes. Imagine a bowl full now. A golden mountain of big brown flakes in the middle of a rich ivory lake of milk or cream topped off with a snow cap of sugar if you like them sweet. Oh boy, doesn't it make you feel hungry? You love the extra crispness that all Kellogg's cereals have. Strike a bowl full now without waiting Kellogg's cornflakes for supper. It's an ideal evening meal for growing boys and girls, experts all say. And they taste as good at night as in the morning. If you don't happen to have a package on hand now, get one from your grocer tomorrow. Be sure to look for Kellogg's cornflakes. Kellogg presents Hal Cotton with his inside story on baseball each day at this time except Sunday.
The White Sox, Chicago, where the White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics are going to play the 4th and final game of this present series. Right now, there's a man here that, it looks like they want to get a picture of this, Tony. Come on up one step here. These young ladies here have got a camera, want to get a picture of us on the microphone, which is all right.
I'll go break the camera, Al.
I don't think we will. Tony, this is Tony Pyatt, ladies and gentlemen. I really didn't have time to tell you who it was until we had to start posing for cameras over here. Tony is now a third baseman. Last time we had him on the air, he was a second baseman. So, Tony, I want to ask you some questions about that. When you were on before, you said, didn't you, that second base has been your position regularly ever since you started playing?
Well, yes, I have played second base more, but I think I can play third base as well if I play long enough.
Oh, I know you play it very well. Whether you play long enough or not, you look like an old trooper out there. But you played some of that up there in the International League last year, didn't you?
Yes, I have played a few games.
This is the fellow that bounces alongside you out there. Old Lucius Luke, huh?
That's right. I played a little with the Reds. I think I played about 50 games at third base in 1934 with the Reds. That gave me a pretty good idea about third base, but still, I have a lot to learn.
Well, what is the chief difference you find between those two positions?
Well, I haven't played third base much this year, and I think it's all in the throwing.
Entirely that, huh?
The arm has got to be rebuilt all over again. The different muscles put into use. That's all there is to it, Hal.
Well, the throw from second base is mostly underhand.
That's right. And this is more of an overhand throw, and of course, the ball comes at you in a different angle, and I've got to learn the hitters. And Jimmy's been a great help to me.
He sort of moves you around, does he, in and out?
He does.
Back and forth. Do you mind going in after those bunts?
Well, they haven't been bunting much, but I believe I can make them if I'm just daring to bunt, that's all.
Just dare him to it. You be in there charging them.
That's right. I'll be
well, even at that, over there at second base sometimes some of these fellas, a few fellas that still drag bunts to sort of pull them down where you got to come over and get them.
That's about nearly the same as a bunt, only the throws a little shorter. It's more of a flip.
I see. From second.
Yeah.
Outside of the throw, though, you find that it's approximately the same. Of course, for fly balls, I suppose it is. You got to take foul balls here and fight off this grandstand a little bit. But then you do that for second base over the other side.
I do that as well over second base.
Of course, the ball come at you. What do you mean when you said it came at you at different angles?
Well, you don't see the ball as you do at second base. The ball kind of just slides off the bat, especially a left-hand hitter. It just comes at you before you know it. And that's why they call it a hot corner, Hal.
I see. I get it. In other words, you've got to really start a little quicker. Is that it?
Yeah, you just got to get the knack of which way the ball will go to your right or to your left.
And most of them going down there are curving more than they are out there second base too, aren't they?
Yeah, they sometimes left-hander slices the ball, and if you play third base long enough, you'll be able to tell whether the ball will go 2 or 3 feet to either side of you.
But you've got to get used to the vision of it.
That's the knack of playing third base only.
Looks a little bit as though you got that bat swinging good again. You got a little slump there for a while, didn't you?
Oh, well,
those things happen. I know it.
All ball players have them, but I just probably had one for too long of a period.
Well, I think there's several fellows on this club and every other club have. I've seen them all up and down the line. They get them every year, and when it's all over, it's all over.
Well, I'll be glad to be in a slump all year if we could just keep winning ball games.
Well, that's right, too. Well, Tony, I imagine you want to dry off a little. You've been out there getting all full of perspiration, and I want to thank you a lot for stopping here and chatting with us. Wish you a lot of luck at your new job, and that fellow Dykes deserves a rest, and you're giving him a good one and not making him worry about it, which is okay.
All right, Al, thanks a lot.
Thank you. That was Tony Pyatt, ladies and gentlemen, the present third baseman of the White Sox, early part of the year the second baseman of the club, chatting with us a little bit about this, that, and other things, and I hope you were very much interested in what was going on. And now, let's give you the lineup for the ball game today. For Philadelphia, Finney, left, Moses, center, Dean, first, Puccinelli, right, Johnson, second, Higgins, third, Frank Hayes, catching, Newsom, short, and Rhodes, pitching. For the White Sox, Radcliffe, left, Cleavage, center, Haas, right, Benura, first, Appling, short, Hayes, second, Pyatt, third, Sewell catching, and Kennedy pitching. Vern Kennedy will be the pitcher. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start a little trek up there to the booth, possibly a little bit earlier than at some times, because I want to chat with a certain young man that I saw here in the stands on the way up. I might add, though, that it's another one of those days that, well, you sort of dream about out here. Perfect sunshine, but a nice cool breeze off the lake blowing in from the north. What do you got there, Teddy? Oh, a brand new potato. Old Teddy Lyons managed to sneak a brand new potato from somebody, and he's going to have it autographed for somebody. He's going to send that back to Opelousas. I mean, where is that place down there you live? Vinton, Louisiana? Is that where it's going? It is, eh? And who'd you sneak that on? Billy Webb, or did you just sneak it? Oh, he gave you that one. To you. Okay, Teddy Lyons was giving along. You're just beaming all over. He had a brand new ball to get autographed. You people that ask for baseballs have no idea how tough it is to get them. And as a matter of fact, ball players have a tougher time. Now listen, Merv. Merv Shea going to pull my trouser leg off. That's bad. The ball players themselves have a tougher time getting them than most of the fans do, or friends of the fans, or somebody like that. They have to sort of beg, borrow, or steal them. Otherwise, maybe they'd have one every day. But on this perfect day with the breeze blowing in, nice and cool, the sun out, nice and warm, making about an even possibility, I think probably we'd better start upstairs. And as we make that trek up there to the booth, Uncle George, how about a little switch to the studio?
Attention motorists. Too many of you are digging down into your pockets to pay over and over again for motor oil. An extra quart now, a couple more quarts a few hundred miles later, constantly refilling the crankcase. You'll be glad to know that your Texaco dealer has an entirely new motor oil that will positively cut down your oil consumption. Reduce the need to have carbon removed and protect your engine longer against wear and tear. The new Texaco motor oil, made by the Perfurol process, provides a newer, tougher lubricating film that resists burning up inside the engine. It puts more miles between the quarts you buy. With the new Texaco motor oil, your car will not be oil thirsty. Perfurol is a special refining material. When oil is treated with Perfurol, a stronger lubricating film results. This Perfurol film acts like a protective wrapping for each of the moving parts of your engine. It lubricates better for many extra miles, providing greater, more complete engine protection. From the minute you fill the crankcase of your car with the new Texaco motor oil, you begin saving real money. You still pay only a quarter a quart, but you get greater mileage between those quarts. So change now at any Texaco station to this tougher, longer-lasting oil with a furfural fill. Make your driving dollars go further. And now for a look at the... Well, I see we haven't time for that. I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal Totten.
Am I on the air, George? Don't tell me I'm on the air. Well, being on the air, I'm on the air. Better talk on the air. So in that case, why, we mentioned the fact that the umpires have finished their conference at the plate and are taking their positions out there in the field. Umpire Quinn behind the plate, umpire Hubbard on first base, and Bill McGowan, her old buddy, out there at third. Bill McGowan, I might add, is one of the discoveries, and admits it, and is very proud of it, of baseball writers. Baseball writers introduced Bill McGowan into the American League. So many, many years ago, the Yankees were coming north. They're playing a lot of games, and they picked up one of the teams, I don't remember which one, to play some games with, and as they went along, they had umpire McGowan with them. He was just a youngster, but they liked his ambitions and his hustle, and the baseball writers went back to New York, and they called Ben Johnson, and they kept it Ben until he hired him. And now we have here the fellow who, not only to the observers, but also to the ball players themselves, is the finest umpire, or one of course we can't say that, but the ball players voted him the best umpire in the league from a ball player's point of view, but he's by far one of the finest umpires that the game has known. And he has sort of taken his little fellow Quinn under his wing. Quinn, the boy who is with him and who had a bad year last year, but has come along in grand shape this year to become another great umpire. And by nursing with him, talking baseball with him, and otherwise putting himself out if necessary to satisfy his thirst for knowledge of just how to handle his job, he's made a great umpire out of him. I think he's going to develop also into a fine. Hubbard, the youngster, that is out here, is also coming along fine. Well, for the fourth day in a row, Finney goes after the first ball pitched to him, hits the ground ball down to the second baseman, and is thrown out. So his percentage is 50-50. In the opening game and in the third game of the series, he hit the first ball pitch and made base hits. In the second game and again in this game, he was out on that first pitch. And so it's one out of the first inning to the Athletics. And Wally Moses, the center fielder up there, bunts the first one, but it's fouled to the left plate. And Pyatt comes in to get it, but there's no play because it was outside. And it's strike one. Ball is going back out to Kennedy, the pitcher. And starts to wind up, throws the next one. It's inside and low for ball one. So the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. And there's ball two. It's inside and low. You remember Kennedy started the first game of the series here and lost it. He was very wild, and eventually things went very badly, although the Sox ended up tying up the score. It didn't do an awful lot of good. Now he reaches out the butt again, and this one goes foul clear over to the Sox dugout. And so it's 2-2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch, the hitter swings in a little looping fly to left field. Ratcliffe comes in fast and can't get to it, and it drops in there for a base hit. Little looping Texaco leaguer into left field for a single for Moses, putting him on first base with 1 out in the first inning, and Chubb Dean, the first baseman, is back. Throws the first one. The runner's on the go. The hitter takes it inside and low, and the runner slides in safely. And he got a great start on that ball. Moses, as I have mentioned time and again in this series and in other series, one of the fastest men in the game, and he got a great jump on the ball that time. Easily stole second. Sewell got the throw away very well, very fast. He got out there in a hurry. While it was a little bit high, still the runner was in there to the base long before it arrived. Long, speaking in the sense of comparative time, because naturally those plays happen fast. Now Dean hits the next one, a ground ball to Appling, who gets it, throws to third, and Pyatt tags the runner out, sliding in there for the second out. Moses kept right on for third base. Appling got the ball, threw it to Pyatt, who just merely put the ball down there and let Moses slide right into it for the second out. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the Athletics. Dean on first base, and George Puccinelli, the Athletics right fielder, is at bat. He throws the first one, and George takes a fast strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Puccinelli. And there's the next one, wide and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on the Pooch. As he sign again, turns and throws to first. The runner gets back in plenty of time. So the ball comes back to the pitcher. The other looks at first, then pitches, and the hitter swings and hits a high fastball inside for strike 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. 1-2 the count. Now to the runner on the go. Pooch fouls this one into the stands to the right of the plate. Well, it lands just short of the stands over there. And it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. I don't think that was a hit-and-run play. I think Pooch just swung to cover to protect the runner when he thought the runner didn't get away soon enough, and fouled off a bad ball, because they'd hardly put the hit-and-run on to the count of 1 and 2 unless they had some reason to be sure the pitcher. They did it again. The hitter hits the ground ball down to Pyatt, who starts to throw to second, sees that there's nobody there, so turns and throws to first. Throw is wide, but Benura grabs it and then blocks the runner off and tags him out. The ball was well hit, and Pyatt grabbed it, running over towards second. He thought it would be a good play, I guess, to get the man at second, because he was running in that direction. And that short throw is a throw more accustomed to what he has been used to at second base. There was nobody there, so he turned and threw wide to first. And Benura, reaching way out to the left, grabbed the ball down low and had it in plenty of time to block Puccinelli off. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the first half of the first inning. And the score is 0-0 as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the first inning, with Rip Radcliffe, as usual, the first man at bat. Dusty Rhodes, originally, when I first knew him, he was with the New York Yankees. He didn't stay there long, went to the Boston Red Sox, was with them for quite a while, and came to the A's last winter in the deal, one of the numerous deals between the Athletics and the Red Sox. And he's been pitching some pretty good ball for this club. But this, I think, is his first appearance in Chicago this year. And a rather stockily built fellow, dark complected, and very handsome, to the benefit of you young ladies. Pitcher waits out there now, gets his sign, starts his wind up to pitch the first one to Radcliffe, stocky little left-handed hitter, and Rip slings it out to the shortstop, who takes it on a great big long hop, throws to first, and Rip is out easily for the first out in the first inning. 1 out, and Mike Creevy is up there. Rosenthal still has the handicap of that twisted back, and he twisted running down to first base yesterday. So Mike has been moved over to his center field spot, and Haas is back here and right. And the first pitch to Krivich is a wide one low for ball one. Krivich is a right-handed hitter. Rhodes has his sign again, starts to wind up. Throws, and Mike reaches out to butt one down towards third base. Higgins comes in fast, grabs it, throws very high to first, but Dean leaps high in the air to grab it. Krivich, in the meantime, having crossed first base easily. So it's a base hit, safe bunt, down the third base line by Krivich, putting him on first base with one out in the first inning for the White Sox, and Mule Haas is at bat. Ready to pitch the first one, throws, and Mule takes the ball. It's inside and low. One ball called. Again, Rhodes has the sign. And pitches and Mule swings, hit a ball right straight back at the second baseman who fumbles it. And by the time he gets to the ball, the runner is safe at first base on an error by Hayes. An error by, or rather not by Hayes, but an error by Johnson. And rather an easily hit ball, too, right straight at him. Took a high hop, but he didn't follow it at all. So now the White Sox have runners on first and second with one out in the first inning. And Zeke Manura is at bat. Well, it's the first player that we have seen that Johnson hasn't looked good on in his transplanted position in this series. First pitch to Zeke is a wide one across the waist for ball one. The waits there again, swings around as he gets his time. Ready. And pitches, and Zeke takes ball two. It's wide across the chest and makes it 2-0. Nothing, 2 balls and no strikes, but you're ready again. Throws, and Zeke twists away to take the third ball inside across the waist and make it 3-0, 3 balls and no strikes on Zeke. Still got our symphony orchestra out here, George. Hear the whistle? You're ready once more, takes another look back at second, throws, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate, a little above the knees. Zeke let it go by without trying for it, so it's 3-1, 3 balls and 1 strike. And again, the pitcher throws. Zeke gets the ball hard in the center field, but the center fielder, Moses, is in there to make the catch for the second out. Runners have to go back to their bases. Ball was very hard hit, a line smash, center field, but it was right straight at Moses, the center fielder. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the White Sox. They still have runners on first and second, and Luke Appling is at bat. Swings around, he gets his sign, gets ready to pitch. Throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Appling. Rhodes ready again, takes another look back at second, and throws. Luke swings, the bat flips out of his hand, goes clear out to the pitcher's box, as the ball goes down to the third baseman, and Luke is safe, and Rhodes is mad and throws the bat clear out of the infield. Just misses umpire Quinn down there. Rhodes is so sore because in hitting that ball, the bat flipped out of Appling's hand, rolled out to the pitcher's box. Rhodes stood there, watched it come out there, and let it roll up on his feet. And then he was mad and flung it clear off the mound and out into foul territory as Appling beat out the ball for an infield hit. Now the White Sox have the bases full with 2 out in the first inning. And it's a wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Rhodes walks up to the dirt in front of the mound, smooths it down a little bit. Walks back out there, adjusts his cap. Now starts to wind up. He throws, and Jackie Hayes, if that fouls the ball back against the catcher's glove and back to the screen, and it's 1-1 on Hayes. 1 ball and 1 strike. Is the count, but he throws again, and Jackie swings to miss one for strike 2. And it's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and two. Waiting out there again, seems to be getting his sign. Takes a look at third base, starts his wind-up. And pitches, and Jackie hits the ball out into left center. I think it's going to fall in. There it is for a base hit. 1 run is in. The ball is coming into the plate as the second runner scores, and the other runners advance to second and third with Hayes coming in pretty hard and almost falling over as he tries to come up on his feet. It's a single. Texaco leaguer, too, by Crackle. All those Texaco leaguers can drive in those runs, can't they? Single to left center by Hayes. Scored Clevis and Haas for the first 2 runs of the ball game, both unearned runs, because the error, if it hadn't been made, would have made it the third out when Sonora flied out. And runners are on second and third with 2 outs, 2 runs home in the first inning, and Tony Pyatt is at bat. He winds up, throws the first one, and Pyatt twists away. Big ball inside across the chest. He's all set to go after that one, too. Throws again, and Pyatt takes a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. Throws again, and Tony swings and fouls the ball back against the mat and rolls out into the infield, and the catcher goes out to get it, looks it over as he comes back. Umpire Quinn has thrown another ball into the game, calls for that one, and I think he's going to throw it out. Catcher Hayes had looked it over and indicated it should be yes. Quinn, after a look at it, throws it out of the game. The umpires, you know, are the only ones authorized to do that. And umpire Quinn, who followed the rules, had to examine it to make sure that it really was improper for use. It's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitcher throws again. The hitter started to swing, stops. The ball hit the bat and rolled over there, and the catcher started to go after a fan, reached into the stands and grabbed it, and the catcher walks back without it. I don't think the catcher knew whether that ball had been tipped foul or not. He thought maybe it might have been a passed ball. Went chasing over after it, and both Dean and Rhodes came rushing into cover. The umpire called it a foul and strike. So it's still 1-2 on Pyatt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, the pitcher has that sign, starts to wind up throws, and Tony takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. The catcher started to run toward the bench as though he thought that was a called third strike. Rhodes made a half-hearted start toward the bench, but takes the ball and goes back out the mound, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. 2-2 the count. Winding up again, throws, and Pyatt gets ball 3 and missed the outside corner up around the chest, and it makes it 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. White Sox have runners on second and third with 2 outs, 2 runs home, and they're leading the Athletics 2-0 in the first inning. Rhodes winds up, throws again, and Pyatt gets ball 4. Wide and low, he gets the base on ball. So that fills the bases for the White Sox in the first inning. 2 out, 2 runs already home, bases full, and Luke Sewell at bat scored 2-0 in favor of the White Sox. Rhodes starts to wind up pitches, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. 1 ball on Sewell. Winding up again.
He throws and Luke swings and fouls the ball back against the umpire's mask this time. Bounds way out against the stand to the left of the plate. Umpire Quinn merely adjusts the mask. It took quite a bump and he turns around. Called to somebody. He'll call the announcer, I guess. He's going to need some more baseballs in a minute. It's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Sewell gets the second strike. A beauty over the heart of the plate down around the knees to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sewell. 1-2. Winds up again, throws, and Sewell swings and misses, striking out for the third out in the first inning. Went around on a ball that didn't look as though it had a thing on it, but he didn't hit it, so it must have had something after all. That ends the last half of the first inning. So it's 2 runs, 4 hits. Wait a minute, 1, 2, 3 hits, 1 error, and 3 men left on base. And the score is 2-0 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the first inning. Motor oil has more than one job to do. It must lubricate all the moving parts of the motor. It must seal the power in the cylinder. And it must help to keep moving parts cool. There's one way you can be absolutely sure that the motor oil in your car is doing a complete job. Use nothing but new Texaco motor oil. Bob Johnson, rangy right-handed hitter, the athletic second baseman, with that to start the second inning. Kennedy winds up, throws. Bob swings to foul the ball back onto the roof of the stand, right up back of the plate, and it's 1 strike on Johnson. 1 strike to count. And there's a ball inside across the way, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Johnson. And now comes ball 2. It's over the plate, but too low. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Bob. 2-1. Swings again to hit a high fly coming down far way back here. I believe it's on the roof. Yep. Right up over our heads. Bounded clear out over and back down into 35th Street. Well, he swings again and it's a high fly going foul to the right of the plate. Sewell is following out under it towards the stand to the right and makes the catch for the first out in the second inning. 1 out of the second inning for the Athletics. And Higgins, Pinky Higgins, the third baseman, is at bat. Hitter swings the first pitch. He started to in time, but he stopped in time to pull away from an inside pitch and have it called ball 1. There's a wide one low for ball 2, and the count is 2-0. 2-0, and there's a strike over the heart of the plate just above the knees. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Higgins. 2-1 the count. Think watches the third ball come by now. It's over the plate, but much too low, and it makes it 3 balls and 1 strike on Higgins. Now comes strike 2, a fastball over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 3-2. Here comes the 4th ball inside, and Kennedy really had trouble with his control. The both men finally walked Higgins. So Pinky's on first base with 1 out in the second inning, and Frank Hayes, the catcher, is up there at the plate. Hayes at bat. Kennedy throws the first one, and it's a fast one that's inside across the waist. Ball 1. 1 ball called.
called. Ready again, throws, and it's ball 2, a curveball wide and low. Well, Vernon is having a little trouble in the control department. He had a lot of trouble with his control 3 days ago in the open game of this series, you remember, when he was defeated. Although the Sox tied it up later on, he was knocked out of there. And there comes a strike, a fastball over the heart of the plate, waist high. One thing about this kid, he may have bad control, but he never quits bearing down. He's going to throw it with everything he's got, and if it goes away from the plate, it's too bad, but he's still throwing plenty. He loses that one by just an eyelash there in the corner, and it goes as ball 3, but that was pretty close to corner. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. 3-1 the count. Kennedy throws to first base. The runner gets back there. Now Kennedy pitches again, and it's ball 4 wide and low, and Hayes also gets a base on balls, moves Higgins to second base. And the Athletics have runners on first and second with nobody, well, with 1 out in the second inning. And Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the A's shortstop, is at bat. And the first pitch is a strike over the heart of the plate, just above the knees. 1 strike on Newsom. 1 strike to count, and there's a ball wide, and Sewell throws the ball to first base, but the throw is very bad, and so Benura has to leap into the infield of gravity. He really had that fella caught pretty well off the base, but his throw was so high and wide that Benura had to leave the bag and chase into the infield and leap into the air to grab it. So it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. Kennedy swings around again, pitches, and it's ball 2. It just barely missed the outside corner across the waist. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 1. He throws again with the runners on the go. The hitter hits the ball thrown to right field for a base hit. Benura sort of looked at the ball and started jogging after it. And finally, when he did run out there, the ball, which should have been easily caught, had seeped through into right field for a base hit. So Newsom single to right, scoring Higgins from second base, and moving Hayes to third base. So as a result, the score is 2-1 in favor of the White Sox, and the A's have runners on first and third. 1 out, 1 run home in the second inning, and Rhodes, the pitcher, is at bat. Dusty takes the first one for a strike, down over the inside corner above the knees. Bryant is playing in pretty close, figuring the pitcher might try to pull a squeeze play, at least sacrifice a man from first to second. And the next pitch sails wide for ball 1. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Rhodes. Umpire calls time when the runner down to first base requests it. He goes over and whispers something to Lena Blackburn, the Athletics coach there at first base. He throws the first, runner's back. Might be figuring that there's a chance of their trying to pull something. And there comes the next one, a curveball, breaking away from the hitter that caught the outside corner a little above the knees for strike 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Rhodes. 1 and 2 to count. Rhodes was all set to bunt on the next one, but he pulled back in time to let it go by for the second ball. And the ball popped out of Sewell's glove. It rolled just a few feet into the infield. So Luke grabs it, rubs it up, walks in, calls something to Kennedy, calls after him as Vern starts back to the mound. And the two come back to their places with Kennedy on the rubber and Sewell crossing back the plate to pass the sign. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And there comes the next pitch for ball 3. It's wide across the waist, and Kennedy will really be in a serious jam now if he can't get this ball over on the pitcher, because there's the fella you've got to get if you're going to win. 3 and 2. And the hitter swings at the next one to miss a curveball inside and strike out for the second out. Kennedy's control really has gone very bad in the last couple of weeks. Not that he isn't trying, because he is, and it may take him all year to master that new grip on the ball that he's using, the looser grip that he's using to prevent those famous wild pitches of his, and it might take a while before that control gets back. First pitch now to Finney, the leadoff man and left fielder, who's at bat, left-handed hitter. The curveball against the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike to count. He throws again, and it's ball 1 inside across the waist. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Finney. 1-1. Turns and goes to first. Hunter was back in plenty of time. So Venora throws the ball back to Kennedy, and he pitches the pitch a high one wide for ball 2 on Finney. 2-1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Kennedy flips the ball from one hand to another, finally swings around on the rubber only to find Finney out of the batter's box. So he turns, walks out back of the mound to wipe his brow, rub up the ball a little bit, turns around to see Finney back to the plate, so he steps on the rubber. That the runner's eyes ready to pitch, pitches, and it's ball 3. It's wide and low, and it's 3-1. Burns got to get him over better than that. He's going to have some serious trouble again today. This is one club that he's supposed to beat quite handily, but they certainly pinned his ears back the other day. Now with a runner on the go, the hitter hits a long drive to center field. McCreevich is waiting there, has it, and it's 3 out. Ending that inning with only half of the White Sox lead cut off. Score 2-1 in favor of the White Sox. In the first half of the second, the A's had 1 run, 1 hit, and 2 men left on base. 2 bases on balls, paving the way to the 1 run. And the score, as I said, is 2-1 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the second inning with Kennedy, White Sox pitcher, the first man at bat. This broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. So it's again start to warm up out there in the rubber, this time with Moss, number 2 catcher, and Hayes is just walking up there at the plate. Frank was on base at the end of the inning. They're over on third base. He had to wait a moment to take a moment to get into his cards. A round of applause. Kennedy, who comes hustling out of the dugout and up the plate, stands there to watch the last throw. Moss throws the ball out to second base. Johnson tosses it to Newsom. Newsom back to the pitcher. And Johnson and Newsom have a little confab of some sort there, just as they back over toward their position, same as they did yesterday early in the game. Now they go back there. Rhodes is up in the front of the mound, moving down the dirt with his feet, his shoe, sole of his shoe, and then steps back on the slab. Back to wind up throws, and Kennedy hits an easy bound right back at Newsom, who gets it, throws the first, and Byrne is out for the first out in the second inning. 1 out in the second inning for the White Sox, and Radcliffe is at bat. Rip Radcliffe up at the plate. Throws the first one, and the Ripper takes it wide and low, a curveball away from him for ball 1. 1 ball called. Here again winds up, pitches, and Rip swings it about right back at Johnson, who gets it, throws the first, and Rip is out for the second time today in 2 innings, and it's the second out of the second inning. So it's 2 out of the second inning for the White Sox. And Mike Peters, White Sox center fielder, who fades away to the White Sox 2 runs in the first inning by beating out a bunt. He is up there at the plate. He throws, and Mike swings it, a foul down the right field line, and back against the front of the second deck. It bounds down front and clear back out into the field. Umpire Hubbard calls time and is trotting out there to get the ball. Second baseman started over 2, but Hubbard kept right on going to get it. It's 1 strike on Peters. Winding up once more. Throws, and Peters takes the curveball wide and low for ball 1. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Mike. 1-1. Again starts to wind up throws, and the hitter swings it, punches the ball toward right field. Johnson goes way over, manages to grab the ball, and by the time he retrieves it, the runner is safe at first. And as a result, Krivich is on first base with 2 out in the second inning. And Haas is at bat. I think that Wayne Otto, who has been away for a couple of days, is back on the job. He is the official scorer, and he said he was going to relay him to us. And the first pitch to Haas is a strike over the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Haas. Did Wayne give any sign on it? He did? Wait, he got it? I thought so. Tell that youngster there, will you, to keep an eye on Wayne, because Wayne said he's going to forget this silly business and tend to business. The count is 1-1 now on Haas. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wayne's giving him over there. And now it's wide and low for ball 2, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on the mule. I guess I'm getting too old to take these little controversies seriously, George. I don't know. I'm getting, after that birthday when I was 29 again, why, I don't know how many times that's been, but it's quite a few. Hitter hits the next one. It's a slow bounder to the second baseman who grabbed it and tagged Krivich out and then threw to first to make sure of the other man also. But he was tagged out at second base, and it's 3 out. Wayne's giving him, isn't he, Whitey? Yeah, that's what I saw. Wayne told me that he says that silly business is debunked with him. He's official scorer, and he's going to give him to us. So, yeah, Wayne Otto will pass him out. Thank you, Whitey. So it's no runs, 1 hit. 1 man left on base in the second inning for the White Sox. And the score is still 2-1 in favor of the Sox at the end of the second inning. You gotten your Texaco scorebook yet? You have, and you're working on it. Oh, I've had some swell inquiries from fans about ways of scoring some things. Oh, I meant to bring that one letter down here. It had 3 very good questions in it. And I want to dig it up and answer those questions just exactly how they were. But I'll bring that out tomorrow. You know how to get it. Get your request card at your Texaco station, fill it in and send it in, and you'll get this swell scorebook with 17 games, a complete scoring system, and everything else. Now Moses at bat takes the first pitch inside for ball 1. And there's ball 2, and this is the outside corner above the knees. Rather clear up to the shoulders. Well above the knees, I might say. And it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Kennedy throws again for a strike, this time over the outside corner down around the knees. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Moses. Goes once more. Wally swings and hit a high fly in the short center field. Krivich is coming in hard under it and makes the catch over in right center. The wind having held it up and dropped it in there. So it's 1 out in the third inning for the Athletics. And Chubb Dean, the first baseman, is at bat. Dean's another left-handed hitter who's looking mighty, mighty good out there. Throws the first one, and Chubb swings it, a bounder down to Appling, who comes up with it nicely. Throws the first, and Dean is out for the second out. Makes it 2 out in the third inning for the Athletics. 2 out in the third inning, and Puccinelli is up there at the plate. Puccinelli at bat. Throws the first one, and the Pooch takes it inside across the waist. Ball 1. 1 ball called. He winds up and throws again. The hitter hits another bounder back past the pitcher. Hayes comes up with it nicely back of second base. Throws the first, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the first half of the third inning. And the score remains 2-1 in favor of the White Sox. Sox coming to bat in the last half of the third inning. First man up will be Zeke Minora, the White Sox first baseman and cleanup hitter. Athletic players coming out onto the field with Rhodes just walking out across the infield to start his warm-up out there on the slab. Oh, boy, what weather. Perfect, eh, George? Cool enough, a lot of sunshine. You wear that old battered leather coat of yours and feel comfortable. And without that coat, you don't feel comfortable, do you? Even on a hot day, it just looks at it longingly once you put it on. You're there. Hey, I got a lot of swell wires there that you brought in yesterday. It came from the studio that were delivered there on Tuesday, but I just got yesterday afternoon and opened that for the kitty. Several of them. Huh? Again, yeah, only 29 again. Hey, somebody down the stand didn't believe me today. If you're 29, I'm 10. I told her she was a whole lot more than 14, I knew. Here's Zeke Manura at bat. With Rhodes winding up, and he throws the first one for a ball inside across the chest for ball one. One ball called. Rhodes winds up, throws once more, and it's a strike over the outside corner across the knees, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Venura. 1-1. Throws again, and Zeke swings in a high fly out into right field. Short right field. The wind is blowing it back toward the foul line, and Johnson follows it in there and makes the catch nicely, although he had to not only judge a dangerous wind, but he had to battle the sun all the way also. So it's 1 out in the third inning for the White Sox, and Luke Appling is up there at the plate. Winds up, pitches, and Luke takes a wide one across the chest for ball one. 1 ball called. Ready again, winds up, and throws, and the hitter swings to foul the ball up on the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Then the pitcher has the sign, winds up, and throws, and the hitter swings it up for another pop fly out toward right field. This time Dean, the first baseman, is following it across the foul line and makes the catch just in foul territory for the second out in the third inning. 2 out in the third inning for the White Sox, with Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman, up there at the plate. Hayes at bat. Winds up, throws. Jackie takes a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Hayes. Swings again, hit a line drive to left field, but the left fielder Finney's waiting. Oh, he almost misjudged it and had to leap high in the air to make a one-handed catch of it for the third out. Finney stood there and jogged in a couple of steps and then saw the ball start to sail over his head instead of sinking as he apparently thought it was going to, and he had to leap into the air to make a fine one-handed leaping stab of the ball to get it for the third out. So it's no runs, no hits in the third inning for the White Sox, and the score remains 2-1 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the third inning. Now, for complete scores up to the minute and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League in New York, the Cubs are leading the Giants at the end of the first half of the 6th inning, 1-0. Davis and Hartnett started for the Cubs, with Henshaw pitching in the 6th. Hubble and Mancuso, the Giant battery. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals lead the Dodgers at the end of the first of the 7th inning by a score of 4-0. Winford and Ogrodowski, the Cardinal battery. The Dodgers using Frank Housenberry to open, with Phelps catching in the 7th. In Boston, the Bees and the Pittsburgh Pirates are tied at 3-3 at the end of the first half of the 7th inning. Blanton and Patton, the opening battery for the Pirates, with Brown pitching in the 5th. Bush and Lopez starting for the Bees, with Cantwell on the mound in the 6th. In Philadelphia, the first game of the doubleheader between the Phillies and the Cincinnati Reds, taken by the Reds 5-0. In the second game, at the end of the first half of the first inning, the Reds lead the Phillies 1-0. Hollingsworth and Campbell, the Red battery in the second game. For the Phillies, Benj and Wilson. In the American League, in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the second inning 4-2. DeJong and Millie's working for the Senators, the Indians using Blayholder and Pitlack to open, Hudlin pitching in the 3rd. In Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first half of the 3rd inning 2-0. Broca and Dickey, the Yankee battery. Tigers using
Schoolboy Row, and Haywood. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back of the ballpark for the fourth inning, Bob Johnson, after taking a ball, took a crack at the next ball pitch and hit a home run, wind or no wind, clear into the lower deck of the left field stands in deep left center. Radcliffe made a great try for the ball, leaping high in the air, but it just slipped over the top of the scoreboard into the seat for a home run. Now Higgins goes after the first ball pitch and drives it out to center field just to the right of center for a single. As our Mr. Kennedy going to get his ears pinned back for the second time in the series. That's the way they started out against him the other day. They just murdered everything he threw, and the Sox are taking no chances. They have a pitcher warming up in the left field bullpen as Frank Hayes takes the first pitch wide for ball one. There comes ball two, another curveball way outside, and it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes. 1-0 is the count. The hitter swings again to miss a curveball for strike one, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. Thank you, Ernie. Yeah, Wayne's passing him over. Right. 2-1 is the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Pitcher throws the first. The runner's back there. Now he pitches ball 3 very wide, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. He stands there rubbing up that ball, finally gets ready to pitch again. Throws, and Frank gets a strike over the inside corner about waist high. Makes the usual start toward first base, but comes back fast. And it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now with the runner on the go, the hitter hits a long foul onto the roof of the stand down beyond first base. And it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes on Frank Hayes, the athletic catcher. At bat in the 4th inning. Nobody out, 1 run already home, and Higgins on first base. Now Higgins again is on the run. There's another foul up over the roof of the stand, above and to the right of the plate. Three and 2 still. There's the next one for ball 4 wide, and Hayes gets a base on ball. Moves Higgins to second base. The Athletics have runners on first and second with nobody out in the 4th inning. 1 run already home, and Newsom, the shortstop, is at bat. Yes, Vernon's having a lot of serious trouble out there. I don't know whether he's going to be able to get out of it, because when the control isn't there, it's hard to get out of a jam, and he's having his trouble. Newsom acts as though he was going to bunt, but very apparently didn't intend to. Just intended to look for the bad ball, and he got it wide and low. For ball 1, Philadelphia runners on first and second, nobody out of the 4th. 1 run home, and the score tied 2-2. Hitter swings the next one to hit a high fly down the right field line. It's going foul. Lands down there against the front of the stand. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. Kennedy waits there for his sign as Hoff gets back to his position. Vern looks at second, throws, and the hitter does bunt the ball down toward first base. Ventura comes in, gets it, throws back at Hayes at first, and it's sacrificed by Newsom. Ventura to Hayes for the first out in the 4th inning, moving Higgins to third base, and Hayes to second. Now the A's have runners on second and third. With 1 out, 1 run already home in the 4th inning, and the pitcher, Gordon Rhodes, Dusty Rhodes, is up there at the plate. We still call all the roads Dusty Roads, even though we have a lot of concrete and macadam nowadays instead of old dirt roads. Still dusty. Hitter swings hard at the first pitch and fouls it back against the catcher's protector. Bounds over halfway out to first base. Ventura comes in, gets it, throws it back to the catcher. He hands it to umpire Quinn for examination. Kennedy winds up again, throws, and Dusty swings around as though to bunt and then takes a chop at the ball, but misses it for strike two. Stool thing and swing around in bunting position, started to run out in front. As a result, the ball hit his glove and rolled over to the right a little bit. So it's 2 strikes on road. Infield pulled in real close, almost to the infield grass. Wanting to cut off that run at the plate if possible. And he throws the next one. It's a little pop fly, foul to the left of the plate on a bunt, so he's out automatically on a foul bunt on the 3rd strike. Scored as a strikeout, and you can make a footnote if you want to in your scorebook, as we do, drawing a line from that K in the lower right-hand corner down to the margin, indicating foul bunt on 3rd strike. Now the man up there, Finney, watches the first pitch come by wide for ball 1. Hello, Mr. Pennsylvania. He remembered us today. And there's one wide for ball 2, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Nothing to count. Winds up again, throws, the hitter swings and pull a foul down past first base for the first strike. And it makes it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Finney. 1-1 to count. Finney walks around back out of the batter's box as Kennedy rubs up a new ball. Here comes the next pitch, and the hitter hits the bounder right back. It just glances off of the pitcher's glove, and Hayes makes a great play in front of second base to get the ball and throws it first. Oh, that play was really a beauty by Hayes. Kennedy leaped into the air and just managed to slow up that ball a little bit. Hayes came over fast, grabbed it, and with a great underhand flip toss, got Finney at first base on a close play for the 3rd out. So that ends the 4th inning, and Kennedy pitched out of the inning in great style. After looking very wobbly at the start, he settled down and looked just the opposite of wobbly. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 men left on base in the first half of the 4th inning, and the score remains a tie 2-2 between the White Sox and the Athletics. White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the 4th. The first White Sox hitter will be Tony Pyatt, third baseman. He already waits there back of the plate as Moss warms up road, waiting for Hayes, who is again on base at the end of the inning, get into the catching toss and get out there to go to work. Throws the ball out there to second base. And it comes back to pitcher as Pyatt walks up there to the plate. Ahead of that, the White Sox start the last half of the 4th inning. Rhodes smoothing the dirt down. From the mound, walks back, smooths it down in front of the slab. Turns around, gets his sign. He's winding up. And he pitches, and the hitter fronted the ball, but it's fouled on the ground, back to the stand, and it's strike 1. 1 strike to count. One strike, it throws again, and it's the ball inside across the waist, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Here comes ball 2, a curveball outside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Winding up once more, throws. Pyatt swings it, a bounder down to the shortstop. It comes over fast, gets it, throws to first. And Dean had to make a reaching catch way out to the left and high, but he made the play nicely for the first out in the 4th inning. 1 out in the 4th inning for the Sox. And Luke Stool, White Sox catcher, is up there at the plate. Stool at bat. Hitter swings and hits a line drive right out to the shortstop, who manages to scoop it up off the top of the dirt just before it hit the ground, and it's 2 out in the 4th inning. 2 out of the 4th inning for the White Sox, and Kennedy's at bat. Out in the 4th inning. Kennedy up there. Starts to wind up. Throws, and the hitter swings, hit the ball back. It hit Rhodes right on the foot. Bounce clear out into right field. Kennedy's around first base. Carrying to second base. And Rhodes is still writhing around on the ground there. The ball is recaptured by the second baseman. Rhodes gets up and is limping around in the infield. Time is called. That was a line smash that either hit his foot or his shin, and it felled him like a blow from a club. He reaches down and rubs his ankle with the ankle and the shin bone just above the foot. Now Kennedy gets his jacket on, goes over to see him, and it goes to 2-base hit, of course. For Kennedy, and Byrne is over there seeing how this fellow is, because it really was an awful dirty crack. Start a pitcher warming up in the bullpen in a hurry in case Dusty can't go on. The crowd gives him a hand. Boy, he took a smash that time. Mama, I don't want that to hit me. Woo. My foot had gone right off with it. Right? The foot would have gone into center field and the ball into right, I think. Yeah, mine aches just from watching it. No kidding. Boy, he took a dirty crack that time. Rhodes is throwing a couple down there to make sure he's all right and able to continue. Besides, he can pitch all right, but boy, he's going to have a great big black and blue mark and a big lump on that leg. That'll be coming up right now. He takes a look at it for a minute. Now faces Rip Radcliffe. Radcliffe at bat. 2 out in the 4th inning. Coach stands there rubbing up the ball, getting ready to pitch the first one to the Ripper. Let's look back at second base. And throws, and Radcliffe takes a good strike over the heart of the plate just above the knee. 1 strike on Radcliffe. Ready out there again, throws, and Rip hits the ball, a beauty down the right field line for another base hit. Kennedy's around third base, carrying for the plate, and the ball goes to second. Boy, that fella can really run. Coming across the plate, he kicks Radcliffe's bat over and then comes back to pick it up. He's a happy-go-lucky rap. He just was having fun coming around there. And that drive to right field, a line single to right by Radcliffe, scores Kennedy, and again the White Sox are in front. This time the score is 3-2. Throws the first one, and the Krivich takes a ball over the plate, but too low. 1 ball called. And the pitcher waits there again, gets his time. The first base and throws, and Mike hits the ball to right field. Right fielder coming in fast. The ball drops in front of him for another base hit. Radcliffe is carrying for third base, and he slides in just under the... No, they got him at third. Radcliffe, for some reason, slowed up at second, and then when he broke into his stride again, he'd lost just enough time to be caught at third base. Krivich's third hit was a looping single to right, and Radcliffe made second on it. But he slowed down at second and then suddenly looked over his shoulder and decided to go to third. By that time it was too late, and he was out on a very fine throw from right field by Puccinelli, who threw to Higgins at third, getting him for the third out. So it's 1 run, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 4th inning. And the score is 3-2 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the 4th inning. The hardest working parts of your car are those chassis bearings down under. They need constant, efficient lubrication. Guard the bearings in your car with Marfax, the oily, water-resisting chassis lubricant which clings to the bearing and stays put. Any Texaco service station will Marfax your car, and remember, a Marfax job lasts twice as long as an ordinary grease job. Kennedy's ready now to pitch to Moses to start the fourth inning, and the first pitch comes over the plate about knee-high for strike one. Byrne is winding up again, throws and the hitter swings to foul the ball down toward first base. Kojat, first base, gets it, looks it over, indicates that it's pretty well messed up, and the umpire throws another ball into the game. Quinn calls for that one, so Lena throws it into Sewell, looks at it, and then throws it immediately out of play. Two strikes now. And there he takes the next one, takes a cut at it, but tries to stop a swing and can't. And he strikes out for the first out in the fifth inning, bringing Dean to bat. Dean up there at the plate. First pitch to Dean is a bad ball for ball one. Wide one ball on Dean. And there's a high one wide for ball two. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strike on Dean. Kennedy throws the next one for ball three. Well, he had all kinds of control of Moses. Now, with Dean up there, he hasn't been able to get one of 3 pitches over. So it's 3-0. Byrne pitches again for, it's called ball 4, and so he gets a base on ball. Puts Dean on first base with 1 out of the fifth inning. And Puccinelli, the right fielder, is at bat. Puc's another husky fellow, right-handed hitter. However, and he swings the first pitch, hit a high fly out back to second base. Hayes is calling for the ball and gets it for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the fifth inning for the Athletics. Dean is still on first base, and Big Bob Johnson, who braced the wind with that terrific smash and got it into the stands for a home run in the fourth inning, is up there at the plate. He really must have hit that ball. Swings the first one, hit a bounder down to Hayes, who gets it, throws the first. Johnson was going down very hard, but he was thrown out at first base for the third out. So it's no run, no hit, 1 man left on base in the first half of the fifth inning. And the score is still 3-2 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the fifth inning with Muehlhoff, their first hitter. Broadcast of the White Sox-Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics, stimulated us in our national games and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Rhodes is finishing his warm-up out there as Haas stands and talks to Hayes. Ewell is one of the famous Philadelphia alumni that are around the league. One of several on this team. White Sox really got a load of them again. They had Earnshaw and Simmons, but they've gone. Still have Haas, Dyke, Kane, Dietrich, Shores. Kennedy was also with the A's for a little while as a rookie. So is Radcliffe. Guess that's about all low. I don't notice any of it. Well, we're ready to go. The pitcher starts to wind up throws, and it's a strike over the inside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Haas. One strike on the Mule. He's back up there again. Pitcher winds up, throws, and he swings to drive the ball out to right center. It's going way out there for a long base hit. Puccinelli grabs for it. but it hits his foot and bounced past him. By the time he recovers it and throws it in, Haas is on second base. And it's a hit and an error. A single to right center by Haas. And he gets the second base on Puccinelli's fumbling error. So he's on second base with nobody out in the fifth inning. And Zeke Benura is at bat. Pitcher watches second base and throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball one. One ball called. He throws once more, and there's a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. Again, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike. One the count. Crowd out there in left field seats are yelling if they want a homer. Oh, got it all over. Going to get a little business from George here again. 2-1. Whoa! Zeke was all cocked ready for that one. Goes through on those pull-the-string balls, slowed up on that ball, and as he did it, Zeke got all set, but the ball sailed up past the peak of his cap. It didn't break at all, so he took it for ball 3. Makes it 3-1. And the hitter swings to foul this one onto the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate. It's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Benura. To the count. It's ready once more. Throws, and it's ball 4 wide and low, and it's a base on balls for Benura. The White Sox have runners on first and second, with nobody out in the fifth inning. Luke Appling is at bat. Luke Appling, the White Sox shortstop, up there at the plate. Luke might try to bunt, but they don't expect him to. The infield isn't playing for it. Oh, that hits to right as much as he does, and really hits where the runners this position. No, he reaches around to bunt, hunts the ball towards third base. Higgins comes in fast, gets it, and throws to first, and Dean makes a beautiful play, reaching around behind Appling to get that ball just in the nick of time, because Higgins was playing pretty deep and just barely got him, but it took a very nice play by Dean to make it possible. So it's 1 out in the fifth inning for the White Sox. And now they have runners on second and third with Jackie Hayes at bat. He winds up, throws, and Hayes swings in a pop foul coming up out of the roof of the stand over our heads. A little bit to the left, and he's rounded down back of it. Hit the ball, and rolling it down in there around. Great fielding play. Great play, Whitey. Whitey caught that ball while it was rolling down there in that planting roof. And there's the next one inside and low for ball 1. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. It's infield again. It's right in on the edge of the grass, as the White Sox infield was a little while ago. Playing to cut off any further run at the plate if possible. Again, the pitcher starts to wind up throws. Jackie swings in a long drive to center field. Moses is waiting back there. Both runners are touching up. He catches it and they start. But Benura goes off. The throw comes to plate and the runner slides in safely, getting in just ahead of that great throw from Moses. But what I mean, that was a throw. Haas coming in there has the game leg and has been favoring it, that injured leg, quite a bit. So wasn't perhaps going as fast as he sometimes has because he couldn't. And Moses made a great throw to the plate. And Haas had to just barely slide in under it to get into the plate with the run that puts the White Sox ahead 4-2. And now Tony Pyatt is at bat. Pyatt up there at the plate. Throws the first one, and Tony takes a good strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Pyatt. back there, throws again, flat, takes a high one inside for ball one, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Platt. Honora's on second base, 2 out, 1 run home in the 5th inning, and the score is 4-2 in favor of the White Sox over the Athletics. Tony swings again to miss a fastball for strike 2, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tony. 1-2. Swings around, he gets his sign, he's ready, pitches, and it's strike 3, a fastball over the outside corner, waist high. Platt let it go by without swinging at it, and it's called out on strike for the 3rd out. 3rd out in the 5th inning. It's 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 man left on base. Well, the 4 aces pop up, Georgie. Roll 4 aces, and the score at the end of the 5th inning, the White Sox are leading the Athletics 4-2. Now, once again, for just a moment, we return to the studio.
Way to definitely settle baseball post-mortem. Baseball scorebook and play-by-play record. Hal Totten has set up in easily understandable fashion his own system of play-by-play scoring, which he has developed over a period of years. By following these printed instructions and any additional data which he will give you over the air, you can your own records. You can then too Mexico has gathered together in the book lots of other interesting baseball data, photographs of both teams, nicknames, ages, averages of the players, schedules of all major league games. In fact, the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is something you'll want to keep. Here's how you can get your copy absolutely free. Just go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card. Then write your name and address on the card, stamp it, and put it in the mail. Remember, there's nothing to buy. Just send in your request card, and the sooner you get your book, the sooner you too will be able to score these games just like Hal Totten does. Now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball broadcast, brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local team. Okay, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 6th inning, Higgins at bat for the Athletics. Count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kennedy throws. Higgins hits the ball out into right field for a base hit. Hayes has got a good start on the ball, but it was through too fast for him. And it's Pinky's 2nd hit, besides a walk this afternoon. That puts Higgins on first base, with nobody out in the 6th inning for the Athletics. And Frank Hayes, the A's catcher, is at bat. Throws one, and Frank swings, hit a long drive foul way down the right field line, far back into the second deck, but it bounds out and over, back down amongst the box seat customers. And it's 1 strike on Hayes. Hits the next one, a terrific smash to center field. Previous comes over and ranges back, make the catch nicely. Oh, he had to be very, very quick in his judgment on that one, because that ball was hit hard. And he ranged over to toward left or right center, and then ranged back a little and made the guess just exactly right. So it's 1 out in the 6th inning for the Athletics. Higgins is still on first base, and Lamar Newsom, the shortstop at bat, takes the first pitch for a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. Ready to pitch the first one, throws. And it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Then the pitcher seems ready, turns and throws to first. Runner's back there in time, though. Now he pitches and the hitter swings, hit a bounder down to Hayes, who gets it, flips it to Appling. He throws to first, and it's a double play. For some reason or other, Newsom stopped up just as he was arriving at first base, and I think he could have beaten that ball, and he's kicking the dirt as he walks back out to his position, but I think he thought there were 2 out, and that man being forced at second made it 3 out. And he's very peevish as he walks back out there toward his position, because he knows he did something a little bit wrong. He might not have beaten it, but he stopped, and the play was taking so long there was a chance that he might have beaten that ball to first base. A very peculiar thing, but I think explained by that one thing, and he thought there were already 2 out, and that out at second base made it 3. So it's no runs, one hit in the sixth inning for the Athletics. Score remains 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Sox coming to bat in the last half of the sixth with Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, the first man up. And it's finished down there. The pitcher has the ball again, walks slowly back onto the mound. And Rhodes starts his windup. Pitches. Sewell takes the curveball inside and low for ball one. One ball called. Rhodes waits there again. Seems to have a sign. He's winding up. Throws. And the hitter swings in a high fly to right field. Right field arranging over toward the foul line easily. And he misjudged the ball. They lost it in the sun. And it drops out there for a base hit. And Sewell comes into second base. The throw bounding along and hitting him in the leg as he arrived. Puccinelli started over, jogging over, watching for the ball. And then suddenly, the last instant, the wind caught it and blew it away from him. And it landed well out of reach and inside the foul line also for a two-base hit. Sort of a wind and sun double, you might say. Now Vern Kennedy is up there. Kennedy at bat. And he reaches out, bunts the first one toward first base. The pitcher, Rhodes, comes over, gets it, throws the ball right into the runner. But again, Dean made a nice play. Doggone, that Dean really looks awful good on those kind of plays, which we've heard many first basemen say is the toughest play that they can make. And that is the ball thrown right into the runner. And three times today and once yesterday, Dean made those plays. Now the infield comes in close again, but all but Dean playing right in close. Dean is back a little as Radcliffe steps up there, and the first pitch is wide and low for ball one. One ball called. Ready again. Throws. And the hitter hits the ball out to the left. The shortstop goes far to his right and gets it and makes the throw to first in time to get Radcliffe. Fritz swung. Started driving that ball toward left field, but Newsom shifted very fast. Go back and get it and throw to first to get his men. So now with two out, the infield moves back to normal position. And Mike Krivich comes to bat. With Sewell still on third base. Score 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Watches third base and pitches, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. One strike to count. Throws again, and it's a curveball wide for ball one. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. 1-1. Ready once more, throws, and Krivich started to swing, stopped in time to have it called ball 2. It curved wide, and so it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Krivich. 2-1. Pitcher has his sign again. He throws, and Mike swings it about right back at Rhodes, who leaps into the air, grabs it, throws the first, and Mike is out for the third out, and Rhodes did a nice job of pitching himself out of that inning after the wind and sun had combined to give Sewell a double at the opening of the inning, and the next man sacrificed him to third. He was still on third at the end of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 6th inning. And at the end of the 6th, the White Sox lead the Athletics 4-2. Now again for up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League in New York, the Chicago Cubs lost the game to the Giants today by a score of 3-1. The Giants had 3 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error to the Cubs' 1 run, 7 hits, and 1 error. Davis and Hartnett opened for the Cubs with Henshaw hurling in the 6th and Warnke on the mound in the 7th. Hubble and Mancuso went the entire route for the winning Giants. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 9th inning by a score of 7-0. Winford and Ogrodowski working for the Cards. Frank Berry's opening for the Dodgers with Phelps catching in the 7th, Clark on the mound in the 9th. In Boston, the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Bees are tied 3-3 at the end of the 10th inning. Blanton and Padden working for the Pirates to open with Brown on the mound in the 5th. Bush and Lopez, the battery for the Bees, to start with Cantwell hurling in the 6th. The first game of the doubleheader in Philadelphia between the Phils and the Cincinnati Reds was taken by the Reds 5-0. In the second game, the score is tied at the end of the first half of the 4th inning, 3-3. Hollingsworth and Campbell, the Red battery, the Phillies using Benge and Wilson. In the American League, in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the 4th inning, 7-6. DeJong and Millie's working for the Senators with Cascarella in the 4th. Bleholder and Pitlack, the opening battery for the Indians, Hudlin on the mound in the 3rd, and Brown pitching in the 4th. In St. Louis, the Red Sox are leading the Browns at the end of the first inning, 1-0. The Farrells, the battery for the Red Sox, Thomas and Giuliani working for the Browns. In Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first of the 6th, 3-0. Broke and Dickey, the Yankee battery, the Tigers using Rowe and Hayward. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 7th inning. Dusty Rhodes, the pitcher, came to bat, hit the first ball pitch for a high fly into center field, which Peters cut for the first out. Now with a count of 1-1 on Finney, he swings, hits a bounder down to Benora, who has to make a one-handed stop on a bad hop there, but gets the ball and runs over to first base to get Finney for the second out. And it's 2 out in the second inning for the Athletics, with Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder at bat. And he looks around, the boys out there, gets ready to pitch now to Wally, throws, and it's a fast one inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called.
The door is banging.
Kennedy throws again, the hitter, it's a line drive to left field, and Radcliffe chasing it, but it goes over his head, bounds against the wall, Rip gets it, the runner pulls up at second base easily, Radcliffe throws the ball into Appling, and it's a double to the base of the left field wall by Moses, putting him on second base with 2 out in the 7th inning. Yeah, I like to watch that fella run, he really goes, this is smooth and easy. 2 out in the 7th inning, Moses on second, and Dean, Shub Dean, the A's first baseman, is at bat. Kennedy looks around, gets ready to pitch the first one to Shub. Throws, and the runner's on the go for third base, and slides in, and is out. He slid hard into Pyatt, who had the ball and brought it down on him, and in sliding into Tony, his foot couldn't reach third base, and he's caught stealing for the third out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 7th inning for the Athletics. And now the crowd is standing up for the 7th inning stretch as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th. Neil Haas, the first White Sox hitter, score 4-2 in favor of the White Sox. Rhodes is just arriving out there in the mound. There's a good crowd out here today, as well as a great crowd of youngsters out in that left field stand. Neil stands there watching. As the ball is thrown out to second base, Johnson missed it out there and had to chase it out into the outfield. He just knocked it down, but he gets it and throws it back. And the pitch is ready to pitch again to Haas. Starts his wind-up. Throws, and Mule swings to foul the ball back toward us here. Catches coming back fast. He might get to it. He didn't quite make it. And it's strike 1. Haas walks over to pick up his mask and rub off the padding. Get the dust off it. Hands back to Frank as he gets back up there at the plate. Hayes made a good try for that ball, and it's 1 strike on Haas. 1 strike to count. Throws again, and Haas takes the ball inside across the waist, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Haas. He swings it. The next one, a high fly in the right center. Moses is waiting back there for it. Gets it easily, and it's 1 out in the 7th inning. So the 7th inning for the White Sox. And Zeke Ventura is at bat. Venura up there at the plate. Winds up to pitch. The first one throws, and Zeke swings it. A pop fly going foul to the right of the plate. Hayes is also chasing that one over to the stand and grabs it down there, but apparently couldn't quite hang on to it. He crashed into the front of the stand. Apparently is unhurt. Comes walking back there. Made another nice try, and as a result, it's 1 strike on Big Zeke. 1 strike on Venura. And the pitcher throws again with Zeke hitting a hard bounder to Johnson, who comes up with it nicely, throws the first, and it's 2 out in the 7th inning. 2 out of the 7th. And Luke Appling is up there at the plate. Appling at bat. Well, School's keeping again out there in the left field bullpen. Cellini's putting in his afternoon work. One of the other boys taking a long work out there with his muddy rule. Luke swings the first pitch in, a high fly to right field. The right fielder coming over. And still misjudges the ball a little in the wind and sun, but manages to follow it over far enough to get it for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, no hits in the 7th inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the 7th inning, White Sox still lead the Athletics, the score being 4-2. When every minute counts, you'll find that it doesn't pay to guess about gasoline. Tourists, traveling men, people who drive many miles a day against time find that Texaco Fire Chief never lets them down. And best of all, it costs no more than ordinary gasoline. Chubby Dean, the A's first baseman, is at bat to start the 8th inning for Philadelphia. Kennedy throws the first one. He hits it to left field, but it's foul down there and just misses one of the warm-up catchers, and it's strike 1. 1 strike to count. Joe Morris, he's down there taking a workout, warming somebody up, warming up Cellini, and that ball just missed him. There's ball 1 high and wide, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Dean. 1-1 is the count. Swings again, hit a ball back through the box. Appling almost gets it back to second base, but not quite, and it goes through into center field for a base hit. Single to center field by Dean, putting him on first base. Nobody out in the 8th inning, and Puccinelli, the Athletics right fielder, is at bat. Puccinelli up there at the plate. Throws, and George swings it, a ground ball down to Appling, who gets it, throws to Hayes. Jackie throws the first, and it's another double play. Well, that White Sox infield is certainly turning in those double plays these days. Got that ball flipping around out there in real championship style. So it's 2 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics. And the next man up there is Bob Johnson, the A's second base. Johnson at bat. And he throws the first one, and Bob swings to miss a high fastball inside, and it's strike 1. Right, George. Strike 1. And there's a ball wide and low, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnson. One the count. Johnson swings the next in, a high fly down back at first base. Venura is following it over into foul territory and makes the catch for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the first half of the 8th inning. And the score
remains 4-2 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the eighth with Jackie Hayes the first man at bat. Broadcast the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL Chicago. Rhodes finishing his warm-up. As Jackie Hayes stands there waiting to take his turn at bat to start the eighth inning. Finishes the warm-up. There goes the ball again out to second base. And we'll be ready to go now in the last half of the eighth. Hayes waits there at the plate as Rhodes gets his sign, gets ready to pitch to him. Starts his wind-up. Throws and Jackie reaches out and sort of pushes the bunt out toward first base. Dean gets the ball and races for the bag, and Hayes beats it out for a base hit. Dean couldn't make any other play on that ball but that. He started for the base and realized that the pitcher couldn't get it, so he raced out to his right, grabbed it, and Rhodes wasn't anywhere near getting to first base, so Dean, without losing any time on the play, didn't hesitate at all, raced for the bag, but Hayes, a fast man, beat him, and it's a base hit for Jackie, his second of the ball game. Puts him on first base with nobody out in the eighth inning, and Tony Fyatt is at bat. Fyatt runs up on the first one. He's going to try to hit it to right, but the pitch came in high and inside, and it's ball one. There's a high one inside for ball two, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Fyatt. 2-0 the count. Throws again, and Tony swings in a line drive, and the shortstop leaps high in the air to grab the ball, and then holds it when Hayes gets back to first base so quickly that to make a throw would be to take a chance on and there. The ball was hard hit, so hard hit that Hayes, who had made a break for second, saw where it was going and hadn't had time to get far away from the base by the time it was caught. So he was able to get back. And so Hayes is still on first base, one out in the eighth inning, and Luke Sewell, White Sox catcher, is at bat. Rhodes swings around, ready to pitch the first one, throws, and Luke swings in a drive out into right center for a base hit. Going on out there, it's past the right fielder, going clear through to the wall. Hayes is around third base on his way home, and Sewell is pulling up at third base. He makes the turn, but the ball is being run in. The center fielder raced up to the wall and stumbled and fell on that incline of the side out there at the far end of the scoreboard, but that triple by Sewell hit the wall. That is bounded out as far as the wall, landing against it at the far end of the right field scoreboard. And it's Luke's second extra base hit of the game. First one going to him by virtue of wind and sun. And it drives home Hayes with a run that gives the White Sox a lead by a score of 5-2 and brings Vernon Kennedy, the White Sox pitcher, to bat. Rhodes out there, gets ready to pitch the first one. Vernon throws, and Kennedy hits the ball into left center for a base hit. His second hit of the game, and it scores Sewell easily from third base with the second run of the inning and the White Sox sixth run of the game. Kennedy's other hit was that terrific smash off Rhodes' shin that bounded out into right field for a two-base hit. And he scored right after that on Radcliffe's single. Now the Rippers up there at the plate. 1 out, 2 runs home in the eighth inning, and the first pitch is inside and low for ball one. The stocky left-handed hitter. Hayes has started 2 pitchers warming up in the right field bullpen, both of them right-handers.
Throws another one, and Kennedy hits it down the right field line for a good base hit. Radcliffe does. Kennedy is around second base. Ball is coming over there to second base, and it bounds up rather peculiarly. Newsom knocks it to the ground in time to hold Radcliffe at second and Kennedy at third. It's a double down the right field line by Radcliffe, and it looks though there's going to be a change in pitchers. Rhodes turns and starts for the clubhouse, and Earl Mack, son of Connie Mack, and one of the coaches of the club, walks up there to tell the umpire who the new pitcher is going to be. I believe it's Ross, do you? Mr. George believes it's Ross. Mr. George very often is correct. Very often correct. He didn't do very well on that one. Lisenby, I didn't know he was with this club. We used to call him Lisenby when he was with, it was the same fella. He used to be with, boss, he isn't even in the program here. Can't tell the players without a scorecard. In this case, you can't tell this one with one, can you? Lisenby's a right-hander. Looks very much like the same boy who some years ago was with Boston, Washington. Whether it is or not, I'm not sure. He's been up the International League and going pretty well lately. And he's finishing his warm-up out there in the mound. With Catcher Hayes as Previch waits to take his turn at bat. White Sox now have runners on second and third. One out, 2 runs already home in the 8th inning. Now 6-2 in favor of the Sox. And Previch finally steps up there as umpire Quinn dusts the plate, and the infielders trot to their positions. Again, the infielders come into the edge of the infield grass. Try to cut off any run at the plate if possible. He throws, and Previch takes a fast strike over the outside corner across the waist. 1 strike on Previch. Winding up once more, throws, and Mike takes a high one wide for ball 1. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Previch. 1-1. He winds up again, throws, and Mike swings it a slow foul to the left of the plate. Waiting back here is Haas, and he grabs the ball on that high bounce, looks it over, tosses it back to umpire Quinn, who had already given the catcher another ball to put in play. Umpire pockets that one as fit for further use, and Previch steps back up there once more. White Sox runners on second and third. Mike starts to swing at the next one, stops, the ball hits the bat and goes foul back to the stand. He was pulling away from it to keep from finishing his swing because the pitch was high and inside, and in pulling away from it, the ball hit the bat and went foul to the stand. Haas is walking back to get it. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lisenby throws again, and Mike swings at a slow bounder into the infield. The third baseman Higgins comes in fast, gets the ball and throws to first, nipping Previch by an eyelash over there on a very, very close play, and it scored 1 run. Kennedy scored easily, and Radcliffe went to third. On Previch, infield out, and Higgins, incidentally, had to make a beautiful play on that ball to get the run. And he nipped him by an eyelash. That's 3 runs this inning. White Sox leading the Athletics 7-2, with Radcliffe still on third base, 2 out, and Mule Haas at bat. The first pitch to Mule is a wide one low for ball 1. Throws once more for a strike over the outside corner waist high, and it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 to count. Hitter hits the next one, a bounder out back at second base. Shortstop Newsom gets it, throws to first, and Haas is out for the 3rd out, ending the 8th inning. In the 8th inning, the White Sox had 3 runs, 4 hits, and 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of the 8th inning, the White Sox 7, Philadelphia Athletics 2. As I said before, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring some mail out meant to today that I've received from fans who have gone over the
scoring system that we have in the Texaco scorebook that you can obtain so easily, that the Texaco company is giving away with great pleasure. That system in there is very complete, more so than a lot of systems, but naturally there are some certain little tricks that we have that you can hardly put in a system because everybody has certain of those differences. And if you want to know, have any questions about the scoring, drop me a line. I'll either give it on the air or possibly, if I can, if there aren't too many questions, do it by mail so that you can have all the dope. But remember to get this book with room for 17 games, a complete scoring system, and the stocks and subs, rosters. Stop in at any Texaco station, ask for a request card, fill it out. All he asks for is your name and address. Mail it. It's already a bet to me. Put a 1-cent stamp on it and mail it, and you'll get your book. Now to start the ninth inning, Higgins at bat, and the first pitch comes by wide for ball one. One ball called. And there's ball two wide across the knees, making it 2-0 on Frank Higgins, known as Nicky Higgins, the athletic third baseman, who already has a walk and 2 hits in this ball game. Umpire threw the ball out of play that was being used there, and the next pitch comes high inside. Ball 3 didn't do much good, did it? Count is 3-0, 3 balls and no strikes. There comes the first strike. Catch at the inside corner just above the knees. Run the count to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Kennedy winds up again, throws for ball 4. It's wide and low, and Higgins now has a perfect day at bat with 2 walks and 2 singles. Pinky's on first base. Nobody out in the ninth inning for the Athletics. And Frank Hayes, the catcher, is at bat. Hayes up there at the plate. Kennedy throws the first one, and Hayes takes a strike. A fastball over the outside corner, about knee high. 1 strike on Hayes. He swings the next one, hit into left field for a good clean base hit. Runner from first is stopping at second. And the Athletics have started what might turn into a serious rally here. They have runners on first and second with nobody out in the ninth inning. And Newsom, Lamar Newsom, known as Whitey Newsom, the Athletics shortstop. Stocky little blonde-haired right-handed hitter is at bat. He takes the first pitch for a strike over the heart of the plate. About waste time. 1 strike to count. Pinch hitter going to come up here now. Bat in place of the pitcher following this man. I haven't spotted quite yet who it is. Probably Nemec. Hitter hits the next one, a bounder back through the box. It goes on into center field for a base hit. 1 run is coming into the plate, and they let the ball go. The pitcher started to get the ball and deflected it so that it changed the course enough, and the catcher couldn't see it. It hit his leg and bounded back to the stand, letting the other runners go to second and third. And now Kennedy is really in the spot. The last instant, Kennedy, who had his hand up, tried to pull it down to let it go apparently at the catcher's call, but he deflected it so that Luke couldn't see it. So on Newsom's single to center, Higgins scored. And Hayes went to second, and now just who they called that error on, I'm not sure. We're trying to find out from Wayne Otto, the official scorer, was back from his vacation. Then Nemec batting for Lisenby hits the ball down to Appling and is thrown out at first base for the first out, with Hayes scoring on the play to give the Athletics 2 runs this inning and make the score 7-4. And the head of the batting order, Lou Finney, is at bat, taking the first pitch inside and low for ball 1. It dropped out of Sewell's glove, but he grabbed it fast. Then he hits the next one, a high fly coming down foul back at third base. Pyatt follows over there and makes the catch for the second out. So that makes it 2 out in the ninth inning. 2 out in the ninth inning for the Athletics. And Moses is at bat. Wally up there at the plate waiting now. And the first pitch is high and inside for ball one. Hit a swing to next, hit a high fly, also foul going down back at third base. Hyatt is following it over and makes the catch right in front of the stand for the third out, and the White Sox win the ball game 7-4. You say they signaled to Whitey that was an error on the throw, George? Well, that's what I figured it probably was, but we wanted to make sure of it. That error that let the man go to second and third is given to the center fielder on the throw. Faded on his throw, and that's the way that was scored. Now in the ninth inning, the Athletics had 2 runs, 2 hits. There's 1 error and 1 man left on base. And the score is 7-4. White Sox making 7 runs, 13 hits, 1 error. They had 8 men left on the base. The Athletics had 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. They had 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 45 minutes. The winning pitcher, Kennedy, and the losing pitcher, Rowe. Summary again, for the benefit of those who keep all those things in the scorebook and are checked with them, technical scorebook. White Sox, 7 runs, 13 hits, 1 error with 8 men left on base. The Athletics, 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 45 minutes. Winning pitcher, Kennedy. Losing pitcher, Rowe. Tomorrow is Ladies' Day, and the Boston Red Sox will be in town to open their 4-game series in 3 games. Single games on Friday and Saturday, and a doubleheader on Sunday, and the doubleheader, the first game as usual, starts at 1:30. We'll see you on a lot of those days, but if you're not out here, why, we hope to be talking to you, but that's all for now. And speaking for George as well as myself, Hal Totten bids you good afternoon from Comiskey Park, and we return to the studio. Bye now.
Speaking to you from the studio, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a summary of the other baseball games that have been played this afternoon. First in the National League, in New York, the Chicago Cubs. Snappier roadwork. It has the stamina, the quick getaway, the reserve of extra power and speed for the open stretches that make sluggish cars look like part of the scenery. Texaco Fire Chief is emergency-type gasoline. That means Fire Chief meets rigid federal specifications for emergency use. It's fast-firing, crowded with action. Fill up with a tank full of Fire Chief, then try out your car. You'll find that in response to the same pressure on the accelerator to which you're accustomed, your car will step out faster, and that you'll get more enjoyable miles from each gallon. Reason enough why more tourists buy Texaco Fire Chief gasoline than any other single brand. Remember, when you get a filling of Fire Chief at the Texaco station near you, you'll be getting more for your money. So drive with Texaco and save. Your neighborhood Texaco service station has brought you this broadcast direct from Comiskey Park by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local team. Fred Fowler, speaking for the Texas Company, invites you to tune in tomorrow afternoon at 2:45 for another baseball broadcast with Hal Totten at the microphone. And now out to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten, who's going to give us some inside information on today's game right from the playing field. Take it away, Hal Totten.
Good afternoon from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, where the White Sox and Philadelphia Athletics are about to play the 3rd game of this present 4-game series. Usually at this time, we greet you from the playing field with an interview with one of the ball players or some other sports celebrity. But today I'm going to change things a little, and for a very serious reason. Over the weekend here in Chicago, we had a very turbulent and hectic baseball series, as all of us must remember. It was sad on Saturday, but it reached a climax on Sunday when umpire Bill Summers was felled by a bottle thrown by a thoughtless, criminally careless spectator. Many people might think it a good idea to let all this drop. Not to forget it, remember, but to stop talking about something many days old. That would be all right, maybe, except that some others insist on keeping the matter alive and on trying to pin it on everyone from the radio announcer to the poor jet who gets his penny or so commission for selling soft drinks in the ballpark. One of Chicago's morning papers yesterday printed an interview with Mr. William Harris, president of the American League.
Now, I consider Will Harris one of my best friends in baseball and a credit to the game in every way. I look upon him as one of the ablest of executives, and I've always tried at every turn to cooperate with him and aid him whenever possible in anything he wished. But this morning paper story contained a quotation from the league president that I believe must be answered. It makes a very serious charge and one that I do not believe is deserved. I've attempted all day to contact Mr. Harris to find if he was quoted correctly. I've been successful, but I hope he wasn't quoted correctly. The portion of the quotation to which I refer is this, quoting, Sunday's demonstration was the worst that ever occurred in the league, but it was entirely due to a few leading roughhouse fans who I believe are not typical Sox rooters. They were antagonistic to the umpires from the very start, and I believe much of the blame rests with the radio announcers. A couple of the radio announcers went way offline in rapping the umpires Saturday and apparently aroused the fans to such a pitch that they were just waiting for some excuse to get on the umpires Sunday. The newspapers were not to blame because all the articles I saw were very fair. Then the quotation goes on to say this. The psychological setup, of course, was perfect for such a thing to happen. Here the Sox turned in such a brilliant record on the road and then ran into trouble when they came home. Since the Sox weren't winning, the umpires became the GOAT. Now I ask you, how about that? In the first place, the placing of the blame on the radio announcers is so obviously unfair and untrue that the issue must be taken with it. I'm sure we're deeply flattered by the insinuation that we control the feelings of you fans to such an extent. But even this might have been okay if that further crack about the newspapers hadn't been made. As we all know by now, the baseball writers are eager to have the broadcasting of their ball games abolished. Some believe it hurts circulation, others just want us out. They don't seem to stop to consider the thousands of shut-ins, invalids, sick people, and others we serve each day. They try to advance their cause by insisting that broadcasting hurts attendance at the games, and yet the Sox had over 50,000 people there Sunday and turned away 20,000 more, and the Cubs didn't do so badly with a couple of field crowds on big days so far this year, so we know we don't hurt attendance, we help it. But the charge that radio announcers brought on the conflagration Sunday plays right into the baseball writers' hands and gives them something to shout about. So to play further into their hands, the league executive is quoted, I hope incorrectly, as saying that all the articles were fair. I wonder, let's look at the stories in the Sunday papers about what happened Saturday. One writer refers to the ousting of Dyke's school and Shea several times in his story. In his lead, this writer, among other things, said, quoting, in a battle that reduced 15,000 adherents to heat wrath on the head of Charles Johnston, who was doing the best he could with the job of plate umpiring, end quote. Of course, I may be wrong, but could there be a note of sarcasm in that? In the next paragraph, I find this, quoting, Sewell made harmless gestures while walking out to confer with Lyon. Dyke strolled into the plate to talk. In about a half a minute, both had vanished by a request. And here's another sentence. And the task also was the cause of a police squad fearing to escort the annoying Johnston to cover at the end of the struggle. End quote again. Further along in the detailed account of the incident, this same writer reported as follows, quoting, without even dignifying the man in blue with an icy stare, Sewell walked out to appease Lyons, meanwhile raising his hands in the air. Johnston made gestures indicating he wanted Sewell to leave the party. Dykes trotted in to find out what Sewell had done to warrant expulsion. Being the manager, Dykes thought he was entitled to information, but all he heard from the arrogant gentleman in blue was, ask the American League office, end quote. The quotation in yesterday's story said that all the articles Mr. Harris had seen were very unfair. Maybe if the quotation was correct, he didn't see that one, because nothing I said was less fair than the above, and I believe I was probably the most, well, at least among the most outspoken of the announcers, although I may be wrong in that. Incidentally, the other two Sunday writers reported the incident respectively as follows. One said, quoting, however, the defeat was spiced up by some violent protest by Messrs. Luke Sewell and skipper Jimmy Dyke to the Sox. The other one also referred to violent gestures, and both men mentioned to saving of the umpire from violence by the police squad. Now, most baseball fans can read. Being able to read, they don't need radio announcers to point out the violence of what happened, who it involved. Anytime a newspaper mentions a police squad and so forth in connection with an umpire, that umpire is trying to get us next day from the fans, radio or no. Some of the worst pop bottle episodes in the history of the game came either before the days of radio or without radio's aid. Sunday's incident was hardly the worst that ever occurred in the league. And those other two stories, I hardly think they can be pointed out as exceptional jobs of reporting. Everyone in the park knows that the ejection of Sewell and Dykes came with neither man making a demonstration of any sort until after they'd been ordered from the game. I do know that my account was accurate at least. Summing it up, as I said at the beginning of this comment, I bring it up again only because a serious charge has been placed unfairly at our door. To let it stand without comment would be a cowardly thing. So I've given you the charges, the newspaper angle, and now I'll report briefly what I said. As I saw Umpire Johnson motion Sewell out of the game for making a harmless gesture of hopeless despair, and when I saw him immediately point Dykes to the bench as he walked slowly and quietly toward him without making so much as a gesture, I declared that if the umpire really had ejected these two important men in such vital series for so trivial a reason, he didn't rate as a major league umpire. That was meant as a reflection on no one else but the umpire, which I believe is obvious. We're told to report the game as we see it. Perhaps there's an intimation that we make no personal comments, yet similar to those that I uttered, made by the writers and are called fake. I leave it to you, fans. As I leave it as a radio announcer, I deny responsibility for Sunday's episode in any greater degree than anyone else. If we were responsible to any extent, I'm deeply sorry. And as to my opinion of anyone throwing missiles onto a ball field, anyone who heard me Sunday knows my sentiments, which are not complimentary and not at all mild. Perhaps those comments are uncalled for at the present time, but I don't think so. The field announcer is announcing the lineups, and Uncle George in there is writing them down as he does it, so that we'll have the thing all ready for us in just a moment when he finishes. The thing has been finished, and I think George will be out here in just a minute with that thing. You ready, Georgie? You missed part of it? Well, I'm ashamed of you, George. Why did you miss part of it? What part did you miss? Part of the Philadelphia lineup or part of the White Sox lineup? Philadelphia, huh? Well, no. You mean he starts with Finney? No, Finney's back before the pitcher. Oh, Finney is? Oh, you mean Newsom is batting before the pitcher? Yeah, Newsom's batting before the pitcher. Yeah, Finney, Moses, Dean, Puccinelli, Johnson, Higgins, Hayes, Newsom, and Fink, huh? Well, we didn't miss anything. Too bad. White Sox lineup, I think, is the same lineup. Pyatt is in there, and Cleavage is in there, and Sewell and Kane. Well, that's all right. I don't know how this wind is going to take care of this scorecard here, but we'll try our best. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we can give you those lineups. For Philadelphia, Finney first. No, Finney is in left. Moses center. Dean first. Puccinelli right. Johnson second. Higgins third. Frank Hayes catching. Newsom short. And Fink, F-I-N-K, the pitcher. For the White Sox, Radcliffe left. Rosenthal center. Cleavage right. Vanura first. Appling short. Minter Hayes second. Pyatt third. Sewell catching. And Kane pitching. And the umpires will be Quinn behind the plate and McGowan on the bases. Now I imagine the umpires will be out here. In fact, I see them coming along out here right now, which means the ball game will be underway very shortly. And so in order that we get our little chores, including the scores, taken care of downtown, why, we'll do a little return to the studio.
Because the chassis parts of your car are out of sight, all too often they're out of mind. But if you could look under your car as you drive along and see the mile after mile pounding these vital parts receive, you'd give these vital chassis parts the best lubrication you can get. So drive into the nearest Texaco station and ask for a Marvac job. Marvac is the scientifically applied Texaco chassis lubricant that lasts twice as long as old-fashioned grease. It's used by the largest bus companies and airlines in the country because it lubricates better and for a longer time. Marvac is a tough lubricant with a strong lubricating film that won't break down under the hammering impacts of hard, fast driving. It guards your car against chassis repairs and the loosening up that quickly depreciates appreciates its value. An R-Fac adds to your riding enjoyment. Don't drive a noisy, expensive-to-operate car. Tomorrow, it's your Texaco dealer for a Marfac job. You'll drive out a quieter, easier-handling car. A car that you'll find safer and more economical to run. And now, while we're waiting for the baseball game to start, we'll give you the schedule of the other games to be played in both leagues this afternoon. In the National League, in New York, the Cubs are playing the Giants this afternoon, and the game is already in the first half of the third inning. At the end of the first half of the third, the Giants lead the Cubs 1-0. Lee and Hartnett are working for the Cubs, Gabler and Mancuso for the Giants. The doubleheader baseball game in Philadelphia between the Phils and the Cincinnati Reds have been postponed. Both games are postponed because of wet ground. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals play a doubleheader ball game against the Dodgers. At the end of the first half of the seventh inning, the Dodgers are leading the Cardinals by a score of 13-4. Marvelly and Davis working for the Cards. Longo and Berries starting for the Dodgers with Baker pitching in the seventh. The first game of the Twinville in Boston between the Bees and the Pirates was taken by the Bees 4-1. Swift and Patton worked for the Pirates with Welch pitching in the eighth. McFadden and Lopez, the battery for the Bees all the way. The Bees won the first game 4-1. In the second game, the batteries for the Pirates, Weaver and Patton. For the Bees, Smith and Mueller. Now over to the American League. In St. Louis, the Browns take on the Boston Red Sox this afternoon. The game starting at 4 o'clock. In Detroit, the Tigers play another game with the New York Yankees. The warm-up pitchers for the Yankees, Rupping. For the Tigers, Sullivan. In Cleveland, the Indians play a doubleheader ball game with the Washington Senators. At the end of the first half of the fourth inning, the Indians are leading the Senators 8-5. Cohen and Millie started for the Senators with Appleton pitching in the third, and the Indians starting Lee and Pitlack with Hildebrand taking over the mound duties in the third. And now for a look at the standing of the clubs in both leagues. In the National League, the Chicago Cubs are still in first place. They've played 91 games, of which they've won 57 and lost 34. Second place, St. Louis Cardinals, 2.5 games behind. Third place, New York Giants, whom the Cubs are playing today in New York. They're in third place, 8 games behind. Fourth place, Pittsburgh Pirates, 10 full games behind. Fifth, Cincinnati Reds, 12 games behind. Sixth, Boston Bees, 14 games behind. And in seventh, Philadelphia Phillies, 21.5 games behind. And in eighth place, the Brooklyn Dodgers, 24 games behind. In the American League, the New York Yankees are in first place. They've played 96 games, of which they've won 63, lost 33. Second, Cleveland Indians, 9 games behind. Third, Boston Red Sox, 10.5 games behind. Fourth, Detroit Tigers, 12.5 games behind. And the Chicago White Sox are in fifth place, 13 games behind the New York Yankees. And now I see that Hal Totten is ready, and we'll go back to Comiskey Park to the baseball game brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal Totten.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, from the ballpark. And the Athletics' first hitter, Finney, is already up there at the plate waiting to hit. The only trouble is that there's no White Sox on the field. Really got there. They come out of the dugout. And on their way out, Krivich started out, and Luke Appling grabbed him by the neck and pivoted around him to run out to his position. And the Sox boys trot out on the field with Sugar Kane walking out to finish his warm-up on the mound with Luke Sewell. Kane has been absolute murder to this Philadelphia club ever since he left them. With St. Louis, he beat them continually, and he's done it with White Sox, except that the other day when they were hitting everything everybody threw anyway, he couldn't stop them after Mr. Evans started getting his ticket to Kansas City. That ticket was well punched. Did I tell you what Red I met him as I went downstairs after the game. He was already on his way up the office to get his transportation. He took it good-naturedly. He knows he'll be back. He looked up at me and he says, "Hey, Al," and I said, "Well, hello, Red." He says, "Boom, boom, boom." Boy, boom, boom. All he heard was base hits, and he knew that's all he heard. Well, we're almost ready to go now. The Sox infield starts to talk it up. As he finishes his warm-up, the ball goes out to second. Have a nice, cute little arrangement this afternoon. I don't know whether the
official scorer is still going to refuse to pass the word along to the radio announcer, so the radio announcer's had an election, and I'm elected the radio official scorer. How do you like that? Well, I don't have to score anything on that one because Finney, as he did 2 days ago, started on the first pitch and drove it hard out into left center for a base hit, just in a good spot right between the outfielders that lets him get to second base. That's the third day in a row in which Finney has gone after the first pitch, and the second of those 3 times that he's driven it out for a base hit. A double to left center by Finney, putting him on second base. Nobody out in the first inning to be outfitted. And Moses. Well, Wally Moses is up there at the plate. Another left-handed hitter and a dangerous one, very fast man. And the A's center fielder, Kane, looks around rather surprisingly at the runner on second base. Now gets ready to pitch, throws, and Moses bunts the ball perfectly, but it rolls foul to the left of the plate. Started out like a perfect bunt, rolling along toward third base just far enough so that he had a very good chance of even beating it out, although they were playing for a bunt, because he's very, very fast. But the ball rolled foul, and it's strike one on Moses. 1 strike to count. And Kane out there gets his sign again. He's ready to pitch, looks back to second, and throws. And the hitter acted as though he wanted to bunt again, but the pitch was high and wide. He let it go by for ball 1. The count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. 1-1 the count. Kane throws again, and ball 2 misses the outside corner down around the knees, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Stretches, look back at second base, throws again, and the hitter gets the 3rd ball. It also misses the outside corner down around the knees, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Moses. 3-1 the count. Is the count. She throws again, and the hitter takes ball 4. It's inside and low, and he gets a base on ball. And now the A's are starting out as they did the day before yesterday by acting very, very dangerous out here. Kane walks slowly in toward the plate, talking to umpire Quinn. I don't think he's talking a little bit, but I don't think he's really objecting to those decisions because every pitch there looked like a bad ball. And so the A's have runners on first and second with nobody out. And Chubb Dean, the first baseman, a dangerous hitter, left-handed hitter, is up there at the plate. Dean finally seemed to get settled there in the mound. They certainly expect a bunt this time. And Dean reaches out and bunts the ball perfectly. Pyatt comes in, gets it, throws to first base. And Venura, racing back, shifts across the back and takes the throw. Perfect sacrifice by Dean, the play going from Pyatt to Venura for the first out in the first inning, moving Finney to third base and Moses to second. So the A's have runners on second and third with 1 out of the first inning, and George Puccinelli, Big Pooch, husky right-handed hitter, is up there at the plate. Pitch starts his wind-up, throws, and the hitter takes it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready again, throws, and it's ball 2. Well, Shug's having trouble getting that ball over the plate today. That makes it 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Puccinelli. 2-0. And there's the 3rd ball. It missed the inside corner across the waist to make it 3 balls and no strikes. How do you like that whistle, George? Isn't that cute? Fans might wonder what that whistle is. Well, that's the wind blowing through the slats, these boards in the rear of the grandstand. As it sings all sorts of keys. There's the 4th ball, high and wide. Pooch gets a base on balls, and the A's have the bases full with only 1 man out of the first inning, and Bob Johnson, the second baseman, is at bat. Johnson up there at the plate, tosses 1 bat aside, another right-handed hitter and a dangerous one. Winds up, pitch the first one to him, throws, and the hitter takes it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. ready out there again. Winds up, pitches, and it's a strike. Finally got one in there. A strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. King winds up again. Throws, and Johnson swings it a high fly to right field. Krivich is waiting back there under it. Follows it over as the wind carries it toward the foul line, makes the catch, and starts the ball toward the plate. Ventura cuts it off, throws to second, and the runner is out sliding in there, but the run from third base had already scored. Run from third base had already scored. It goes as a double play from Krivich to Ventura to Appling. Krivich to Venura to Appling. Ending the inning, but not until Finney had already scored on Johnson's fly to Krivich. So it's 1 run in the first inning for the A's. One run, 1 hit, and 1 man left on base. Score is 1-0 in favor of the Athletics. The White Sox comes out in the last half of the first inning. Rip Radcliffe, as usual, the first man at bat. Radcliffe, the first man up there. And they're waiting, talking to umpire Quinn. Got 3 umpires out here today. I saw one in 2 at the beginning. See how they're lined up. Different lineup. There's 2 and 3 show on the board. McGowan and Quinn. McGowan is behind the plate. Quinn on first. Hubbard. Hubbard rejoined him. Swell. And McGowan working behind the plate for the... he should be behind the plate. I had these umpires mixed up for no reason at all. McGowan was on the bases yesterday. McGowan behind the plate. Quinn on first and Hubbard on third. Incidentally, it's very easy to mix up McGowan and Quinn because they look a great deal alike. And McGowan gets a big kick out of the fact that John Quinn is now just almost duplicating every move that Bill makes. Quinn is, as I said the other day, a fellow who has improved as an umpire more than almost any man ever did in 1 year. Of course, umpires, like ball players, have their bad year, and the first year is always a little bit shaky. If they have the right attitude, work hard, they come through that year and then become a better umpire. And that's what Quinn certainly did. He's quite an umpire now, good, steady man, and he's worked hard at it. Well, we're ready to go in the last half of the first inning. Radcliffe at bat. Pitcher winds up with a double windmill wind-up, and rip swings, hit the first one into left field, but it's right straight out to Finney, who makes the catch easily for the first out. 1 out of the first inning for the White Sox, and Rosenthal is at bat. Hubbard happens to be one first-year man that has shown no signs of being very much of a weakling out there. He's been very, very good. Throws the first one, and Rosenthal gets a good strike over the inside corner down around the knees. 1 strike on Larry. And the pitcher winds up again, throws, and it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1, making the count 1 ball and 1 strike on Rosenthal. Hitting for the White Sox with 1 out in the first inning. Pitcher throws, Larry swings it, an easy bounder down to Johnson, who fumbles it, recovers it, throws to first, and the runner is safe. And it's an error by Johnson. Error by Johnson. It's Rosenthal on first base with 1 out in the first inning. And Mike Krivich, the right fielder, is at bat. Krivich up there at the plate. Right-handed hitter, stocky little chap. So looks at first base, then throws, and Mike takes a wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. seats, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ready once more, throws, and Mike swings in an easy bounder down to the pitcher who gets it, fumbles it, picks it up, goes to first, and the runner is out for the second out of the inning. Rosenthal going to second base. It makes it 2 out in the first inning for the White Sox. 2 out, and the man on second base with Zeke Venora up there at the plate. Venora at bat. Right-handed hitter, husky fellow, and a dangerous one. Stands there waiting to speak, is getting a sign from Hayes. And there's a ball inside and low, making it 1 ball call. 1 ball on Venura. Call, and the pitch is ready out there again. He throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the chest for ball 2. That makes it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Venura. 2-0 to count. Again, the pitch is ready. Takes a look back at second, throws, and Zeke swings in a slow ball high out into left field for a long, lazy fly. Then he has it, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hit, 1 error, and 1 man left on base in the last half of the first inning. And the score at the end of the first inning of this game between the White Sox and Philadelphia Athletics is 1-0 in favor of the Athletics at the end of the first inning. Before starting on a long drive, be sure to have the crankcase of your car drained and refilled with a proper grade of new Texaco motor oil. There is an oil that is known from coast to coast. You can get it everywhere, and wherever you get it, it's always of the same high quality. The difference it makes in the operation of your car is amazing. Try new Texaco motor oil. Try it today if you haven't tried it before, and it'll be well worth the try. You'll gain by it in many, many ways. Happened to run into Joe Barry, the secretary of the White Sox downstairs for the game, and he tells me that Will Corrigan of Lawler, Iowa, a personal friend of his, is here enjoying the ball game as his guest today. The first pitch is a strike. There comes the next pitch for strike 2, and there's 2 strikes on Piggy Higgin. He swings the next to hit a ball on the ground back into the left of the plate, and it's still 2 strikes on Piggy Higgins, the Athletics third baseman. Back to start the second inning. He stands out there massaging that ball pretty carefully. Finally swings around, steps on the slab, starts his wind-up, and throws, and the hitter swings. It's hit a high fly out into short left center. Rosenthal's jogging in easily, and Appling circles out there to make the catch. So Rosenthal and Radcliffe are jogging in, but Appling was out there to make the catch easily, and it's 1 out in the second inning. The wind today is very, very strong, as you can tell by that whistle that you hear of the wind blowing through the boards in the back of the second deck here, and it's blowing from the north, slightly northeast, blowing right back toward the plate. 1 out in the second inning for the Athletics, and Frankie Hayes, the A's catcher. Hey, they're playing the scale now. Hayes up there at the plate. It's 1 out of the second inning. Starts to wind up pitches, and Frank takes a curveball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher again is winding up. He throws, and Frank takes a wide one across the knees for ball 2. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Frank Hayes. Got the ball over well for Higgins, but he's having a little trouble getting it over for Frank. Which is ready again, throws. The hitter swings in a bounder out into left field for a base hit. It went out between Platt and Appling. Pretty well hit, and it's a base hit. Putting Hayes on first base, 1 out of the second inning. And Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the Hayes shortstop, is up there at the plate. Newsom at bat. Takes a look over there first. Looks at the plate. Gets his sign. Pitches. Newsom runs up on the ball. Tried to punch it to right, but he fouled it over against the stand to the right of the plate. And it's 1 strike on Newsom. 1 strike to count. Stands there beside that new ball with his bare hands, get that shine off, get it so he can hold it and control it. First and pitches, and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball 1. Count is 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. 1-1 to count. And there's ball 2, a high fastball outside, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Lamar Newsom, known as Whitey. The A's shortstop. That was 1 out of the second inning. And Hayes on first base. Throws again, and Newsom hits 1 out into left center, a little looping fly, and it drops in there for a little Texaco leaguer. That's it, gets the ball fast, throws it to second base. The Athletics have runners on first and second with 1 out in the second inning. And Herman Fink, the Athletic pitcher, is up there at the plate. He's a right-handed pitcher, and I also notice now he bats right-handed. Walks slowly up there, stops to rub dust over his hands, and then steps up to the plate. And there's the first pitch. It's inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball call. Out there again. Pitcher looks back at second. Pitcher, the hitter hits a line drive out to Jackie Hayes, who turns and throws to Benura at first base. It's another double play. The ball was very well hit. Hayes leaped far to his left, grabbed it on the line, and then with both runners having been on the go, as soon as the hitter swung, apparently it was a hit and run play on it. Fink must be a better hitter than a lot of pitchers. Neither runner had a chance to get back to his base, and it was easy for Hayes to throw to Benura at first, doubling Newsom for the third out. So it's no runs, 2 hits. 1 man left on base the first half of the second inning. And the score remains 1-0 in favor of the Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th of the second in this ball game over fast. And Luke Appling will be the first man at bat. Fink is already there warming up, and Appling stands at the plate watching. Boy, what an ideal day for just being out in the air and getting a lot of sunshine this is. Moss, the reserve catcher, is down there warming up the pitcher, but now the other pitcher comes walking out of the dugout, is almost up to the plate. Moss going to take another warm-up throw. Finally throws the ball out to second base, where the second baseman and shortstop are standing alongside the bag. Johnson gets it, juggles it, but flips it backhanded to Newsom. He returns it to the pitcher, and now the Keystone men back to their positions, backing up and talking to each other as they go, as Fink takes his place on the mound, and Luke Appling steps up to bat. Appling at bat, start the second inning. The score 1-0 in favor of the Athletics. Goes through a double or triple windup, I don't know which, so Luke swings, hits a long high fly to left field, but it looks easy for Finney. He's jogging over toward the foul line and makes the catch easily for the first out of the second inning. 1 out of the second inning for the White Sox, and Jackie Hayes, the White Sox second baseman, is at bat. Up and throws, and Jackie swings, hit a ball out into center field. Looks like an easy fly. Center fielder jogging in under it and makes the catch without any trouble for the second out. just letting the boys hit that ball into the air, and with the wind holding it up the way it is, almost always somebody can get under it. It makes it 2 out of the second inning for the Sox, and Tony Pyatt, White Sox third baseman, while Jimmy Dykes is taking this little rest down there, is up there at the plate. Pyatt at bat. She winds up, throws, and it's a fast one that misses the inside corner about waist high for ball 1. 1 ball called. He looks around the boys in the field and gets ready again. Time. Starts his wind up. Pitches and the hitter takes a strike over the outside corner letter high, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Throws again, and there's ball 2 wide and low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Throwing a lot of slow stuff at Tony, trying to make him go after that change of pace. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Pyatt. Fink winding up again. Pitches, and the hitter swings and misses a slow curve that time for strike 2. Looked very funny going around on that one because he went around with almost no swing at all. He just so completely missed the ball. He was trying to stop up, but too late. So it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fink throws again, and Pyatt leans back to get the 3rd ball inside. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Tony Pyatt. 3-2 is the count. There comes the 4th ball. It's over the plate, but too low, and Pyatt gets a base on ball. So Luke Sewell, who was standing down there waiting, takes off the shin guard, which he was still wearing, and walks up to the plate. Roger Hayes walks out into the infield to talk to Fink, turns around, starts back behind the plate. Steps off the slab, takes a look around at the boys, then gets ready to pitch again, takes another look around, and Luke steps back out of the box. He's back up at the plate again. He's out there looking around, finally is set. Ready to pitch, pitches, and the catcher calls for a pitch out, leaps out and grabs the ball because Pyatt had made a break as though to go to second, but he fades back to first, and the pitch is wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. The runner's really on to go now. The hitter takes a high one wide, and Pyatt slides in safely, getting past the shortstop who had to go over to the first base side of second to make the catch. So Pyatt has a stolen base, and it puts him on second base with 2 out in the second inning. And Luke Sewell still at bat. The count now of 2 balls and no strikes. 1-0 on Sewell. Billy Webb talking it up down there plenty, trying to get the boys to get things moving. Fink pitches, and Luke fouls this one onto the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate for strike 1. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike on Sewell. 1-1 the count. Looks back at second base and throws again, and Sewell swings. The pop fly coming down, foul out near first base. The catcher follows over there and makes the catch almost down to the visiting dugout for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, no hits, 1 man left on base in the second inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the second inning, the Athletics still lead the White Sox by a score of 1-0. May we remind you again that the offer is still open of the 1936 Mexico scorebook. People that haven't obtained it or have obtained one and have it practically filled, better get your request card in for another one. This attractive book contains not only the complete layout of pictures of the White Sox and the Cubs, their rosters and league schedules, but a complete scoring system, the same one we've used in the press box for many, many years, with illustrations and explanations of how to work it, examples of it, and the official scoring blanks, the same as we've also used up here for many, many years, in fact, since the start of the game, practically. for 17 full games. If you got this book, all you have to do is stop in at any Texaco station, fill it in with your name and address, put a 1-cent stamp on it, and mail it, and that scorebook will be sent to you. We're ready to go now in the third inning with Lou Finney, the Philadelphia left fielder, leadoff man at bat. They call time for a moment while Jackie Hayes goes over at first with Luke Appling's assistant, and now Lone is fastening that second base down a little tighter, seem to be getting a little loose. Now the boys are back in position, and Finney, who opened the game with a double on the first pitch and eventually scored the lone run so far, is up there taking the first pitch for a strike over the outside corner about knee-high. 1 strike is the count. Winds up again, throws, and the hitter swings, hit a high fly out into left center. Rosenthal's waiting for it out there, makes the catch, and it's 1 out of the third inning. 1 out of the third inning for the Athletics, and Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder, is at bat. Moses is up there. Pitcher starts to wind up, pitch the first one to Wally, throws, and the hitter swings, hit a bounder back past the pitcher. Appling comes over, grabs it on a hard try, and fumbles it, but the runner is safe. And I think, what do you think on that, George? Well, we'll give him a base hit on it. Give him a base hit because he had to go over fast, near second base to get it, and then fumbled it on a tough try out there. He was a hard one because he had to go a long ways to get it, and reaching on the dead run for a ball taking a bad hop. It got away from him and goes as a scratch hit, says the radio official scorer today. Hitter hits the next one for a high foul going into the stands back and drives to the plate. Goes up on the roof of the stands above third base, and it's strike 1. 1 strike on Dean. Moses on first base with 1 out of the third inning for the Athletics. And the pitcher waits there again. Kane has his time. He pitches and Dean swings and misses for strike 2. Swung well around on that ball. Umpire McGowan, in that very careful way he has of studying plays, thought a second, take a look at where that bat was, and then called it a strike, or waved it a strike. He may have called it before that, but he got out where he could see how far he swung. And now the hitter hits the next one into left field for a base hit. Ball went out there fast on the ground between Hyatt and Appling for a base hit into left field by Dean, moving Moses to second base. And the Athletics have runners on first and second again with 1 out in the third inning. And Puccinelli, George Puccinelli, the right fielder, is up there at the plate. Hits the first one right back at the pitcher who throws it clear into center field. And the runner from second is round at third and is coming home. The ball is coming in at the plate, but he scores and Sue cuts the throw off, and they get the runner. No, they missed him going into second base. He got in there safely. Error on the throw. Error on the throw. Back at second base by Kane. He should have had the third double play in 3 innings there. If he made any kind of a throw, but he threw the ball behind Appling as he was dashing over to the base instead of in front of him, and it went clear into center field for very bad error on what should have been an easy double play to end the inning, and as a result another run scores, and the runners are on second and third. Now Kane winds up, throws the first one at Johnson, who takes it inside and low for ball 1. And it's a high one inside. Give him a base hit because he had to go over fast near second base to get it, and then fumbled it on a tough try out there. He was a hard one because he had to go a long ways to get it, and reaching on the dead run for a ball taking a bad hop. It got away from him and goes as a scratch hit, says the radio official scorer today. Hitter hits the next one for a high foul going into the stands back and drives to the plate. Goes up on the roof of the stands above third base, and it's strike 1. 1 strike on Dean. Moses on first base with 1 out in the third inning for the Athletics. And the pitcher waits there again. Kane has his sign. He pitches and Dean swings and misses for strike 2. Swung well around on that ball. Umpire McGowan, in that very careful way he has of studying plays, thought a second, took a look at where that bat was, and then called it a strike, or waved it a strike. He may have called it before that, but he got out where he could see how far he swung. And now the hitter hits the next one into left field for a base hit. Ball went out there fast on the ground between Hyatt and Epling for a base hit into left field by Dean, moving Moses to second base. And the Athletics have runners on first and second again with 1 out in the third inning. And Puccinelli, George Puccinelli, the right fielder, is up there at the plate. Hit the first one right back at the pitcher, who throws it clear into center field, and the runner from second is round at third and is coming home. The ball is coming in there at the plate, but he scores, and Sewell cuts the throw off, and they get the runner out. No, they missed him going into second base. He got in there safely. Error on the throw. Error on the throw. Back at second base by Kane. He should have had the third double play in 3 innings there. If he made any kind of a throw, but he threw the ball behind Epling as he was dashing over the base instead of in front of him, and it went clear into center field for very bad error on what should have been an easy double play to end the inning, and as a result another run scores, and the runners are on second and third. Kane winds up, throws the first one at Johnson, who takes it inside and low for ball 1. She winds up again, pitches, and it's a high one inside for the second ball, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Johnson. Waiting out there again from sign, starts to wind up. Pitches, and Johnson got the third ball inside. He doesn't seem to want to take a chance on him. He'd rather fill that base out there for this man, give him anything good to hit at. While he won't walk him on purpose, he'd rather do that. There's the next one, the fourth one. They really do throw wide on purpose. And it gives Johnson a base on balls, which fills the bases for the Athletics in the third inning. 1 out, 1 run home. Hayes now leading the White Sox by a score of 2-0. And Higgins, Pinky Higgins, the Athletics third baseman, is at bat. Another right-handed hitter and a dangerous one. Hits the first one and bounded down to Plant, who grabs it, runs over and starts to, and throws the ball clear over against the stand after finally making up his mind of what to do. 1 run scores, the other runner 2 runs score, and the other runners get the second and third. Plant got that ball, started to run over to get it, and I would call 2 errors on that. An error on the fumble, which let the man get to first. Let's see, would that be right? Yeah, an error on the fumble and then an error on the throw. 2 errors, fumbling error and a throwing error, both on Plant, which scores 2 runs and leaves runners on second and third. It's only 1 out in the third inning, and Frank Hayes at bat. Winds up, throws the first one, and the hitter swings, hit a high fly into center field. Center fielder Rosenthal's waiting back there for it. He's under it, he has it, and the runner from third is going home easily after the catch with the 4th run of the inning. Hyatt was very peculiar on that play. He got the ball and seemed undecided what play to make. He started to run over to third base to get the man there, and then the man ran right in front of him. He started to tag him, then finally made up his mind to throw to first, and the runner was already at first, and the throw went clear over Venura's head, and that runner got to second base, and 2 runs scored on it. And the hitter at bat now, Newsom, swings hard at the first pitch and misses it for strike 1. Back at second again, pitches, and the hitter swings in another fly into center field. Rosenthal starts in, backs up, and then does come in and make the catch easily for the third out. And one of the wooziest innings of the year, or half innings of the year, is over with in a great big hurry. 4 runs, 2 hits, 3 errors, and 1 man left on base in the first half of the third inning. And the score is 5-0 in favor of the Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the third, with Keane, the pitcher, due to be the first hitter. He's walking slowly up there toward the plate. Rather disgruntled young man. He himself had the chance to get out of that inning without a run scoring when he had a chance to make a double play there on Dean going to second, but he threw the ball into center field to let the first run of the inning score. And after that, 3 more runs scored, and all 4 of them were definitely due to errors. And for that reason, there were 4 unearned runs that inning, which gives the Athletics a 5-0 lead. Now the Sox better get going if they're going to get back in this ball game, but they're a hustling group. Can't tell what's liable to happen. They haven't made a hit yet. They've had 2 men on base, 1 on an error, 1 on a base on balls. And here is Kane at bat to start the last half of the third inning. And he takes the first one wide across the waist for ball 1. Are you going to get buttered all over a little business, George? 1 ball called. Pitcher again winds up, throws, and it's ball 2. It's over the plate but too low, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Kane. Boy, you should see me try to talk with popcorn in my mouth. Here comes ball 3 wide across the knees, and it's 3 balls and no strikes on Kane. 3-0 the count. Walks back on the slab again. He's winding up. Throws and the hitter takes ball 4. It's over the plate but too low. And Kane opens the inning with a base on balls. Well, when a pitcher walks the other pitcher to open an inning, why, you can't tell what's going to happen. Sometimes that pressure gives all sorts of excitement. Call time for a moment while the bat boy takes Kane's leather jacket down frame. He pulls it on. It's brisk breeze. It's got the coolness of the lake with it and could very easily tighten up a pitcher's arm out there in it. Now the pitcher is ready again, and he's got a pitch to Rhett. And the Ripper takes the first pitch inside across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Time is called. There's a balk. The pitcher balked out there. He started to wind up and then stopped and then started his pitching motion again without stepping off the rubber. And umpire McGowan called it instantly, even before the 2 White Sox coaches started to call it. And so Fink is charged with a balk. If that isn't shown in your, I think it is shown in the scoring system, a little BK, capital B, small K in the scorebook. First pitch to next pitch to Radcliffe, rather, is outside and low for ball 2, making it 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Boy, that wind blows the noise of that train over here like it was right across the street. It's 3 blocks away. Over east of the park. 2-0, and there is a wide one. No, catch to the outside corner, a little above the knees for strike 1, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Radcliffe. 2-1 the count. Ripper swings the next to drive it out into center field for a good base hit. And the ball goes clear through the center field. It's going clear to the wall. Radcliffe's around first base, around second base, pulling up at third base. And he starts for the plate. The ball is coming in. But Radcliffe scores easily to give the Sox 2 runs. It's a single and an error, not a home run, naturally. And little old Ripper was really going that time. Goes as a single for Radcliffe, center field, and then he scored all the way, went all the way around to score. Uh-oh. call here. I don't know whether Larry had something happen to him or hurt himself or what, but Haas is up there in his place, and he takes the first pitch for a strike over the outside corner about waist high. One strike on Haas. And there's strike two. It's over the outside corner about knee high to make it two strikes. Two strikes to count. Swings the next one to drive it out into left field for a good base hit. A single to left field by Hart. And first pitch to miss side for strike one. One to count. Ready out there again. Takes a look at first base, then pitches, and Mike takes a slow one inside across the chest for ball one, making it 1 ball and 1 strike on Krevich. 1-1 to count. Throws again, and Mike gets a ball. It's over the plate, but a little bit too low, and it makes it 2 balls and 1 strike on Krevich. 2-1. Pitcher suddenly started to throw the ball into the plate. He thought the umpire was calling for it, but he was merely calling time because Krevich had stepped partway out of the batter's box. But he's up there again, and so Fink is ready to pitch, throws. Mike swings, hit a ground ball to the shortstop who gets it, throws to second. Johnson throws to first, and it's a double play, which makes the first 2 outs of the inning and wipes the players off the bases. The double play going Newsom to Johnson to Dean. The Athletics suddenly had started to warm somebody up in the bullpen, but now he goes back and sits down again because it looks as though the danger's over. He wasn't going to leave him in there as long as Mr. Doyle was yesterday. Now Fink pitches to Benura, who takes a strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Benura. Winding up again, throws, and it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. The hitter swings the next one, hit a long drive away out to deep left center, and Moses waits back there, makes the catch for the 3rd out, and it ends the 3rd inning with 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and nobody left on base for the White Sox, and the score is 5-2 in favor of the Athletics at the end of the 3rd inning. And now, for scores, 3 batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
The National League. In New York, the Giants lead the Cubs at the end of the first half of the 7th inning, 4-0. Leon Hartnett, the opening battery for the Cubs, with Bryant pitching in the 5th. Gabler and Mancuso going the entire route for the Giants so far. In Brooklyn, the first game of the doubleheader between the Dodgers and the St. Louis Cardinals was won by the Dodgers, and they had a score of 22-7. Parmalee and Davis worked for the losing Cards. The Dodgers starting Mungo and Berries with Baker pitching in the 7th. First game of the doubleheader in Boston between the Bees and the Pittsburgh Pirates was won by the Bees 4-1. Patton working for the Pirates with Welch pitching in the 8th, McFadden and Lopez for the Bees the entire route. In the second game in Boston, Weaver and Patton the battery for the Pirates, the Bees using Smith and Mueller. At the end of the first half of the 5th inning, the Pirates lead the Bees 2-1. The warm-up batteries for the St. Louis Cardinal Brooklyn Dodger game, Earnshaw for the Cards, Clark for the Dodgers. The American League in Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the 2nd inning 7-0. In the first game of the doubleheader in Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the 8th inning by a score of 11-6. And now back to Comiskey Park and Al Totten. Take it, Al.
Back at the ballpark for the 4th inning, and we come on the air just after one of the most thrilling plays of the year. Radcliffe came tearing across from left field and made a reaching, scooping, one-handed catch of a fly ball out there, and almost bumped into Appling after catching it, but Radcliffe caught that ball reaching out with one hand, and just managed to scoop it off the top of the grass on a beautiful play for the first out. Ratcliffe also carrying out, crossed paths with him for just a moment, and I brushed each other, but everybody seems all right. The old roomies out there are almost collided. So it's 1 out of the 4th, and Vinny, the leadoff man, hits the first pitch, a drive to right field. Haas tears over to his left, gets it and throws it on in. Change in lineup as a result of Haas batting for Rosenthal. Puts Haas in right field and moves Krivich out to center. Haas got that ball. It fell out there for a base hit. He caught it on the hop. So Vinny is on first base. It's 1 out of the 4th inning. And Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder, who's letting that drive get through him, let 2 runs score that inning. One of them never would have scored, so the Ratcliffe run must go as an unearned run. And Moses fouls the next one into the second deck above him to the left of the plate. It bounds out and over and finally lands down amongst the box seat holders down near the Sox dugout. And it's 1 strike. 1 strike on Moses. Throws the next one, it's inside and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Moses. And Wally swings the next one. Benora leaps high into the air, grabs the ball with a hop, steps on first base and throws the second, and the runner sliding in there is tagged out. Appling almost forgot to tag him. He stepped on the base and then suddenly realized that he had to tag him then because the runner had already been put out at first. There was no force play possible, so he put the ball on him fast and completed the White Sox third double play in 4 innings. They'd have had 4 in 4 innings, except for that error in the third, and they would have been on their way to some sort of a record. As it was, Moses was out. Benora unassisted, and then Benora's throw to Appling at second base, double Finney sliding in for the third out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 4th inning for the Athletics, and the score remains 5-2 in favor of the A's. The White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 4th inning. Just had a little visit during the intermission for scores with the Reverend Alphonse Stress at Columbia College at Dubuque. They listened to us out there, and that is the place, if you people don't remember offhand, where Red Faber did his college pitching before he came to the White Sox. So naturally out there, they're very, very loyal White Sox fans. We were awfully happy to see Father Dress. Hope he'll come back again. He said it was a little breezy up here. He was going down to Sun Myrtle. It's warmer. I don't blame him. Here's Appling at bat to start the last half of the 4th inning. Pitcher out there takes a look around. The boys see that they're all set. Starts to wind up and throws. And Luke takes a good strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Appling. And the pitcher again is winding up. He throws and Luke swings in a pounder down past the pitcher. Second baseman Johnson gets it easily. Throws the first. And Luke is out for the first out in the 4th inning. 1 out of the 4th inning for the White Sox, and Hayes is at bat. Jackie Hayes up there. She winds up and throws, and Jackie takes a fast one high and inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ball 2 high and wide, so the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Hayes. He's ready again. He's winding up, throws, and Jackie takes a strike over the outside corner about knee-high, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. Well, Mr. Pennsylvania remembered it today. He forgot it yesterday, came in without blowing. And the next pitch is runs the count to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Jackie Hayes, who was at bat for the White Sox with 1 out in the 4th inning. She throws again and it's strike 2. It got the outside corner knee high and it's 3-2. Hey, his whistle sounds as though he had caught cold or bronchitis or something. The frog in his throat. 3-2 is the count. Pitcher throws again, and Jackie fouls this one back to the screen. It's still 3 balls and 2 strikes on Hayes. 3-2. Winding up once more, throws, and Jackie swings it a long drive out to left center. Moses going back fast, slows up as the wind gets it and holds it up and makes the catch. Go pretty well back in left center for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the 4th inning for the White Sox. And Tony Pyatt, the White Sox third baseman, is at bat. Pyatt up there at the plate. Takes quite a while getting his sign, finally starts his windup. Throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winds up again, throws, and the hitter swings a little pop fly out back at second base, and the shortstop is back there following it as the wind blows it, makes the catch nicely, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the 4th inning for the White Sox. And the score at the end of the 4th inning still stands 5-2 in favor of the Philadelphia Athletics. From coast to coast, more and more car owners are turning to Marpac. They know that when they want dependable, thorough chassis lubrication, they can find it at any Texaco service station with Marpac. They save time and money too, because Texaco Marpac lubrication lasts twice as long as ordinary grease job. First man at bat of the 5th inning for the Athletics. George, you hungry today? I never saw a man eat so much. First you were buttered all over, and now you're red hot, and a piece of cake, and now you're back with the butter all over again. Sure. Dean up there, takes the first one, lays it down there, down over the heart of the plate, about knee-high for a strike. 1 strike on Dean. Dean throws again, and jump swings, hit a bounder down, and Jackie Hayes gets it, fumbles it, picks it up again, throws it to first, and the runner is out for the first out in the 5th inning. 1 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics, and Buccinelli is at bat. Buccinelli up there at the plate. Pitch is wide and low for the second ball. For the first ball. Wait a minute, is that the first pitch to him? Yeah, ball 1. Yeah, that's quite a score. Hitter swings the next, hit a high fly coming down, foul back of the plate. Luke Sewell is back, coming back slowly under it. Has it, and it's 2 out in the 5th inning. 2 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics. Bringing Bob Johnson, the A's second baseman, to bat. Johnson up there at the plate. Winding up now. Throws, and the hitter swings, hit a ball hard into right field for a good clean base hit. Line single to right by Johnson, putting him on first base with 2 out in the 5th inning. And the next man up there is Higgins, Frank Higgins, known as Pinky Higgins, the A's third baseman. Frank's a pretty husky fellow. When he stands there at the plate, he stands there with the bat held way out in front of him, almost stationary and almost straight up in the air, way out in front of him, waiting for that pitcher to pitch. Standing that way now, and he swings hard at the first one to miss a high, slow curve for strike 1. 1 strike to count. He's ready again. Stretches over at first base. Throws the rebounder right back at Kane, who gets it, throws to first, and it's 3 up. And the score 5-2 in favor of the Philadelphia Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 5th. First White Sox hitter being Kane, the White Sox pitcher. broadcast of the White Sox-Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. Broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Wait a minute, I said Kane was the first man at bat. It's Sewell, the first man up. Luke Sewell, the first man at bat for the White Sox in the fifth inning. You people who were keeping track on the Texaco scorebook probably had me caught up on that long ago. Sewell tossed it to the bat side. It comes up swinging three. And steps up there at the plate. The umpire takes a moment to dust the plate. Sewell waits there as Fink looks around at the boys. They play Luke a little bit around toward left field. And the pitcher starts his windup and throws, and Sewell takes a fast strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. One strike to count. He's ready again, winds up once more, pitches, and it's over the plate for too low for ball one, making it 1 ball and 1 strike on Luke Sewell. 1-1. Then the pitcher throws a slow ball. Luke hits it out to the third baseman. Higgins gets it, throws to first, and Sewell is out for the first out in the fifth inning. Mr. Fink is pitching himself a nice ball. He allowed 2 hits, and one of the 2 runs scored against him is earned, 1 unearned. Sugar Cane, White Sox pitcher, walking slowly up there to the plate. And he walks around behind the umpire, takes his place at the plate. Pitcher's winding up, he throws, and it's wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher again starts to wind up pitches, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, making it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Throws again, and the hitter swings hit an easy bounder out in front of the plate. Hayes, the catcher, goes out, gets it, throws rather badly, but Dean, who to my mind looks like he has the makings of quite a fielding first baseman as well as a good hitter, reached right out in front of the base runner, grabbed the ball, and then got out of the way to prevent a collision on a very nice play. So it's 2 out in the fifth inning. 2 out in the fifth inning for the White Sox, and Radcliffe. Rip Radcliffe, leadoff man, left fielder, is at bat. Leans over, gets the sign, winds up, pitches, and Rip takes a wide one across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. Then he's winding up. He throws, and Radcliffe takes it inside across the waist for ball 2. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on the Ripper. 2 balls and no strikes. He's winding up again, throws, and the hitter takes it for a ball wide and low. And it's 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes on Radcliffe. Throws again, and Rip takes a strike over the heart of the plate about knee high, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Throws again, and there's the 4th ball wide across the chest, and Rip gets the base on ball to put him on first base. 2 out in the fifth inning, and Mule Hart is up there at the plate. Hart at bat. So Connie Mack's only got 1, maybe 2 fellas sitting down there in the bench with him. A few in the bullpen, the rest of them on the field. Watching first base, suddenly throws over there. Throw is high, but Dean steps back and takes it as just a lob throw. Didn't have much on it, but it wasn't very straight either. Now he pitches, and toss gets a wide one low for ball one. 5 consecutive bad pitches by this fellow. He waits there again as he signs, takes a look at first base, and throws, and it's inside and low for ball two, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Haas. Still watching first base, throws, and the hitter takes it inside and low for ball three. Well, really has lost control all of a sudden, hasn't he? That's 3-0. He walked Radcliffe on 4 pitches. Now he's got 3-0 on Haas. Ready again, watches first base, throws, and there's ball 4, wide and low, and he gets a base on balls also. Hey, the moon on isn't blowing today. Just went by without blowing a whistle. So the White Sox have runners on first and second with 2 out in the 5th inning. And Mike Krivich is up there at the plate. Pitcher and catcher have a little confab out in front of the mound. And the A's have a pitcher starting to warm up again in the right field bullpen. Cellini is taking quite a workout out of the bullpen for the Sox this afternoon. Apparently he may be either getting ready for tomorrow or be taking a little tutoring from Money Rule. The first pitch to Krivich is a bad ball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, and Mike swings to push the ball through toward right field. He gets past Johnson, goes out there for a base hit. Runner first, Hoff stops at second, and the shortstop, for some reason or other, let the ball get through, but the third baseman, after he deflected it, chased it out and got it before the runners could advance. The throw from right field came right to Newsom. Newsom, for some reason, just tagged it and deflected it and almost rolled to the stand, but Higgins recovered it quickly so the runners couldn't advance. So Krivich singled to right, scored Radcliffe, put Haas on second. And so the White Sox still have runners on first and second. 2 out, 1 run home. Zeke Benura at bat. Score now 5-3 in favor of the Athletics. Benura up there at the plate. And Zeke swings, hit a long drive way out to deep right center. Center fielder's chasing it. Way back there. He might get it. He makes a great dive for the ball and hangs onto it on another sensational play. Man, what a play. Moses carrying across into right center as hard as he could go, suddenly threw himself headlong and caught that ball and landed right on his face and skidded along, but he held onto the ball and his hands were outstretched, so he couldn't possibly have been just trapping it. He really caught it. And it ended the inning on what looked like a hit that was going to at least tie the score, because that ball was really hit. And Moses is getting a beautiful hand from the fan as he comes in there after making that great play to end the inning. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 men left on base for the White Sox in the last half of the 5th. And the score is 5-3 in favor of the Athletics at the end of the 5th.
Have you sent in your request card for the 1936 Technical Baseball Scorebook yet? If not, don't put it off. Thousands of baseball fans are already enthusiastically keeping their own play-by-play records of these games and having lots of fun doing it. The instructions are easy to follow. In them, Hal Totten tells you just how he does it, and there are plenty of blank score sheets for you to use. In addition, in the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook, you'll find schedules of all major league games, data on all players of both the Cubs and Sox, plenty of other interesting baseball data on both teams. It's easy to get your free copy. Go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card. Write your name and address on the card, stamp it, and mail it. Stop at any Texaco service station and get your card in the mail tonight. And now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball game, brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 6th inning, first man at bat. Frank Hayes lines the ball out into left field for a base hit to open the 6th. And he's on first base, nobody out in the 6th inning. And Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the shortstop, is at bat. He gets ready to pitch the first one to him with the first base throws. And he bunts the ball, but it's fouled strike one. Tried a bumper, one foul. One strike on Newsom. Hayes on first base. Nobody out in the sixth inning. Throws at first, and oh boy, it was a close play, but he got back very close because Kane made a good throw over there. Pitcher throws, and Newsom again tries a bunt, and again it rolls foul. This time, though, it hung right alongside the line, and Vanilla, to make sure of it, scooped it on more foul so that it couldn't hit something and found fair. Coach over there, Lena Blackburn, grabbed it, threw it back to Kane, and Hayes goes back to first base. So it's 2 strikes on Newsom. 2 strikes to count. Throws again for the first ball. It's wide and low, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on Newsom. 1 and 2. Here comes the next one, wide and low, and it's ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Newsom. 2 and 2 to count. Newsom suddenly walks out of the box to dry his hands in the dirt. Umpire calls time. Whitey gets back up to the plate. Pitch is ready. Throws, and the hitter takes a wide one across the knees for ball 3. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Newsom. Three and 2 is the count. Ready again, throws, the runner's on the go, the hitter takes the 3rd strike, and the ball out to second base, gets the runner out. Currently, Hayes in taking the ball, tagged the fellow almost in the face. He managed to miss his face, but touched him on the shoulder, and it goes as another double play. Newsom is mad and throws the bat on the ground in disgust as he starts back toward the bench, called out on strike. Umpire McGowan turns around and watches him walk off there to make sure he doesn't make any more of a demonstration. But it's another double play for the White Sox, who now have 4 of them today. They almost had 5. 4 in 6 innings. And Fink, the pitcher, Herman is up there. Throws the first one, and he swings, hit a foul down past first base. Blackburn, who was standing more or less back to the plate, ducked his head and sort of shrunk all up as the ball bounded past him. Not very close. 1 strike on Fink, and that was 2 out of the 6th inning for the Athletics. Kane throws again, and Fink swings to foul the ball into the stand back at first base. Pretty well back there, back to the aisle. And it's 2 strikes on Fink. 2 strikes to count. He swings again to miss a curveball inside, striking out for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, 1 hit in the 6th inning for the Athletics. They still lead the White Sox by a score of 5-3. Sox come to bat in the last half of the 6th with Luke Appling, their first man at bat. Appling will be the first hitter in the last half of the 6th inning. This is the 3rd time in a row that Luke has come up there to lead off in an inning. Earl Mack, son of Connie, and fellow who usually warms up the pitchers, catcher by trade, he's old in his playing days, is warming up pitcher. I don't know if Earl did any playing to speak of, but he did some work out with Portland, I believe, as did his brother. Umpire calls for the ball, looks it over pretty carefully, finally decides it's all right. Burns walks out and throws it back to Fink so he can continue his warm-up. Hayes, the catcher, gets up there to the plate. Ball is thrown out to second base with Johnson flipping it over to Newsom. Newsom returning it to the pitcher. They walk back their positions. Pitcher's on the rubber. And Appling steps up to bat. Appling at bat. start the last half of the sixth inning. Pitcher starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter leans back to take a ball inside across the shoulders. One ball called on Appling. Pitcher winds up again, pitches, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, making it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Appling. And Luke watches a slow one curve wide and low for ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Luke. 2-1. Comes the next pitch and Luke lets it roll over to the right. Catcher let it roll to the right, rather Luke let it go by, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Appling. First man at bat in the last half of the 6th inning of the ball game in which the Athletics are leading the White Sox by a score of 5-3. Big throws again, and Luke lets ball 4 go by wide. It's a base on balls for Appling, putting him on first base with nobody out in the 6th inning. And Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman, steps up there at the plate, stops, looks down to Billy Webb to see if he should take this one or hit at the first one. Apparently got his sign. Now looks back at the pitcher, and Fink has the sign. There's the stretch. He pitches, and it's a slow curve that gets the outside corner about knee-high for strike 1. Strike on Hayes. Ready again, watches first base, and throws, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. It's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. The throws again with Appling on the go. Hayes drives the ball out into left center for a good base hit. A good hit and run play in which he drove the ball right through the spot. The shortstop and vacated to go over that and cover second. A good hit and run play which Hayes lines the single to left center, moving Appling to third base. Appling on the go. The shortstop dashed over to cover second. And Hayes just pulled that ball right through the spot he left open. So Appling has no trouble reaching third base. Hayes is winding up the pitcher pretty hard in the bullpen. Tony Pyatt steps up there. Pyatt at bat. He gets ready, watches first, then throws, and Tony swings hit a pounder down to the third baseman, and they trap Appling between third and home. Luke runs back there and is out as he flies back in, with the third baseman taking a throw from the catcher. Play went from Higgins to Hayes to Higgins. And Appling is out. These White Sox runners on first and second. Goes to the fielder's choice, putting Pyatt on first base. And Appling was out. Higgins to Hayes to Higgins for the first out. That makes it 1 out in the 6th inning. White Sox runners on first and second. And Luke Sewell is at bat. Watches second base and pitches, and Luke takes the curveball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. On the edge side. Pitches, and Sewell swings in a high fly to right center. Center fielder and right fielder closing in on it. And the right fielder comes through to make the catch for the short fly for an easy out in the second out of the 6th inning. White Sox still have runners on first and second. 2 out now in the 6th inning. And Kane is at bat. Looks back at second base and throws and swings it a high fly down the left field line. Left fielder racing over, and the ball lands just out of his reach as he turns around and leaps into the air to come down, sitting on a roll of canvas down in front of the stand. He hit it head on and would have thrown him right on his face and probably catapulted him into the seat. So it's 1 strike on Kane. Takes another look back at second base and pitches again. Kane swings it upon the shortstop coming across fast, grabs it, steps on second base, and forces Pyatt out for the third out. batters. No runs, no hits, no runs, one hit, and two men left on base. And at the end of the sixth inning, the Philadelphia Athletics are leading the Chicago White Sox by a score of 5-3. Now, once again, for up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League, the Chicago Cubs lost their game to the Giants today by a score of 7-2. The Cubs scored 2 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. The Giants 7 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. Leon Hart led the opening battery for the Cubs, with Bryant in the 5th, Root in the 8th. Gabriel and Mancuso went the entire route for the Giants. First game of the doubleheader in Brooklyn between the Dodgers and the St. Louis Cardinals was won by the Dodgers 22-7. In the second game, Earnshaw Ogrodowski, the battery for the Cards. The Dodgers warming up, Clark and Phelps with Butcher pitching in the first. At the end of the first inning, the Cards lead the Dodgers in the second game 3-0. In Boston, the Bees took the first game of the doubleheader from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Scored 2 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. The Giants 7 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. Leon Hart led the opening battery for the Cubs, with Bryant in the 5th, Root in the 8th. Gabriel and Mancuso went the entire route for the Giants. First game of the doubleheader in Brooklyn between the Dodgers and the St. Louis Cardinals was won by the Dodgers 22-7. In the second game, Earnshaw Ogrodowski, the battery for the Cards. The Dodgers warming up, Clark and Phelps with Butcher pitching in the first. At the end of the first inning, the Cards lead the Dodgers in the second game 3-0. In Boston, the Bees took the first game of the doubleheader from the Pittsburgh Pirates 4-1. In the second game, at the end of the sixth inning, the score is tied at 3-0. Weaver and Patton, the Pirate opening battery in the second game, with Brown and Finney, the battery in the sixth. Smith and Mueller working for the Bees. In the American League in Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the first half of the fifth inning by a score of 13-0. Ruffing and Dickey working for the Yanks, Sullivan and Myatt for the Tigers, with Walker pitching in the second. First game of the doubleheader in Cleveland between the Indians and the Washington Senators was taken by the Indians 11-6. The batteries in the second game, the Senators, Weaver and Millies. For the Indians, Galehouse and Sullivan. In St. Louis, the Boston Red Sox and Browns are tied with no score at the end of the first half of the first inning, with Ostermuller and Berg working for the Red Sox, the Browns using Hogsett and Giuliani. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the seventh inning. Finney at bat, started off, takes a ball, and then fouls one into the second deck to our left for strike one. Kane winds up again, throws, and Lou swings in a high fly in left field. Left fielder's jogging in under it. Ratcliffe's waiting. Has it, and it's one out of the seventh inning. One out of the seventh inning for the A's, and Moses, Wally Moses, the center fielder, is at bat. Smoothing the dirt down. Hey, George, they don't think the wind's blowing here. They should have seen me crawling around digging up my pencil and scorebook a minute ago, huh? First pitch to Wally is a slow one that just misses the outside corner across the waist. One ball called on Moses. He winds up again, throws, and Wally swings and misses a curveball outside for strike one. They get 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. Throws again, and Wally swings and misses a fastball inside for strike 2. So it makes it 1 ball and 2 strikes on Moses. 1-2. Strikes out there again. Winding up pitches, and Wally tried to dodge that one, but it hit the bat and went foul over against the stand of the left plate. Bounced right back out to the plate, and Luke Sewell scoops it up and into the umpire's hand. It's 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again winds up, throws, and the hitter steps back to take a ball inside across the waist. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Moses. 2-2. Throws again, Wally swings in a high fly, going foul down back to third base. Pyatt is chasing it over to the stands. The wind blows it back in, and it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Moses. 2-2. Little youngster went over there and got that ball right off from the grasp of some man who was trying to get it. 2-2 now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wally swings, hit a bounder. Ventura races over to his right, gets it, tosses to Kane, but Wally, a very fast man, beats it out easily for a base hit. Ball was really Hayes' ball, but Ventura went out to get it, and as a result, they lose that man. It's a base hit for Moses. He's so fast, you can't fool with him. When it comes to a play like that, he's going Curveball inside and low for ball one. One ball called. Throws again, the runner's on the go and hit and run play. The hitter drives the ball into left field for a base hit. Radcliffe fields it fast and throws it into third base, holding the runner from first and second. So it's singled to left field by Dean, moving Moses to second base. Well, Dean can really throttle that ball. And that puts Philadelphia runners on first and second with one out in the seventh inning. And Puccinelli, the right fielder, is at bat. Puch hits a long, high fly away out deep left center. Radcliffe's way back there near the end of the scoreboard. Makes the catch. The runner from second is trying to go to third, and he's making it easily. Boy, that fella can run. He's a streak. A long, long fly away out deep left center, right into the wind, or it would have been into the stands, I believe, with any kind of west wind blowing. That would have been a home run by Puccinelli. As it was caught by Radcliffe. And Moses, a very fast man, easily went to third after the catch. Big husky fellow. Ready to pitch the first one to him. Throws. Bob takes it high and inside for ball one. One ball call. Ready again. Swings the ball at the plate. Taking quite a long while he rubs up this new ball. Smooths the dirt down in front of the slab. He's pitching carefully to Bob. Finally he's ready. Throws and Johnson gets ball two, very high and inside. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 and 1 on Johnson. There's ball 3, a fastball inside across the waist. So it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Johnson. 3 and 1 the count. Kane throws again and Johnson swings and misses a fastball inside for strike 2. And in swinging and missing it, he swung himself right off his feet. But he got around before he fell. In other words, it wasn't an attempt to get away. When he didn't start to get away from that inside pitch till after he'd completed his swing. Now the runner from first on the go. Johnson hits a pop fly, coming down foul to the left of the plate. Luke Sewell is over there and makes the catch over in front of the stands for the third out. Kane has pitched a mighty fine ball, but in the first part of the game he was wild, and then in that third inning, everything went haywire with all those errors and things, and it was just too bad. So it's no runs, 2 hits, 2 men left on base in the first half of the 7th inning, and the score remains 5-3 in favor of the Athletics as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th with the head of the batting order, Rip Radcliffe, the first man at bat. Broadcast the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago. As a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. Broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL in Chicago. Hank is finishing his warm-up down here with Hayes while Radcliffe stands there waiting to take his turn at bat. Ball finally goes out there to second base. And we're ready to go in the last half of the 7th inning. Crowd sitting down after its 7th inning stretch. Pink slams the ball into his glove a couple of times. First pitch to Radcliffe, a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. ball two. It's inside by the knees. 2-0 on Radcliffe. Ted Lyons is also warming up in the bullpen now, but I imagine he's warming up in preparation for tomorrow. There is strike one, a pretty one over the heart of the plate, down around the knees to make it 2 balls and 1 strike on Radcliffe. 2-1. Winding up again, he throws. Radcliffe swings hit a ball out through the shortstop into left field for another base hit, making 2 hits for Ripper today. And it puts him on first base with nobody out in the 7th inning, and Mule Haas is at bat. Haas up there at the plate. Hitter stands there waiting. Takes a look at first base, throws. Haas takes a slow curve wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. He's the leading 5-3. The last half of the 7th inning. Again is steady, throws, and the hitter swings, hits the ball in the center field. Center fielder comes in fast. The ball lands in front of him, and he makes a grab for it, gets it on the hop, throws it in, and Radcliffe has to stop at second base. The ball wasn't quite short enough to be a technical leaguer, but it was a sinker, a little looping fly out into left center, which moved Radcliffe to second base. And the White Sox have runners on first and second. Nobody out in the 9th inning. And Mike Krivich is at bat. Krivich up there. Infield playing around as though they expect a bunt from Mike. Pitcher throws and Krivich does bunt down toward third base. Third baseman Higgins comes in fast, gets the ball and throws to first, where Dean had gotten back to make the play. And it's a good sacrifice. Perfect sacrifice by Krivich. Play going Higgins to Dean for the first out in the 7th inning, moving the tying runs to second and third. Hitters are getting Radcliffe around. Leadoff man's been on base 3 times, and they've driven him in all 3 times. Pitcher looks back at second, pitches again, and Appling swings at a high fly, going foul onto the stand above first base, and it's 2 strikes. Appling was the White Sox leading hitter before today's game. But right now, he hasn't made a base hit, although he's had a walk. Radcliffe has made 2 hits besides having a walk. And Ripper is out in front again, although not, I don't believe, in front of the league. And the hitter hits one into the second deck, a high fly going into the second deck, and it bounces down and knocks a straw hat right off the man sitting down there in the box seat, and everybody got a laugh out of it, including the fellow who lost the straw hat. Boy, it made a mess of that straw hat, too. Plunk right on top. Kirk Plunk. It's still 2 strikes on Appling. And the pitcher throws again. Luke swings and follows this one into the stand, back into the right. So it's still 2 strikes on Luke. Benura's on second base. 1 out, 2 runs home in the 7th inning. White Sox now tied with the Athletics, 5-5. Ready once more, throws, and Luke swings, hit one down past first baseman, is going second base, 1 out. 3 runs home in the 7th inning. That little Lucius Luke came through when it counted, didn't he? And the next first pitch to Jackie is a strike over the inside corner, about knee high. 1 strike on Hayes. Ready out there again, throws, and Jackie swings in another one into right field. Right fielder comes in fast, grabs the ball, holds it for just a moment, then grabs it and throws it to the plate, but the runner scores easily, and it's a base hit with no error. The right fielder couldn't be charged with an error, although he fumbled that ball momentarily after falling to a knees trying to make a diving shoestring catch. No error. Single, no error. Fumbled the ball momentarily, but that was because he'd made that great try and was on his knees and couldn't be expected to handle the ball quickly after making that try for the ball. Scores another run, so the Sox now lead 7-5 and have Hayes on first base. With 1 out, 4 runs home. 25 at bat, swings around, tries to hit the first one to right, but he follows it down the right field line and pretty well back into the seat. Ready again, throws, the hitter swings, hit a bounder down the third base line. Third baseman gets it right over the bag and then fumbles it, and the runner is safe. Higgins got that slow bounder right over the bag and then dropped it. He apparently was watching to see whether it was fair or not instead of making the play, forgetting about the foul line, and as a result, by the time he got it, dropped it. You think Tony would have that beat? I don't think he would have if he'd made the right play on it. That was a boot. And it puts runners on first and second. 1 out. 4 runs already home in the 7th inning. Luke Sewell at bat. Hits the first pitch for a high, easy fly to center field. Moses circles in under it, makes the catch, and then throws hard to third base, chasing Hayes back to second. So it's 2 out in the 7th inning. White Sox runners on first and second. 2 out, 4 runs home, and Sugarcane, the pitcher, is coming to bat. Pitcher throws now, and Kane started to swing but changed his mind and took a curveball wide and low for ball 1. Slow bounder back to Johnson, who fields it, throws to first, and Kane is out by a step for the 3rd out, ending the 7th inning. Not until the White Sox not only had tied the score, but gone into a 2-run lead. In the last half of the 7th inning, were 4 runs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. The error did not figure in the scoring. And the score is 7-5 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the 7th inning. Don't buy just any old gasoline for your car. Be as smart as the United States government. It buys gasoline on specification. You too can buy the same way. Fill up with Texaco Fire Chief, and you're getting a gasoline which meets the United States government specifications for emergency motor fuel. And it costs no more than ordinary gasoline. Ready to go in the 8th inning. First man at bat for the Athletics is Higgins, the 3rd baseman. He starts his windup. Throws and Pinky swings it a long drive out deep left field. Radcliffe chasing over there, but it's foul, I believe. Foul. It hit the railing of the upper deck of the grandstand. Foul by only a few inches, and Higgins has to come back. Oh, that ball the front of it and carry him downstairs, but was fouled by a foot or two, and it's one strike, but a very long strike on Mr. Higgins. Kane throws again for strike two. Fastball over the inside corner about knee-high, so it's two strikes on Higgins. And White Sox are going to keep a couple pitchers warmed up there in case of emergency. Kane winds up again, throws, and the hitter follows the ball into the stand to the right of the plate. It's still two strikes on Higgins. Apparently somebody caught that ball down there and gets quite a hand from the fans. Hitter swings again, hit a high fly. Hayes is coming over back of it, waving Appling away, but suddenly Appling calls for it and follows it on into the infield in front of second base and makes the catch for the first out of the eighth inning. One out of the eighth inning for the Athletics, and Frank Hayes, the catcher, is at bat. Kane starts to wind up, throws, and the hitter takes the ball. It's over the plate, but it's too low. One ball called. Kane throws again, and the hitter swings a high fly going foul into the stands back at first base. That makes it 1-1. Pitcher throws again, and the hitter swings it a bounder down to Wyatt, who fights it a little bit, fumbles it momentarily, then throws to first, and a beautiful play by Benura. Got the man. Zeke leaped out, caught the ball one-handed, and then kicked back to get the bag just before the runner got there, and it's 2 out in the eighth inning. Very nice play by Big Zeke. So it makes it 2 out in the eighth inning for the Athletics, and Newsom, Whitey Newsom, the shortstop, is at bat. Kane throws the first one, and Whitey takes a curveball wide and low for ball one. Now the pitcher on the slab is ready once more. He's winding up. Pitches, and the hitter started to swing, but changed his mind and took a ball wide. And so it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Newsom. 2-0 with the pitcher ready again, winds up, throws, and it's a strike, a fastball over the heart of the plate, making it 2-1. One of those wandering clouds suddenly blew across below the sun, and it got the field completely in shadow, but all around us the sun is shining. Hitter hits the next one, a grass cutter out past the pitcher. Hayes gets it, throws it first, and it's 3 out in the eighth inning, although Hayes' throw is a little wide, but it'll reach way out to get it. 3 out in the eighth inning for the Athletics. And the score is still 7-5 in favor of the White Sox. White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the eighth with Rip Radcliffe, the leadoff man, again, the first man up. Let's see if we have a change out here. Number 20, Gumpert, Gumpert, is the new pitcher for the Athletics. And he's a great, big, rangy fellow, right-hander. Gumpert, now pitching. Gumpert, the pitcher. He uses a very easy pitching motion, bring that ball pretty much overhand or is a little bit high sidearm. He finishes his warm-up. Somebody else is keeping warming up down the right field bullpen for the A's. And Rip Radcliffe is up there at the plate to start the last half of the eighth inning. First pitch to Ripper is wide and low for ball one. One ball call, pitcher throws again, and it's a strike over the inside corner waist high, so the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Radcliffe. 1-1 the count. Throws again, a rip, swings in, a foul out of the roof of the stand above and to left the plate, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Uncle George just almost got his neck broken up here. My goodness, that's a terrible thing to say. You know, the wind blowing, why, he's got a handkerchief tied over this microphone to try to break the roar of the wind, and he says, we ought to have a fine broadcast today. We're straining it. Yeah, I had to restrain myself when you said that. The next pitch to Ripper is wide for ball 2, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes on Radcliffe. And he swings this time to miss a high fastball and strike out for the first out of the 8th inning. 1 out of the 8th inning for the Sox, and Haas is at bat. Ewell Haas has 2 hits and a walk since coming into the ball game. Starts to wind up, throws, and Mule takes a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Ready once more, starts to wind up again, throws, and the hitter swings to get his 3rd hit, a drive out into left field for a base hit. Ball is fielded fast by Penny, who throws it into second base, and it's a single to left field by Haas for his 3rd hit of the ball game. So it puts Haas on first base, 1 out of the 8th inning, and Mike Krivich is at bat. First one is a bounder to the shortstop, who makes a nice play on it, throws to second, and the throw to first completes a double play. The shortstop made a very fast play on that drive of Krivich. Flipped it to Johnson, and Johnson made a nice pivot and throw to first to complete a twin killer. So it's 3 out, no runs, 1 hit in the 8th inning for the White Sox. And at the end of the 8th inning, Sox are leading the Athletics by a score of 7-5. Stopped in to get your new 1936 technical scorebook, or at least got the request card to get it. You know, these books are going to be very precious possessions later on. It's going to mean that you can relive the games that you hear, thrill about, those that you see, all the rest of your life. Because in this scorebook, not only is space for 30 full games, 17 full games. I'm looking at number 30 on the back of the coach down there, Earl Mack. Emick is batting in place of Comfort. It'll give you this complete scoring system, and there's room for 17 games. Pictures the Sox and Cubs. They're so simple to get. You just stop in at any Texaco station, ask for a request card, fill it out, put a stamp on it, and mail it. It's already addressed to me, and you'll get your scorebook. Emick batting for Comfort takes the first pitch high and inside for ball 1. And there's the next one for a strike over the outside corner, so it's 1-1. She winds up once more, throws, and there's ball 2. It's inside and low. Swings the next in, a high fly coming down foul back to the plate. Sewell is jogging back with umpire McGowan running right with him. Luke grabs it, hangs onto it, and it's 1 out of the 9th inning. Luke's caught himself a lot of foul balls down there today at that, hasn't he? Well, that makes it 1 out of the 9th inning for the Athletics. And the next man up there is Lou Finney, the leadoff man at left field. Throws the first one, he swings it, a bounder down to Jackie Hayes. Jackie soaks it up, throws the first, and the runner is out for the second out of the 9th inning. 2 out of the 9th inning for the Athletics. And Moses, the A's center fielder, is at bat. Moses, another left-handed hitter, waits there as Kane starts to wind up, throws. And it's a wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Sugar has the sign again, starts to wind up, pitches, and the hitter tried to get away from that one, but it came into him and hit the handle of the bat and bounded foul back to the stand. So it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. Waiting there again for the sign. Suddenly the umpire calls time, walks up, talks to Sewell about something or other. Oh, he changed that last one to a ball? How could he have hit the bat? Well, he did, so it's 2-0. There must be some reason. It might have hit Sewell's glove or something first and tear him down against the bat. Anyway, the next one does come over the plate for a strike, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. And there's ball 3 wide and low. And it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Moses. Game is winding up again. He throws and the hitter takes a strike over the inside corner about knee-high. It runs the count to 3-2. Now we'll see what happens. Balls and 2 strikes on Moses. Throws it by Wally, swings the foul one way down the left field line, back underneath the second deck, far down beyond third base, and it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Winding up again, throws, and the hitter takes ball 4 high and wide and gets the base on balls. Well, that puts Moses on first base and 2 out in the 9th inning, and brings Chubb Dean, a very troublesome young man at that, up there to the plate. He really looks like a lot of hitters. Dean stands there looking at the bench. Oh, the umpire discovered the catcher's paraphernalia lying out there on the ground in front of the dugout. It's supposed to be in it, so they wait until it's taken in. And there's the first pitch to Dean for a slow curve that comes over the heart of the plate around the knees for a strike. 1 strike on Dean. Dean throws again and the hitter swings it a foul down the left field line, clear over the roof of the stand, and it's 2 strikes on Chubb. 2 strikes count. Waiting for that next one. It's ready again. Throws and the hitter takes a high one wide for ball 1, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Dean. Moses on first base, 2 out in the 9th inning, and the White Sox leading 7-5. Again, Kane pitches and the hitter swings in a high fly to center field. Tinnitus is coming in fast. Finally slows up under it. Has it, and it's 3 out, and the Sox win the ball game by that score, 7-5. In the 9th inning, no runs, no hits, 1 man left on base. And the final score of the totals, White Sox had 7 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, and 8 men left on the bases. The A's had 5 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, 1 hour and 4 minutes. They had 7 men left on the bases. Time of the game, 1 hour and 53 minutes. 1:53. The winning pitcher, of course, was Kane, and the losing pitcher was Fink. The summaries again. White Sox had 7 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors with 8 men left on base. The Athletics 5 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, and 7 men left on base. Time of the game, 1 hour and 53 minutes. The winning pitcher, Kane, the losing pitcher, Fink. Tomorrow, the White Sox and Athletics play the final game of this series, and then on Friday, the Boston Red Sox come to town, and Friday is Ladies' Day. Ladies admitted without ticket. All they got to do is get that tax ticket that the government requires. It's a doubleheader Sunday between the White Sox and Red Sox here at Comiskey Park, and we'll be seeing you a lot the rest of the week, won't we? That's all for now. So Hal Cotton speaks for George as well as himself. It's a good afternoon from Comiskey Park, and we return to the studio. Goodbye now.
Now stands 2 wins for the White Sox and 1 for the Athletics. I don't know who will pitch for the White Sox. Teddy Lyons may be nominated to go into action against the Athletics.
And Connie Mack's pitching selection is also a mystery because Connie rotates his hitters as he sees fit. The time of the game, 1 hour and 54 minutes. 7-5, Chicago coming from behind with a 4-run rally in the last half of the 7th inning to sew up the ball game. That's all for today, ladies and gentlemen, for Phillips 66. Don't forget to tune in this evening at 8 o'clock for the March of Sports. So now, this is Russ Hodges speaking from the ballpark, and I'll be seeing you.
All right, thank you, Russ. There's no question about it. All gasolines, or nearly all of them, are better than they used to be. They've all been improved, stepped up, made pure, and freed from NOx. But only Phillips offers you at all its stations the benefits of the new scientific polymerization process. Every gallon of Phillips 66 polygas is enriched with the resulting extra energy units. You notice the difference the first time you try a tank full. Your motor runs sweeter, quieter, smoother, and cooler, with extra power and extra mileage. And the big news is that you don't have to buy a single penny extra for this wonderful new hot weather gasoline. For just the price of ordinary motor fuel, buy Phillips 66 polygas. Phillips 66 has brought you the baseball game by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team no matter where you may be. Don't forget, the Phillips Petroleum Company will present Russ Hodges again tomorrow in the broadcast of another baseball game from Comiskey Park. Be sure to listen in tonight at 7 o'clock for the reenactment of today's Cubs game, dramatized. WIND in Gary, the tip-top spot on your dial. The game between the Boston Red Sox and St. Louis Browns has just concluded the third inning. The score, Boston 1, St. Louis 5. Boston using Ostermuller as the pitcher and Berg the catcher. St. Louis, Hoxett the pitcher and Giuliani the catcher. Going into the last half of the 7th inning at Detroit, the New York Yankees 13, Detroit Tigers 1. The batteries in the game for New York, Roughing the pitcher, Dickey the catcher. For Detroit, Sullivan, Hawker, and Kimsey all doing the pitching, and Myatt the catcher. While we wait for the rest of the scores, let me tell you, ladies, of the wonderful opportunity that's awaiting you at Newark. You can actually get the smart new dresses you need. Fresh, clean socks that will carry you through the rest of the summer in beauty and comfort at a low sale price right now when you need them most. Values to $8.95. Satins, sheers, nets, crepes, every fabric that's popular in white, pastel shades, print, and even some new blacks. And they're just $2.95 on terms of 25 cents down and 25 cents a week without interest or carrying charge. Go to Newark and see these extraordinary values for yourself. There's a complete selection in your size, and Newark's courteous clerks are truly eager to help you. For 25 cents down and no red tape or fuss at all to take your choice right home with you. It's Newark, 232 South State Street and 6319 South Halsted Street. Now here come the scores in the National League. At Boston, the end of the first game of a doubleheader, the Pittsburgh Pirates, 1 run, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Boston, 4 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors. Boston 4, Pittsburgh 1. The batteries for Pittsburgh, Swift, Welch, the pitcher, and Padden, the catcher. For Boston, McFadden, the pitcher, and Lopez, the catcher. The final score of the second game that has just come in. Pittsburgh, 10 runs, 16 hits, and 1 error. Boston, 4 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Pittsburgh 10, Boston 4. The batteries in the game. For Pittsburgh, Weaver and Brown, the pitchers. Padden and Finney, the catchers. For Boston, Smith and Rice, the pitchers, and Mueller, the catcher. The final score of the first game of the doubleheader between the St. Louis Cardinals and Brooklyn Dodgers. St. Louis, 7, and the Brooklyn Dodgers, 22. The total, St. Louis, 7 runs, 7 hits, and 3 errors. The Brooklyn Dodgers, 22 runs, 21 hits, and 1 error. The batteries in the game for St. Louis, Parma Lee and Davis. For Brooklyn, Van Lingle Mungo, the pitcher, and Barrett, the catcher. At the end of the 4th inning of the second game, the St. Louis Cardinals 5, Brooklyn Dodgers nothing. The batteries working that game for St. Louis, Big George Earnshaw, the pitcher, and Ogrodowski, the catcher. For Brooklyn, Park and Butcher, the pitchers, and Phelps doing the backstopping. The doubleheader between the Cincinnati Reds and the Philadelphia Phillies was called because of wet ground, being able to play neither of the two games scheduled. The final score between the Chicago Cubs and the New York Giants, played at New York, Chicago 2, New York Giants 7. The totals, Chicago 2 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. The New York Giants 7 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. The batteries for Chicago. Big Bill Lee started, Bryant relieved, and Root relieved Bryant. 3 pitchers, Lee, Bryant, and Root, and Gabby Hartnett behind the plate. For New York, Gabler the pitcher, and Cussman Cuso the catcher. Fellows, you don't know what real comfort is until you've worn one of the smart new summer suits that Nuarts are featuring. Nationally advertised, genuine loom cool and beach weave masterpieces in single and double-breasted models. Porous, lightweight suits that let the air circulate close to your body are priced just $12.50. And all you need is 50 cents down to take your suit home with you. 50 cents a week will take care of the balance, and at Nuarts, there's never any interest or carrying charge. And while you're there, don't fail to see the smart accessories on display. Shirts and ties, polo shirts, white flannel trousers, white shoes, all at the Loop store. Get everything you need at Nuarts on easy credit. Go to Nuarts, N-E-W-A-R-T, Nuarts, 232 South State Street and 6319 South Halstead Street. Open Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday evening. Listen tomorrow right after the game for scores of other games presented by Nuarts, Chicago's favorite family credit clothier.
Which winds up to throw the first one, and Hayes takes it for a ball. It missed that inside corner a little bit, seemed to be also down pretty low. So it's 1 ball called on Hayes. White Sox leading the Athletics 2-0 in the first inning. 2 out, 2 runs home, and Benura on third base. Jackie swings the next. The ball is back into the stands to the right of the plate, and it's 1-1. Both Hayes and Hayes and umpire Quinn raced back to the stand to see whether that ball could be caught or not. When it wasn't, Quinn pulled the ball out of his pocket and threw it back to the pitcher, only he didn't throw it to the pitcher. He threw it about 8 feet to his right, to the pitcher's left, and umpire McGowan had to field it out there and throw it back to Doyle. Now starts to wind up. Pitches. Jackie hits a line smash down the third base line foul, but it just missed Benura's ear. Man, that ball really went down there and hit the end of the canvas, bounded halfway back to the infield. Ball was hit like a shot down the third base line. Benura ducked it, and it landed foul about 30 feet down past third base. 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The gun winding up. Throws. Jackie falls another one back. Hits the front of the second deck, bounds high in the air, and lands back out onto the net and down into the field. It's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Hayes. Benura on third base, 2 out, 2 runs home in the first inning for the White Sox, and the score 2-0 in their favor. Doyle again starts to wind up. Throws, and it's high one wide for a ball, making it 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Hayes. 2-2 is the count. It goes again, and Jackie swings to miss a high fastball inside and strike out for the 3rd out in the last half of the first inning. So it's 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the first inning for the White Sox. And the score is 2-0 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the first inning. Here's a tip for keeping your car in condition. If you haven't changed the motor oil recently, do it now. Change to the new Texaco motor oil. New Texaco motor oil retains its lubricating qualities, resists heat, and keeps every bearing surface protected with an unbroken film of efficient lubrication every mile you drive. Bob Johnson, the Philadelphia second baseman, who until yesterday we had never seen do anything to play the outfield, but has been playing second base for several weeks, is up there at the plate now, a husky, dangerous right-handed hitter. And he stands there at the plate waiting as Dietrich gets his sign, starts his wind-up, throws, And the hitter takes it inside across the waist for ball one. One ball called. Dietrich winds up again. He pitches, and the hitter swings and fouls the ball on the ground. Goes back to stand. I think it hit umpire Quinn with foot on the way back, but he won't rub or anything, but he was walking around there rather spry for a minute, just sort of showing that he got nicked. And it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnson. Here comes the next one inside for ball 2, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike on Johnson. 2-1 the count. 2-1, but the throws once more, and Johnson swings in a high fly, cutting down foul back at first base. Manura's under it and has it for the first out of the second inning. 1 out of the second inning for the Athletics. And Frank Higgins, he is third baseman. Piggy Higgins, another right-handed hitter, and a dangerous one, is up there at the plate. Hitter Higgins swings, hit a pop fly, and this time Pryor is coming in under it in the infield, but he decides the glare is pretty bad and calls to Sewell, who comes out and makes the catch for the second out. You know, even though the sun for the moment isn't out brightly, when you once look up in that cloud-covered sky with the right toward where the sun is, it makes a terrific glare that's almost tougher than looking right into clear sunlight. And with Pryor having to stare up into that and Sewell coming up in the plate, he called to Luke and he made the play. And now, Frank Hayes at bat hits a terrific smash way out to deep right center, and Krivich goes way back in front of the scoreboard to make the catch for the third out, ending the first half of the second inning with no run and no hit. Score remains 2-0 in favor of the White Sox. White Sox coming to bat in the last half of the second inning with Tony Pyatt up there at the plate. Standing there at the plate waiting, as I mentioned earlier, Jimmy Dykes, who is regularly the third baseman and the manager of the Sox, coaching at third base this afternoon, taking a day off, maybe a day or two off. But after all, he has a good ball player there, an efficient one, a fellow who should by now be out of the slump that had him bothered earlier in the year. And after he started great, you know, Tony slumped, and they took him out of there. And Jackie Hayes has been going so great since then, they couldn't get Tony back in. And with a ball player like that there's no reason why a man like Jimmy Dykes, who's been playing ball for more years than most of us have been watching it, should stay in there every day when a day's rest here and there will make a new man out of him. So that's what he's doing today. Here's Hayes up there, but he winds up, throws, and it's a curveball inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. What did I say? Well, if I got Hayes still up there, Andy, well, let you check up on me, will you? It's Pyatt, isn't it? You give us today. Okay. 1 ball called and Pyatt. Tony hits the next one, a beauty out to left center. The shortstop leaps in the air, almost makes a great catch, but he just throws the ball up and it drops out into center field, bounds out there for a base hit. Man, that fellow Newcomb almost made himself the play of the afternoon there with that leaping effort to get that line smashed. And at that, he managed to tag it, and it went out into center field on the bounce. But Pyatt is on first base, rest of a base hit. On first base, with nobody out in the second inning, and Luke Sewell, White Sox catchers at bat. Just throws and Luke swings to foul the ball back to the net back of the plate for strike 1. 1 strike on Sewell. Out there, rubs that ball up a little bit, dries his hands on his trousers, then swings around, ready to pitch the next one to Luke. Back at the runner, then pitches, and Sewell started to swing, but changed his mind to take a ball inside and low. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Luke Sewell. 1-1 the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ready again. Throws, And the hitter swings, hit a drive into center field, going way out there, but the center fielder backs up easily, makes the catch, throws the ball back into second base, and Pyle has to go back to first. Dietrich, White Sox pitcher, late of this same Philadelphia team, at bat with 1 out of the second inning. Getting ready now. Over to man first base. Then pitches, and it's a wide one across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Doyle throws again, and Dietrich swings, hit a foul. It's going into the stands to the right of the plate. Catcher coming back very fast, but it's back out of his reach. And so it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Dietrich. One is the count. And here's the next pitch. Doyle set. Look at the runner pitches, and the hitter hits the ball hard out the third baseman. He grabs for it, it hits him in the foot. He recovers it again and throws the first, and the ball gets there just an eyelash after Dietrich's foot hits the bag, and both runners are safe. Runners on first and second. Dietrich really went down that line for a pitch at that time and lost no time doing. The runners are on first and second with 1 out in the second inning. And the next man up there is Rip Radcliffe, leadoff man and left fielder, stocky little left-handed hitter. That play was charged as an error for Higgins. And the first pitch to Radcliffe is a fast strike over the inside corner about shoulder high. Pitch is ready out there again. Takes another look back at the runner at second. Then pitches, and Radcliffe swings in a high fly into center field, but Moses jogs a little bit to his right. He's waiting, comes in a little, has it, and throws hard to third base to hold the runner at second. So Newsom cuts it off, and it's 2 out in the second inning. 2 out in the second inning for the White Sox. They have runners on first and second, and Larry Rosenthal is at bat. Rosenthal up there at the plate. Doyle is ready, throws. Larry swings and follows the ball back to the screen for strike 1. 1 strike is the count. One strike, pitch is ready out there again. He's a heavy sign. Throws, and it's a wide one across the waist for ball 1. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Rosenthal. One and 1 to count. It's ready again. Watch the second. Throws, and it's ball 2 high and outside. And this time the catcher walks out in front of the plate. Calls encouragement to Carl. Throws the ball back to him. Slaps it into his glove a couple of times while he looks around the outfielders who are playing fairly even for Rosenthal. Both right and left fielder pretty well in from the line. They're not protecting that line very much. Staying more out towards center field. But the second baseman's playing pretty deep. And Larry jumps back to take the third pitch in, third ball inside and low, and it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Larry. Rosenthal might possibly go after this 3-1 ball. Pitch is ready. Throws, and it's wide across the waist for ball 4. He couldn't go after with the ball that far away, and it gives him a base on balls, which fills the bases for the White Sox. It's second inning. Fills the bases with 2 outs, and Mike Krivich, the White Sox right fielder, is up there at the plate. Krivich at bat. It winds up to pitch the first one to Mike. Throws, and he takes it inside across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball call. Stands there watching the plate again. Finally starts his wind-up. Swinging windup, he uses pitches, and Mike hits a bounder, and the third baseman grabs the ball, throws to second, and Rosenthal is forced out on a play from Higgins to Johnson for the third out, ending that inning and ending that serious threat with no damage. And so it's no runs, one hit, one error, and 3 men left on base in the last half of the second inning. The score remaining 2-0 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the second inning. I'm very pleased to hear from so many fans who discovered there had been a little delay in their getting of the new 1936 Texaco scorebook. You know, this book is really quite an item, and I've noticed many of the baseball writers examining it, and some of them even using them, because they're just the same as the official books, except the summary sheet is a little more complete. But in the book, besides space for 17 full games, the regular official blanks, such as we've used for many years, is a complete scoring system with illustrations, and too, just pictures of the Cubs and White Sox, their rosters and schedules. And it's so simple to receive. Just stop in at any Texaco station, ask for a request card, fill it in with your name and address. It's already addressed to me on the other side. The 1-cent stamp on it, and mail it, and you'll get that card. As I said, those to whom there's been a little delay in receiving the book have been letting me know about it, and we'll see if they get the book right away. You may have sent in your card, and there's been some delay, so don't forget to let me know. Now Newsom at bat takes the first pitch high and wide for ball one. And Dietrich throws the next one over the outside corner about waist high for a strike. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Newsom. For a right-handed hitter, there's the next ball, a curve ball outside, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Whitey Newsom, Lamar Newsom. Dietrich throws again, and the hitter swings in a high fly to short left center. Radcliffe is jogging over easily. He's waiting for the ball now, has it, and it's 1 out in the third inning for the Athletics. 1 out in the third inning with Carl Doyle, the pitcher, now coming up to the plate. Finally gets there. He bats right-handed as he pitches. The infield plays about even. Outfield pulls in a little. And the first pitch is a strike over the heart of the plate, a little above the knees. Rosenthal has moved a little bit toward right center, figuring Doyle as hitting to right. And there's strike 2, another fastball down the middle, a little above the knees. And it's 2 strikes on Doyle. 2 strikes to count. And the pitcher throws, and it's a high one inside for ball 1. To make it 1 ball and 2 strikes on Doyle. 1 and 2. Hitter swings again and misses a fastball, striking out for the second out in the third inning. That makes it 2 out in the third inning for the A's. And Lou Finney, the leadoff man, once more is at bat. Lou got himself 5 hits and 6 times at bat yesterday. Rather a busy afternoon. Throws and the hitter swings, hit one hard right back at Hayes, who comes up with it on the hop, throws to first base, and it's 3 out. No runs, no hits in the third inning for the Athletics, and the score remains 2-0 in favor of the White Sox. Sox coming to bat in the last half of the third inning with Pete Manura, who tripled to drive in the second run in the first inning, the first man up. This broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox of Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. Broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Doyle's arrived on the mound to start his warm-up. He's downstairs sitting on the bench today with the Sox bench and looked around and discovered a fellow that, well, it wasn't so very long ago. We were talking about him from up here. He's up here alongside of us now. That's former member of Detroit and Boston Club in the American League, Bill Akers. Bill, how do you like baseball from up in this direction?
Well, it's a little high up, Paul. I'd rather be down on the field with the rest of the boys.
Well, I don't blame you for that. How do you like this way of playing baseball, sitting and talking 2 hours an afternoon?
I don't believe I could stand it. I get too nervous sitting still.
Well, you've done pretty well so far. You haven't knocked any chairs or anything over. Won't be long, huh? Venura's up there now. Pitcher starts to wind up. and throws, and Zeke leans back to take a high fastball inside for ball one. One ball called. Doyle leans over to get the sign, starts to wind up again. And pitches, and Zeke takes ball two, a fast one inside across the waist. So it's 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Benura. 1-0 is the count. Pitcher ready again, starts to wind up once more. Throws, and it's a fast strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, making it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Zeke. And there's the third ball wide across the waist, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Benura. 3-1 the count. And one with the pitcher ready again. Throws, and the hitter takes ball 4. It's over the plate but low, and Zeke gets the base on ball. So puts the big Zeke on first base with nobody out in the third inning. And Luke Appling is up there at the plate, right-handed hitter. Steps up there and taps the plate 2 or 3 times. The bat faces Doyle. Carl is getting a sign from Hayes, getting ready to pitch. Team set. Takes a look at first base and throws, and it's a strike over the inside corner, waist high. 1 strike on Appling. Doyle again has the sign. He's ready. Stretches, settles the ball in front of him, looks back at the runner at first base, and pitches, and Luke swings hit a slow bounder. The pitcher can't quite get to it. Third baseman comes over and just juggles the ball. Shortstop grabs it. For the meantime, Appling beats it out for a base hit, and Benura reaches second base. He made the turn to go to third because he found third base uncovered. The shortstop was right near the line, so he whirled and would have blocked him off, so he stayed at second base. That's an infield scratch hit for Appling. But it looks just as big in those batting averages, boys. And to put the White Sox runners on first and second with nobody out in the third inning. And Jackie Hayes, Mitter Hayes, the White Sox second baseman, is up there at the plate. He acted as though he was going to bunt, but the pitch came up inside, so he stepped back to let it go by for ball 1. 1 ball called. Once again, the pitcher swings around, looks back over his shoulder, and throws, and it's a ball 2. It missed the outside corner down around the knees. Infield all playing for the bunt, with the first baseman charging in. Second baseman going over to cover first. Shortstop dashing over to second. Third baseman holding back as far as he dares to see if he can't make a play at third base. He throws again, and Jackie gets a wide one across the waist for ball 3. It makes it 3-0 on Hayes. Frank Hayes, the catcher, walks out in front of the plate, calls the pitcher, throws the ball back to him. Doyle stands there rubbing the ball up, standing with his back to the plate. He turns around, steps onto the slab. And there's the stretch, getting ready to pitch the next one to Hayes. He throws, and it's ball 4, high and inside. Mitter gets the base on ball. The Sox have the bases full in the third inning with nobody out. Nobody out, bases full. White Sox already leading 2-0, and Tony Pyatt is bat in the third inning. Doyle has got himself in a peck of trouble out here. Pyatt up there now, right-handed hitter also, stands with his right foot way in the inside rear corner of the batter's box, partially facing the pitcher, and he swings it. The first one, a bounder foul down the third baseline. Jimmy Dykes fields it, looks it over pretty carefully, rubs it up a little, then tosses it out to the pitcher, and Doyle takes it, adjusts his cap, grabs the ball, looks at the plate for the sign to pitch again. Pyatt is all set there. Doyle starts that easy swinging wind-up. Pitches, and Tony had to sit down under that one. It was so far inside, and it made it ball 1. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Ready again, starts to wind up throws, and Tony takes the second ball. He's all set again to swing, but the ball came down there by the knees inside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. Or rather on Pyatt. I keep insisting on getting Hayes up there at batting extra time, don't I? 2-1 the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Tony started to swing at the next one, stopped. The ball hit the bat and bounded down to the first baseman, who grabbed it and threw to the plate, getting Pyatt easily, or rather getting the man at the plate easily, and then threw back to first, but Pyatt got down there. Pyatt tried to pull away from that ball, but he got his bat around just far enough so the ball met it and bounded easily down to Dean, the first baseman, and he threw the catch at the plate, forcing Bonura for the first out of the inning. Bases are still full with 1 out, and Luke Sewell hits the first pitch, a long drive out to deep left center, going way out there to the scoreboard. 1 run is coming across the first plate, another one, and Pyatt is around third base racing for the plate, scores standing up for a long double to the scoreboard in deep left center by Luke Sewell, scores all 3 runs, and gives the White Sox now a 5-0 lead. That ball was really hit, too, what I mean. He got that ball right around on that ball and drove it out into left center. There was no question about where it was going from the moment it started. It was right out between the left fielder and center fielder. Neither man had a chance to make a play on it. A regular parade of Sox runners across that plate. Here is Dietrich, the pitcher at bat. Throws and he swings, hit a bounder. It's just past the pitcher. Shortstop comes in fast, grabs the ball, realizes he can't get Dietrich, holds it, hoping to get Sewell rounding third. But Sewell stops there. He had his eye on the play, and runners around first and third. Still only 1 out, 3 runs already home, and that's an infield scratch hit for the pitcher, Dietrich now. He's been on base both times he's been up there. He really goes down that line when he's on his way to first base and doesn't waste any time. Now Radcliffe up there. Takes a crack at the first pitch, hit a little looping foul down back at third base. Third baseman dashing over there, but it's back. And the box seats, one of the fans there catches it. And it's 1 strike on Radcliffe. White Sox runners on first and third. 1 out, 3 runs already home in the third inning. And Radcliffe at bat. Hitter hits the next one, a long high fly to deep center field. Center field is back there to get it. Makes the catch, and Sewell is jogging home after the catch with Dietrich starting back to first base. Long drive to deep center field by Radcliffe for the second out. And it scores Sewell after the catch with the 4th run of the inning to give the White Sox a 6-0 lead. Now the man at bat is Rosenthal, who takes the first pitch wide across the waist for ball 1. 1 ball called. There's the next one for ball 2 inside and low, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strike on Rosenthal. Doyle swings around again, ready to throw. Bill watches the runner at first, but pitches. And Larry gets the first strike, a beauty over the heart of the plate, about waist high. And it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Rosenthal. Here comes the 3rd ball wide, and Larry has a count of 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike on Rosenthal. Hi, Ernie. Glad to see you. Very glad to see you, Ernie. 3-1, and there's ball 4 wide across the chest. And it's a base on ball for Rosenthal. His second walk in 3 innings. First inning he singled, walked in the second, walked in the third. Moves Dietrich to second base. And the White Sox have runners on first and second. 2 out. 4 runs already home in the third inning. Score now 6-0 in favor of the Sox. And Cleavage at bat takes the first pitch high and inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher walks out there in front of the plate to return the ball to the pitcher. A new one. He rubs it up a little bit. Finally steps onto the slab, watches for his sign, gets it, swings around into pitching position. Strikes, looks back at the runner at second, pitches, and it's a strike over the heart of the plate down around the knees to make it 1 ball and 1 strike on Krivich. 1-1 is the count. Throws again, and Mike was all set for that one, but stepped back, stopped his swing, and the ball came over the heart of the plate down around the knees. So it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Little Mike. 1-2 the count. He throws again, and Krivich swings it a foul down the right field line, back onto the roof of the stand, and it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes on Krivich. 1-2. Watching second base, throws again, and there's a ball inside and low to make it ball 2, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Mike. Doyle isn't having much luck out there. He's fast one, he throws a fast one, but he usually seems to be using mostly a slow curve and a change of pace. Throws this one pretty fast, but it's lined wide. Ball 3. It cuts loose, the control isn't there, so he has trouble. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 on Krivich. 3-2. He throws again, and the hitter swings and tips the ball foul on the ground back of the plate. Naturally, the runners were on the go with the pitch, being a 3-2 count with 2 outs. So they have to jog back their bases. That is, one of them is running back Rosenthal, but Dietrich is strolling back to second. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Krivich. Doyle throws again, the runners start, but it's ball 4 wide. And again this inning, the White Sox have the bases full. Moves Rosenthal to second base and Dietrich to third. And the bases are full again in the 3rd inning. And Zeke Benura, who opened the inning with a walk, who was forced at the plate for the first out, after the base has been filled for the first time, is back up there at the plate. Zeke Benura at bat, bases full, 2 outs, 4 runs already home in the 3rd inning. And Zeke jumps back to take it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball call. Doyle goes through his windup, pitches again, and it's a good strike. A fast ball over the outside corner, waist high. Zeke was all set to swing, stopped and looked at the plate, and looked back at the umpire, looked at the plate again. But it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Benura. Throws once more, and Zeke swings, hit a little pop fly out in short third base. The third baseman coming in and makes the catch for the 3rd out. Benura pops to Higgins, and it's 3 outs in the 4th inning for the in the 3rd inning for the White Sox. I'd run over into the 4th inning column in the scorebook here to get that second time at bat in there. So in the 3rd inning, the White Sox had 4 runs, or 1, 2, 3 hits. Yes, there were only 3 hits in that rally, and 3 men left on base. It was mostly wildness on Mr. Doyle's part that caused his trouble. And the score at the end of the 3rd inning, the White Sox are leading the Athletics by a score of 6-0. Now for up-to-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities, we return to the studio.
In the National League, in Philadelphia, the Chicago Cubs lead the Phillies at the end of the first half of the 7th inning, 3-1. Henshaw and Hartnett working for the Cubs, the Phils using Paso and Atwood. In Brooklyn, the Pittsburgh Pirates lead the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 5th inning by a score of 8-2. Berkhofer and Patton working for the Pirates, the Dodgers starting Baker and Berries with Butcher pitching in the 3rd. First game of the doubleheader in New York was taken by the Giants from the Cincinnati Reds 5-1. In the 2nd game at the end of the 3rd inning, the Giants lead the Reds 4-1. The 2nd game battery, the Reds, Schott and Lombardi, for the Giants, Smith and Mancuso. In the American League, in Detroit, the Yankees are leading the Tigers at the end of the first half of the 2nd inning 8-0. Pearson and Jorgens working for the Yanks, Bridges and Hayward starting for the Tigers with Sorrell pitching in the 2nd. In Cleveland, the Indians lead the Washington Senators at the end of the first half of the 3rd inning, 2-0. Brighthill and Millie's working for the Senators, the Indians using Brown and Pitlack. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Ready to go in the next inning. The fourth, the first man at bat, Moses hit the first ball pitch for a pop fly into the infield, and Pyatt came clear across past the pitcher's mound to make the catch on the first base side of the pitcher's box for the first out. One out of the fourth. Dean at bat takes the first pitch wide and low for ball one. One ball called, throws again, and it's ball two inside across the waist, making it 2-0. 2 balls and no strike on Dean. There's a strike over the inside corner waist high. So it's 2-1, 2 balls and 1 strike on Dean. Or now comes strike 2. And it's over the inside corner knee high to make it 2 balls and 2 strikes on Chuck. 2-2. Dietrich throws again. He swings, hits the ball hard out into center field for a base hit. The first hit of the afternoon off Dietrich. And it's the second time he's reached base. He walked once and got a base hit this time. And he's the only man on the club that has been on base. The Dean is on first base with 1 out of the 4th inning. And Puccinelli, the right fielder, is at bat. And the first pitch is a fastball across the waist, but wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. And the hitter swings the next one, hit it into left field for another base hit. Well, that base hit seemed to break the charm. He drove it into left field for a single, and it's moved Dean to second base. So the A's have runners on first and second with 1 out of the 4th inning, and Bob Johnson, the second baseman, is at bat. Throws the first one for a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Johnson. And he swings, hit the next one into right field for still another base hit. The runner from second is coming around third on the way in. And Davis throws the ball to the plate. And the runner is called out. And then the umpire had his head in the air and suddenly spread his hands to indicate safe. Apparently at first he thought Sewell had him blocked off, but then he discovered that his foot had come over the plate, and when the dust cleared and he saw his foot on the plate, he realized it had been there when the ball hit him, and he called him safe. He had the courage of his conviction, which is the right way to do. Sometimes an umpire may call a play a little bit fast. This time, umpire Quinn had the arm part way up to call him out. When the dust cleared, he saw he had made it, so he realized it and called him safe as he should have, which was a good decision. Now the men at bat. Higgins takes the first pitch for a strike over the outside corner, about knee high. 1 strike on Pinky. A good throw to the plate by Krivich, incidentally. Philadelphia runners on first and third, 1 out, 1 run home in the 4th. Pink hits the next one, a high fly out to right field. Krivich comes over, makes the catch, turns and makes another great throw to the plate. But the runner scores easily as the catcher runs up on the ball and blocks it. And the runner at first had to hold his base. So it's 2 out in the 4th inning, 2 runs home for the Athletics. They still have Johnson on first base. Frank Hayes, the catcher, is up there at the plate. Hayes at bat, but looks at first base and pitches. Hitter hits a high bounder going down the third base line. A land spare on the second hop, but has a lot of English on it, a lot of spin, and it landed fair and bounced almost at right angles to go foul, and it's strike 1 on Hayes. The ball was hit so high, both runners would have been able to advance on the ball, even though it had stayed fair, and was fielded. Hayes gets back to play for the count of 1 strike on him. 2 out, 2 runs home in the 4th inning for the Athletics. Score now 6-2 in favor of the White Sox. Johnson still on first base. Dietrich gets his sign, swings around, he's ready to pitch. Throws and the hitter takes a wide one low for ball 1. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1.
Frank swings again to hit a high fly down the right field line. Krivich is jogging over across the line and makes the catch down there in foul territory in front of the stand for the third out. So it's 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the first half of the fourth inning. The score is 6-2 in favor of the White Sox. White Sox cutting the bat in the last half of the fourth with Luke Appling, White Sox shortstop, first man at bat. What are all these things they just brought in here? More telegrams, George? Telegrams. Birthday business has got him. Congratulations to Graybeard of Wireless. Hope your break 80 in your life is not on golf course. You know who that's from. Yeah. Don't have to say anything about that. T. Kraft, that's old Plutocrat, you know? Uh-huh. Mr. and Mrs. B. Abramson, congratulations and sincere good wishes on your birthday. Isn't that Chucky? Fred Fowler, sincere wishes for many, many happy returns. Joel Halperin, heartiest congratulations. Mrs. Anna Larson and Mrs. Lester Larson. Very nice. Happy birthday. Enjoy listening to the games. Well, that suits me. Bill Ma Taylor up there at Lake Geneva says, happy birthday to us. You know, it's her birthday, too. We usually have a chance to celebrate it together, but the season's still on. We can't get away like we usually can. Well, you got to send a wire tomorrow, too. Yes, Ness Pharmacy, Herbie Davis and the gang, congratulations on your 29th birthday. Well, he knows I'm 29 again, so it's all right. Mo Rice, congratulations. I'm an old pill roller. I know him. Well, we got some more here, but we'll read them in a minute because the ball game's going on. And Appling at bat takes the first one for a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Luke. Winds up again, throws. And the hitter swings to foul the ball into the stands above and to the right of the plate for strike 2. That makes it 2 strikes on Appling. Throws again, and Luke watches that ball go into the ground at his feet for ball 1, so it's 1 and 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Doyle winding up again, pitches, and Luke swings it a bounder down to the third base, and it bounds over his shoulder and goes on out into left field. Luke makes the turn, but goes back to first base as the ball is fielded in a hurry and thrown in there, and it's a base hit for Luke. Higgins went after that ball rather peculiarly. He went out there not seeming to know just how it was going to bounce because it was taking funny hops. First a long one, then a short one, and then a medium one. And finally hit and took a high hop right up over his shoulder into left field for a single. So Jackie Hayes is at bat, taking the first pitch inside by the knees for ball 1. 1 ball called. Remember, the White Sox are leading the Athletics by a score of 6-2. Last half of the fourth inning, Appling is on first base. Throws now, and it's a strike over the outside corner knee high to make it 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. Hitter hits the next one to drive out into left field for a good clean base hit, and it moves Appling to second base. George, I'm glad you explained that 1 wire. I saw that Fred scores Fowler, and I couldn't figure it out. I should have put quotation marks about it. That's the voice from the studio by Crackle. Fred Fowler that does the scores and things down there between our breaks. I'm glad you pointed that out. That had me puzzled. And reading them in a hurry here, trying not to miss the game, why, I almost overlooked that. Doggone, that's swell. I got to work together, my friend. Well, the first pitch to Quiet now almost knocked him down, and he takes it for ball 1. Oh, himself scores now, huh? Scores and scores of scores. Oh, dear. 1 ball call, pitch throws again, and it's a strike over the outside corner waist high, making it 1-1. Calling himself scores and batteries. But it's charged him up a little, eh? 1-1 is the count with the pitcher ready again. Throws, that ball hit Tony right in the leg. He tried to get out of the way of it, but the ball kept sailing in toward him. Finally hit him about in the knee, and he gets the first base hit by a pitch ball, and again, for the second time in 2 innings, the White Sox have the bases full with nobody out, and Luke Stool is at bat. Stepped up there with the bases full last inning and cleared them off. Just mopped them all up with a big double. No, the A's don't bother warming up pitchers. I mean, 1 pitcher a day, you know. Luke swings hit the first ball pitch and results in a double play, second to short to first, with Appling scoring. A double play in which Luke hit the ball to Johnson. He flips it to Newsom, and Newsom over to Dean. Complete the double play, scoring Appling and moving Hayes to third base. So now it's 2 out for the White Sox in the 4th inning. And Dietrich is getting a hand as he walks up there to the plate. 2 out, 1 run home. Hayes on third base. Pitcher starts to wind up pitches. And it's a curveball wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winding up again, throws, and the hitter swings and misses a high fastball outside for a strike. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Dietrich. 1-1 to count. Throws again, and Bill swings to drive it out into center field for a good clean single, and it scores Hayes easily from third base. A single to center field by Dietrich. Well, I'm glad of one thing. He brought his hitting ability to the White Sox with him. He always could hit pretty good. Was pretty tough up at that plate. He doesn't look much like a hitter, but he takes a short punch swing at that ball, and he's willing to swing, which means he gets a lot of base hits. I know he always did against the White Sox before he came here. Now Radcliffe at bat. Swings the first one to hit a high fly to left center. Left fielder closing in on his pass and makes the catch on the run out there for the 3rd out. Rip has been up 4 times in 4 innings, but got only 1 base hit out of it. That's going to sort of make a dent in that fancy batting average of his. Started out all right, but hasn't had any luck since. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the 4th inning, and the score now stands 7-2. Wait a minute, 8-2. 6, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, I'm getting jittery here. The birthday business is getting too much. 29 years a lot. Yeah, I'm getting old. It's 8-2 at the end of the 4th inning. Have you been having trouble keeping squeaks and rattles out of your car after rainy spells? Then try Marpac chassis lubrication. Marpac stays put on the bearings and keeps the water and mud out. It gives double the service that ordinary grease will, too. Have your car Marpac and say goodbye to annoying, costly squeaks and rattles. First man at bat in the 5th inning for the Athletics is Newsom, shortstop, and takes the first one for a strike. There's our engineer friend, on time too, Mr. Molnar. And this next one comes over there for strike 2. Dietrich throws again for a high one wide and ball 1 to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes. You always know it's 4 o'clock when that happens. Hitter swings the next hit, a high fly to short right field. Right fielder Kravich is coming in, but Hayes goes back and tries to cough to the ball. Finally realizes Mike's coming in on him, so he sits down. He stops up and sits down to get out of the way, and Kravich comes on in to make the play. So it's 1 out in the 5th inning for the Athletics, and Kyle Doyle, the pitcher, is at bat. First pitch is a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high. 1 strike to count, pitcher winds up again, throws, and it's strike 2. Boy, he laid that one right down the middle. I guess he figures there's no use of pulling to this fella. Dietrich is really faster than I thought he was. He seemed to have a lot of stuff on that ball. Of course, he's throwing just plain fastballs down there just this minute. And he's winding up again, throws, The hitter swings and fouls the ball back on the ground back of the plate. It may have nicked Luke Sewell's foot. He sort of staggered for a minute, but just reached for another ball, got it, and threw it back out to the pitcher. And it's 2 strikes on Doyle still. Dietrich throws again, and Doyle swings and misses, striking out for the second out of the 5th inning. That makes it 2 out of the 5th inning for the Athletics. And Luke Finney, the A's left fielder, is at bat. Swings the first one, hit it hard out to Ventura. Leaped high in the air trying to field that ball and hit him in the knee. Bounded out in the foul territory with Zeke right after it. That ball bounded and Zeke went right up in the air with it, but it didn't come up as high as his glove. It hit him in the knee instead and bounded over to foul territory. For what will probably be called a base hit. The ball was hit pretty hard. And it puts Finney on first base. It's 2 out in the 5th inning. And Moses, the center fielder, is up there at the plate. Moses at bat. The hitter swings and fouls the ball back to the net back of the plate, and it's strike 1. Yes, it's officially called a hit now. Finally get the relay sign from the official scorer. 1 strike on Moses. And he swings, hit a pop fly coming down foul back of the plate, coming down onto the net, and it's 2 strikes on Wallace. Two strikes to the count on Moses. Remember, Finney is on first base. It's 2 out of the 5th inning. And he hits the next one, but it's foul right down the first base coaching line. Coach there grabs it, looks it over, throws it back out to pitcher. That's our old friend Lena Blackburn, who many, many years ago played with the White Sox. Later on was coach and finally manager of the club. Ready again, pitches, and it's a curveball very wide and low, making it 1-2. The ball broke sharply away from the hitter. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Call the first hit. This broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox of Chicago, at the presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the A's to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. WCFL at Chicago. More wires. Well, that's swell. A couple people must know about birthday. Maybe got friends too. Here's one that I know is a real friend. Gary joins me in wishing you many happy returns this day. You're a real credit to broadcasting. Well, I like that very much, and especially from General A.F. Lorenzen, who sent it. That's very swell. The boys at Guy Bush Service Stations, happy birthdays and best wishes. Curly Oregon Joe, birthday greetings and best wishes. May you live long. Whoa, Larry pounds the first ball pitched to him right out into left field for a good, clean, hard base hit. That ball was well hit out to left field by Rosenthal. Puts him on first base. Nobody out in the 5th inning for the White Sox. And Mike Krivich up there at the plate. Pitcher ready now to pitch the first one to Mike throws, and the hitter takes it inside across the knees for ball 1. 1 ball call, pitcher ready again, throws, and it's inside and low for ball 2, making it 2 balls and no strikes on Krivich. 2-0 the count. Pitcher ready out there again, takes a look back at the runner at first and pitches, and the hitter swings, hit a little looping fly to right field. Right fielder comes in fast. The ball drops in front of him for a base hit, and then he can't grab a hold of it on the first hop, has to pick it up a second time, and Rosenthal, who had stopped to watch whether the ball was going to be caught or not, he had to get to second base. It was one of those dead spots out there that if Puccinelli had any luck, and could have gotten that ball on the hop. He might have made a quick throw to second in time to force Rosenthal. He couldn't quite do it. So it's a base hit, and the runner is on second. Runner's on first and second. That was Texaco Leaguer is right. Next hitter, Ventura hits a drive into left field for another base hit. The left fielder throws the ball in fast, but Rosenthal scores easily. Yeah, Andy, I didn't have time to get that Texaco Leaguer in. I was watching for that play at second. I didn't want to say it was a Texaco Leaguer. They forced him at second, you know, get the idea? Real confidential like. See, Bill, up here in this broadcast, we don't have any Texas Leaguers anymore. They're Texaco Leaguers. You know, we've got to start individual. No more Texaco Leaguers. No more Texas Leaguers. They're all Texaco. Now, Appling is there at the plate. Runner still on first and second. Nobody out. One run home in the fifth inning. And the first pitch is inside for ball one. One ball called. He throws again, and the hitter fouls this one into the stand to the right of the plate for a strike, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Appling. Doyle swings around, ready again. Takes another look back at the runner. Then pitches. Luke has to sit down. He got in his rocking chair and rocked out of the way of that one. And it's ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Appling. 2 balls and 1 strike, which has his sign again, takes another look back at second base, and throws, and it's a wide one low for ball 3, making it 3 balls and 1 strike on Appling. 3-1 is the count. Again, Doyle pitches, and it's ball 4 inside across the waist, and Luke gets the base run. Well, that's 3 innings in a row. They filled the bases with nobody out. No, well, they're going to warm somebody up in the bullpen. Don't tell me. Blythe is walking out there to the bullpen. Somebody else is also standing up to warm up. And Jackie Hayes is at bat. Jackie takes the first one, a fast strike over the outside corner, waist high. 1 strike on Hayes. Throws again, and it's inside. The ball gets away from the catcher. The runner from third is scoring. Slides in. The ball throw back from the pitcher gets from the catcher gets past the pitcher. There's nobody covering the plate. So Benura also scores. Hey, all you can see was fellas running home. That you know, like these fireworks, you see a streak go across, and all of a sudden there's a pause, and another streak goes right after it. Well, that's the way those white streaks were tearing home that time. The first pitch, McCreevett scored on a wild pitch, with the other 2 runners advancing also, and then when the catcher threw back to the pitcher badly, Benura also scored, but Appling had to stay on second. And now the hitter swings to foul the next one back into the stand back of the plate, and it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. Jackie swings to hit the next one, a long fly out to deep left field, but the left fielder's waiting there and makes the catch. The runner from second makes the break as though to go to third, but a very nice throw comes in from Finney right to the bag at third base to hold him at second. So it's 1 out in the 5th inning. 3 runs are home for the White Sox. Appling is still on second base, and Tony Platt is at bat. White Sox are now leading the Athletics by a score of 11-2. Doyle pitches, and Platt leans way back to take a ball inside across the waist. 1 ball called. And there's ball 2 also inside. So it's 1-2, 2 balls and no strikes. Doyle throws again, and Platt gets a high one inside for ball 3. And it's 3 balls and no strikes on Tony Platt, hitting for the White Sox in the 5th inning with Appling on second base, 1 out, 3 runs home, and the score 11-2 in favor of the White Sox. Throws again, and it's a strike over the inside corner, waist high. Platt made a start as though to go to first, but came back after taking only about a half a step
So it's 3-1. Throws again. Ooh, Quiet tried to twist out of the way of that one. The ball hit him right in the back. That's the second time he's been hit by a pitch ball, but in the records that goes merely as a base on ball because the ball hit him. That hit him was ball 4. In the old days, they'd call that a hit batsman anyway, but the pitcher saves his record a little bit this way. Tony gets down there walking a little bit slowly because the ball hitting you that way can knock the breath out of you more than a person could realize. I mean, the average person get hit like that, they'd have to carry him out on a stretcher, but a ball player's in condition and can take it, more or less has to take it. Luke Sewell at bat, takes the first pitch, a curveball wide and low for ball 1. One ball call, pitcher ready once more. With the runners on the go, the hitter hits the ball right back to the second baseman who flips it to the shortstop. Too late to get the man there, but the throw to first does get Sewell. Second baseman throw over to the shortstop, got to the shortstop before he reached the bag, and because it was a hit-and-run play and the runners were on the go with the pitch, Pyatt slid in safely. So Sewell is out on a rather peculiar roundabout play going from Johnson to Newsom to Dean, and Dietrich again gets a nice hand as he walks up to the plate. And he takes the first one for a strike over the inside corner, knee high. This young man has been on base all 3 times he's been at bat. Once on an error and twice on base hit. And there's a strike over the outside corner, knee high, making it 2 strikes on Dietrich. 2 strikes to count. Once more, the pitch is winding up. He throws and Dietrich swings it a bounder down toward left field. Johnson grabs for it, but it gets past him and out into, not Johnson, but Higgins, on out into left field. And 2-run score as the runner reaches first base for the 4th consecutive time, and the 4th consecutive inning, I might add. Ball was pretty well hit to the left of Higgins, who went over fast, tried to reach it, but it took a funny hop, caromed up off his glove, and bounced out into left field after hitting his glove. Been no sign yet from the official score as to whether that was a base hit or an error. And now the first pitch to Radcliffe is inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitch is ready out there again. There's the stretch. And he pitches and Radcliffe swings it a bounder. Higgins grabs for that also, but it caroms off his club back to the shortstop, who makes a backhanded pickup of it, but too late to get anybody, and the runners are safe at first and second. Everybody down there, the relays them, just standing and looking, and nobody's gone back into the press box to find out. We've got 2 to find out now, George. See if somebody will go up there, will you, old boy? Rosenthal is up there at the plate on both of them, the pitcher and Radcliffe. And he hits the first pitch, a drive into right field. The right fielder grabs the ball, drops it, and 1 run he's scoring, and the other runner goes to third base. You got 3 of them to find out now, George. What do you know about that? Right fielder grabbed the ball. It seemed to be right in his hand. And it hit his glove and dropped to the ground. And as a result, another run scored. And the runners are on first and third. 2 out. 6 runs home this inning. And Krivich at bat takes a wire strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Krivich. 1 strike is the count. And there's a ball inside across the waist, so it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ball 2 comes in wide and low. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Krivich. You mean the official scorer won't tell us whether it's a hit or an error? Has he gone crazy or something? And now Krivich swings it a high bounder down to the pitcher, who comes over to the line, gets it, but it's too late to get the man at first. He throws out there, but the runner is safe, and as a result, Radcliffe also scores, and Rosenthal goes to second base.
was a hit, that pitch was an error. Why wouldn't they tell you? Who's the official scorer? Who's the official scorer, Whitey? Well, I mean, who's the official scorer? McNamara is the official scorer, and he won't tell what the score is? Well, they must be crazy. I mean, after all, if they want to act that way, why, we'll take care of that. Now Blythe is in there to pitch. Blythe is in there to pitch for the A's. They finally relieved Doyle. And Blythe, a tall, slim right-hander, takes up the pitching chores out there with White Sox runners on first and second, 2 out, and a whole lot of runs home. Okay, Bill, see you later. Dietrich, they certainly called a hit and run. If an error is our guess, we sort of spied that out of them, but I suppose Rosenthal's with an error. I mean, if those fellas want to get swell-headed, well. Blythe is finishing his warm-up out there on the mound. Trying to catch up on this inning here and find out just all that did happen on account of with a lot of things happened and we couldn't quite figure out what it was all at once and get them all marked down here. There's been a lot more runs in, but we're ready to go now with Zeke Benura at bat for the Sox. Pitcher throws the first one and the hitter takes a strike over the inside corner, waist high. 1 strike on Benura. And there's a ball inside across the waist, so it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. And Zeke hits the next one, a bounder down to the shortstop who gets it, throws to second baseman, and the side is finally retired. Krivich is forced at second base on a play which went from the shortstop to the second baseman for the 3rd out. Now let's see if I can figure out how many runs there were scored. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runs in that inning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits, 2 errors, and 2 men left on base. And the score is 15-2 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the 5th inning. And now again, for just a moment, we return to the studio.
Thousands of requests for Texaco's 1936 baseball scorebook are pouring in every day. Don't wait any longer to send in your request card for your own copy. You'll find it great fun to score these games play-by-play the same as Hal Totten does. The system is explained simply and in detail. In addition, day by day as unusual plays develop, Hal Totten will tell you how to score them. The book is crammed with other interesting baseball information. You'll find pictures and rosters of both teams, complete schedules of all major league teams, several pages of interesting data on the Cubs and Sox. 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is something worthwhile having, and it's easy to get. All you have to do is go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card. Then write your name and address on the card, stamp it, and put it in the mail. Children must be accompanied by an adult when requesting a card. Remember, the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook is absolutely free. Get your request card in the mail today. And now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball game, brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Philadelphia Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 6th inning, the first man at bat, Dean, had taken the ball and hit a foul that landed back at the plate for a strike, and now hits a fly ball which Radcliffe gets out in left field for the first out in the 6th inning. 1 out in the 6th inning for the Athletics, and Puccinelli, the right fielder, is at bat. First pitch to Puccinelli is a strike over the outside corner about knee high. 1 strike on Puccinelli. And there's a ball inside across the waist for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Puccinelli. 1-1 the count. He throws the next one, and it's a ball wide and low, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1.
Dietrich throws again for the third ball wide, and it's 3-1 on Big George. 3 balls and 1 strike on Puccinelli. There's the second strike over the heart of the plate about knee-high. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Puccinelli. 3-2 the count. Dietrich throws again. The hitter swings, hit a bounder down to Jackie Hayes, who gets it, throws to first base. And it's 2 out in the 6th inning. 2 out in the 6th inning for the Athletics. Dietrich winds up, throws, and Johnson, who is at bat, takes a curveball wide and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Dietrich throws again for a strike over the inside corner, waist high, and it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnson. Hitter swings the ball, the next one back to the screen. He falls down from the force of that swing, and it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Big Bob. 1-2 the count. Dietrich throws again for ball 2. High and inside, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 on Johnson. The next one he has to duck under it. Came sailing right up at his shoulders, and he ducked under it to take it for the 3rd ball, making it 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Johnson. And he hits the next one, a drive into center field for a base hit. A single by Johnson, fielded by Rosenthal out there. He throws it back into the infield. And so Johnson's on first base with 2 out in the 6th inning, and Higgins is at bat. Higgins up there at the plate. And the first pitch is lined inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, the hitter swings, hit a slow bounder right back at the pitcher who gets it, throws to first base, and it's 3 out. He had to run a little bit over to his right to get that ball, but fielded easily, and it's 3 out, no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in the first half of the 6th inning, and the score remains. Wait till I add them up again. What is it? 7, 9, 15-2 at the end of the 6th inning. I had the right number of runs in that last half inning, didn't I? 7. Did I add them up right? I left the countdometer home. I didn't have a chance to bring that, or didn't think of bringing it. Scoreboard's got them up there right, too. Oh, we got some more wires here. Hey, let's see who these are. This one comes signed. Oh, the Hampshire, Illinois Cub and Sox fans. That's a great gang. I made a talk to them after the World Series last fall. Here's one from Alda and Harry Steers. Congratulations on your birthday. Harry Steers is that famous bowler. Announcement of a change in the lineup. Peter's playing left field for the Athletics. Here's from Algonquin. Andy, Uncle and Grandpa Simonides sitting there. Congratulations on the birthday. Joining the ball game. The last of the Rickards. Oh, Earl Rickard. Then he had to return. Oh, and says a lot of very nice things. Jim Wheeler also. Best of everything to you and always. Happy birthday. Charlie Hepp. That's the Harry's New York Cabaret. Charlie Hepp sends his regards also. Also very nice. Here's Appling at bat to start the last half of the 6th inning. And he takes the first pitch wide for ball 1. Pitch starts to wind up again. Throws. And it's inside across the knees for ball 2. Blythe is now the pitcher, you know, and Peters is playing left field in place of Finney. There's the next one for a strike over the heart of the plate about knee-high. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Appling. 1-1 to count. Throws once more. Luke swings it a long drive down the right field line. And one of the boys down there coming in from the Philadelphia bullpen grabs it. 2-2 now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So winding up once more. Throws the hitter. Swings it. Bounder down the third base line. But it's foul. And it's still 2-2. 2 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. Two and two. The pitcher ready again. Starts to wind up once more. Throws, and the hitter swings, hit a bounder down to the second baseman, who gets it, throws to first base, and the runner is out there for the first out in the 6th inning. 1 out in the 6th inning for the White Sox, and Jackie Hayes is at bat. Jackie takes the first one wide and low for ball 1. And now strike 1 over the outside corner, knee high, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. Throws again, and Jackie swings, hit a high fly coming down foul to the left of the plate. Frank Hayes, the catcher, is out there and makes the catch for the second out of the 6th inning. That makes it 2 out in the 6th inning for the White Sox. And Tony Pyatt, the White Sox third baseman, is up there at the plate. Pyatt at bat. Out there for the sign. The pitch first one. Tony starts his windup. Throws. Pyatt swings and tips the ball foul. It bounds off back at the catcher after hitting the catcher's glove. And it's 1 strike on Pyatt. 2 out for the White Sox in the 6th inning. 1 strike on Pyatt. Tony swings again, hit a high fly. The shortstop started in, but instead of that, the third baseman is making the catch easily for the 3rd out. And for the first time today, the White Sox have not only been retired in order, but retired without a man reaching base and retired without a base hit in an inning. No runs, no hits in the 6th inning for the White Sox, and the score is still 15-2 in favor of the White Sox at the end of the 6th inning. Now again, Fred Scores Fowler is going to have to come in and give us up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities. So we return to the studio.
In the National League in Philadelphia, the Chicago Cubs lost their game today to the Philadelphia Phillies when the Phils scored 5 runs to the Cubs' 3 runs. Henshaw and Hartnett started for the Cubs, with French taking over the mound in the 9th inning. The Phillies used Paso and Atwood the entire route. In Brooklyn, the Pittsburgh Pirates are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 8th inning by a score of 8-6. Berkhofer and Patton opened for the Pirates with Brown in the 5th and Lucas on the mound in the 8th. The Dodgers started Baker and Berries, Butcher pitching in the 3rd and Phelps catching in the 7th. In New York, the first game of the doubleheader between the Giants and the Cincinnati Reds, the Giants won 5-1. In the second game, the Giants are leading the Reds at the end of the first half of the 6th inning by a score of 8-1. In the American League, in Detroit, the New York Yankees lead the Tigers at the end of the 4th inning by a score of 11-4. In Cleveland, the Indians are leading the Washington Senators at the end of the 1st of the 6th by a score of 5-1. In St. Louis, the Browns lead the Boston Red Sox at the end of the first half of the 2nd inning, 1-0. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Tutton. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 7th inning. The first man at bat, Frank Hayes. The A's catcher takes the ball and then fouls one back against the front of the press box for strike 1. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. The next one is ball 2 inside and low, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. 2-1 the count. Dietrich winds up again, pitches, and Frank swings, hit a bounder down to Pyatt. Gets it nicely, throws to first. The throw is high, but Benora gets back down on the bag before Hayes can get there, and it's 1 out in the 7th. Benora had to go into the air to grab that one. So it's 1 out in the 7th inning for the Athletics, and Newsom, Lamar Newsom, the A's shortstop, is up there at bat. Hitter swings, hits the first one, and drive on into left field for a good clean base hit. Single to left field by Newsom, putting him on first base with 1 out in the 7th inning for the Athletics. And Blythe is at bat. Thanks, William. Newsom on first base, one out, slides the pitcher at bat. Dietrich watches first base and throws and flies, swings, hit a ball through into the right field for a good base hit. Runner stops at second because there's no point to try to go to third with the club needing 13 runs to tie it up. One run wouldn't mean much if you took a chance on it. And I doubt very much if he could have made it anyway, because the right fielder was playing in pretty close for the pitcher at bat and fielded the ball quickly. The A's have runners on first and second with one out in the seventh inning, and Peters, the right-handed hitter who is now playing left field in place of Finney, takes the first pitch inside for ball one. Gannon takes ball two inside and low, and the count is 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes. Strike on Peters. 2-0. There's the third ball inside across the way. So it's 3 balls and no strikes. 3-0. And there is ball 4. It's over the plate but too low. And so Peters balls, it's on balls, and Dietrich has filled the bases for the 7th inning. And Moses, the center fielder, is at bat. Just a chance. The heat may be getting to Dietrich a little bit because he hasn't been able to do an awful lot of pitching on account of having to run bases most of the time. He's been on base. So all 4 times he's been at bat. Now the first pitch is a strike, a fastball over the heart of the plate, waist high on Moses, a left-handed hitter. He just batted right-handed. Dietrich throws again, a curveball goes into the dirt inside, and the ball bounded up under Sewell's arm. Sewell just walked out in front of the plate with the ball still under his arm. Now starts to rub the thumb on his right hand. He apparently took quite a stock there with that. And it's 1-1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Moses. The A's have the bases full with 1 out in the 7th inning. White Sox leading 15-2. Dietrich starts to wind up once more, throws and the hitter swings, hit a high fly into center field. Rosenthal's jogging in a little bit to make the catch. Gets the ball, turns and throws to third base to hold the runner from second there. The ball bounds off by its shoulder, but he trots into the infield to get it. Has 1 run scored. Newsom scored easily from third base on Moses' long fly to center. Scored the 3rd run of the game for the Athletics and make the score 15-3. So it's 2 out in the 7th inning. Peters still on first base. 1 run is home, and Dean, the first baseman, is at bat. Throws the first one, and Dean hits a beauty out in the left center for a good long base hit. It's going clear out there to the wall. 1 run is coming in. Second one rounding third base and coming in, and Dean pulls up at second base. That fella can really hit that ball. Long double to left center by Dean, scoring both Smythe and Peters with the 2nd and 3rd runs of the inning. Make the score 15-5 in favor of the White Sox. And the man at bat is Puccinelli, the right fielder, taking the first pitch wide for ball 1. Hitter swings the next one to hit a high fly to left field. Radcliffe's under it, waiting for it. Has it easily, and it's 3 out. 3 runs, 3 hits, and 1 man left on base. In the first half of the 7th inning, he scored, standing 15-5 in favor of the White Sox. As the Sox come to bat in the last half of the 7th inning, the crowd's up for the 7th inning stretch. First White Sox hitter will be Luke Sewell, the White Sox captain. This broadcast of the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. WCFL at Chicago. Couple more wires. Frank Dimitro, congratulations on your birthday. Frank, oh, I know Frank. He's got that Texaco station down there at Ohio and Dearborn. You know that too, Andy. And Jim Clark out at Hammond, 29 or 92. Congratulations.
Well, ain't quite 92, my Bertie.
White Sox made the announcement today that Friday, July 31st, next Friday, is Ladies' Day here with no tickets except the tax tickets necessary for the ladies. There will be a doubleheader next Sunday, August 2nd, with the Boston Red Sox, the first game starting at 1:30. Now Sewell at bat takes the first pitch over the plate but low, and it's ball one. One ball called. She winds up again, throws, and the hitter takes a wide one across the waist for ball two. It makes it 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Sewell. 2-0 the count. And there's the first strike over the outside corner across the waist to make it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Luke. 2-1, and the hitter swings the ball. This next one back into the second deck, down in front of us, and it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Sewell. Ready once more, starts to wind up throws. Luke swings in a high fly out in deep right center. Right fielder chasing it, still going back, and grabs the ball way out there. Flips the ball back towards the center fielder, but it gets away from him. Cuccinelli had to go a long way for that ball, but he made a nice play on it. So it's 1 out in the 7th inning for the White Sox. And Dietrich, the White Sox pitcher, again gets a nice hand from the fan as he walks up there to the plate. Starts to wind up the pitch. First one to Bill. Throws. Dietrich swings in a high fly into center field, but Moses is jogging in under it easily. Has it, and it's 2 out in the 7th inning. First time they've gotten Dietrich out. 2 out in the 7th inning for the White Sox. And Rip Radcliffe is at bat. Radcliffe at the plate. First pitch, a fast strike over the heart of the plate, waist high. 1 strike to count. And there's the ball inside across the waist, so it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Radcliffe. Right throws again, and it's a high one wide for the second ball, making it 2-1 on the Ripper. 2 balls and 1 strike. Rip's been up 5 times. He's gotten only 1 hit so far this afternoon. Right throws again, and it's another ball wide. So it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Right, winding up again, throws. And it's a wide one across the waist for ball 4. Radcliffe gets a base on balls, and it's the first man to reach base off Clyde since he went in there in relief in the 6th inning. Benura, the man who faced him first that inning, forced a man for the 3rd out, then he got 3 men out in a row in the 6th, and the first 2 in the 7th. Now Rosenthal, Larry Rosenthal is at bat, taking the first pitch high and wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, and the hitter takes a high one wide for ball 2, and it's 2 balls and no strikes on Rosenthal. 2-0 to count. Nothing. It's ready again. Throws for a wide one and ball 3. So it's 3 balls and no strikes on Rosenthal. 3-0 the count. Nothing. Pitcher ready again. Throws, and it's ball 4, wide and low, and Larry gets a base on balls also. Boy, he's been all over those bases this afternoon. That's the 6th straight time he's reached base. He has 2 hits, 3 walks, and he's been on an error. The White Sox have runners on first and second with 2 outs. in the 7th inning, and Mike Krivich is up there at the plate. Mike takes a fast one for a strike over the heart of the plate, about waist high. One strike on Krivich. It's ready again, takes another look back at second, and throws, and it's inside across the waist for ball one. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Mike. 1-1 the count. Still watches the man at second, then pitches, and Mike swings and fouls the ball onto the roof of the stand, above and to the right of the plate, bounds back down into the field. And it's still 1-2, 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2 the count. And Mike swings to drive the next one into left field for a base hit, a little looping single out there. The left fielder gets the ball and falls down as he makes a violent throw to the plate. But the runner scored anyway. Peters came in to get that little looping Texaco-leaguer. And then as he grabbed the ball and threw hard to the plate, he tripped and fell. The ball came in pretty true. But Radcliffe beat it anyway with the White Sox 16th run of the game. These White Sox runners on first and second. 2 out, 1 run home in the 7th. And Zeke Manura is at bat, taking the first pitch inside and low for ball 1. Throws again, and it's a ball that hits the ground in front of the plate, bounced clear back into the infield, and the runners advanced to second and third. The pitcher got the ball and started to throw to second, only to discover nobody over there covering. And it's a wild pitch by Fly. Ball hits the dirt out there in front of the plate before the catcher could get a hold of it. And it puts runners on second and third. 2 out, 1 run home in the 7th inning. And 2 balls called on Venura. Fly throws again, and Zeke takes a good strike. A pretty one over the heart of the plate, waist high, to make it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Zeke. Zeke hits the next one, but it's a foul, little pop fly coming up into the second deck over to our left, bounce out and over and back down into the lower deck seat. And it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zeke swings again to foul another one back in the second deck up here. One fan stuck up his hand to protect his face. The ball hit the hand and dropped right alongside of him. And it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He throws again, and it's ball 3 inside across the waist to make it 3 balls and 2 strikes on Benur. 3-2 is the count. And 2, pitch ready again, starts to wind up, throws, and it's inside for ball 4. The ball got away from the catcher, but didn't roll far enough to let anybody advance on it. So it's a base on balls for Zeke that fills the bases in the 7th inning. Sox have the bases full with 2 out, 1 run home, and Luke Appling is up there at the plate. Appling at bat. Sox have scored a run. They're leading 16-5 in the 7th inning. Luke has 2 hits, a walk, and 5 tries. And the first pitch to Luke is a wide one across the chest for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, and it's a high one inside for ball 2. Catcher turns around, asks for another ball, and gets it. Ready once again now, he's winding up. Throws, and he hits the one out to right field for another base hit. Right fielder fields the ball fast. 1 run is in, another one scoring. And Benora gets to third base. Single to right field by Appling. Scoring 2 more runs for the Sox. Make the score 18-5. These Sox runners on first and third and 2 out. 3 runs home in the 7th inning. And the next man up there is Jackie Hayes, White Sox second baseman. Looks around for boys and pitches, and Jackie takes it inside and low for ball one. One ball called. Good thing I brought some new pencils out today, George. And there's a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Hayes. There's the next one for a ball inside across the chest, and it's 3-0 on Jackie. 3 balls and no strikes. Maybe one of them was called a strike. I didn't see it wave, so the board shows 2-1. But it doesn't matter. Jackie hits the next one into right field for a base hit. Sonora jogs home, and Appling stops at second base. Single to right field by Hayes, scoring Benora. The White Sox 19th run of the afternoon. How you people getting along with that Texaco scorebook? You got room for everything? Boy, that doggone, look at that face. It's all full of black marks, meaning run. How many pencils have you worn out? Well, the first pitch now to Pyatt, who was as bad as inside and low for ball one. 1 ball called. Watch the second base, throws again, and Tony gets a strike over the inside corner waist high, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Pyatt. 1-1. Throws again, and Tony gets the second ball. It's over the plate for too low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Pyatt. 2-1. Still keeps an eye on second, but finally pitches, and Tony jumps back to take it inside across the waist for the 3rd ball. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Pyatt. 3-1 now. There comes the first strike over the heart of the plate, waist high, or rather the second strike, and it makes it 3 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. Playing the string all the way that time. Now he'll go after if it's anywhere near good. 3-2. There go the runners. Pyatt swings to foul the ball back into the second deck, off to our right over here, and it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. Runners naturally were on the go of the pitch there with a count of 3-2 and 2 out. First 2 men up this inning were put out, and then since then there's been 1, 2, 3 walks and 3 hits. And with the runner on the way again, the next pitch is right in at Tony, and it hit him in the hand as it hit the end of his bat and went foul into the stands over there, and the runners have to go back again. Pyatt seems to be the target this afternoon. He was hit by a pitch ball twice, once on a 4th ball, so only gets credit for a walk there, and this time, as he fell down to get away from the ball, it hit the handle of the bat and seemed to hit his finger on his right hand. He rubbed it a bit, but finally stepped back up to the plate. Count still 3-2. And Pyatt swings again to foul another one back into the stands back here to our right. And it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 now on Pyatt. White Sox runners on first and second, 2 outs, 4 runs already home this inning. And the White Sox leading the Athletics 19-5. Couple more touchdowns, they'll have quite a score. And now Pyatt swings in a high fly out back of the plate, coming down foul, catcher racing way back after it, and he makes the catch for the 3rd out after quite a run, though. Ending the last half of the 7th inning. In that half inning, the White Sox had 4 runs, 3 hits, and 2 men left on base. And the score is 19-5 in favor of the White Sox over the Philadelphia Athletics at the end of the 7th inning. Don't take the performance of your car for granted. Are you sure you're getting the most in driving pleasure? Texaco Fire Chief gasoline will give you the pleasure of power, speed, and pickup. And what's more, it costs no more than ordinary gasoline. Drive up to your Texaco service station today and fill up with Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. Johnson waits there while Merv Shea went out there to warm up the pitcher, rather. Catcher is Groove. Groove is catching now. Groove has gone in to finish the game behind the plate. And Johnson swings to the first pitch to hit a ball into the stand to the right of the plate for strike one. One strike on Johnson. Throws again, and the hitter takes a wide one low for ball one. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Bob Johnson, first man at bat for the Athletics in the 8th inning. There's the next one for ball 2. It's wide, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike on Bob. Big Husky right-handed hitter. Dietrich gets the side again. He's winding up. Throws, and the hitter takes it high and inside for ball 3. And it runs the count to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Swings the next one to fall it on the ground back to the stands, and it's 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Johnson. Bob swings the next one to hit a ball to right back at Dietrich, who gets it on the hop, throws the first, and Johnson is out for the first out in the 8th inning. 1 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics, and Higgins is at bat. Pinky Higgins up there at the plate. Winds up, throws the first one. It's a high one wide for ball 1. 1 ball called on Higgins. 1 out of the 8th inning for the Athletics. And he swings into the next one, a beauty into center field for a long single. Rosenthal comes in, fields it on the hop, throws it into second base. And Higgins is on first base with 1 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics. And Frank Hayes, the catcher, is at bat. Yesterday, the Athletics won 15-8. Right now, the White Sox are leading 19-5. Kind of a series is this, man oh man. Now Dietrich throws the first one, and it's wide across the waist. Ball 1 on Hayes. 1 ball call. Throws again, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayes. 1-1 the count. There's the next one inside for ball 2, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike on Hayes. 2-1 is the count. Throws again, and Hayes swings it a long drive out deep center field, but Rosenthal's back there. Went back too far and had to take a step back in and reach down to catch that one. He almost went back too far on it. The ball was pretty well hit, though, and sank a little faster than he thought it was going to. So it's 2 out in the 8th inning for the Athletics. Higgins is still on first base, and Newsom is at bat. Newsom up there at the plate. First pitch is the ball, wide and low. 1 ball called. Swings the next. It's a high fly out back at second base. It's blowing over towards the shortstop, and Appling comes in almost the infield grass to make the catch for the 3rd out. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base. First half of the 8th inning. And the score remains 19-5 in favor of the White Sox as they come to bat in the last half of the 8th inning. First White Sox hitter will be Frank Groove, White Sox catcher. Broadcast the White Sox Philadelphia game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox in Chicago. As a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. Broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Athletics to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL in Chicago. Moss has gone in there now to catch for the Athletics. Give Hayes a little rest. And the pitcher, Blythe, finishes his warm-up out there. Moss throws the ball out to second base. And Frank Groove steps up there to the plate to start the last half of the 8th inning. Groove, who went in to catch in place of Sewell. She winds up now, throws, and the hitter swings it, a bounder down the third base line. Higgins gets it easily, throws to first, and it's 1 out in the 8th inning. 1 out in the 8th inning for the White Sox. And Dietrich, the White Sox pitcher, gets a nice hand as he walks out of the dugout up there toward the plate. Hill did some relief pitching for the White Sox the other day, but this is his first start for them. And even though he's had such a good lead, he's pitched good ball. Wright throws the first one, and Bill jumps back. Take a fast one inside across the waist, almost took the buckle off his belt. 1 ball called. Wright again winding up, throws. The hitter swings hard and misses a high fastball inside for a strike. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 on Dietrich. Winding up again, he throws, and the hitter swings it, a little looping fly out over the first baseman's head for his 3rd base hit of the afternoon. A single to right field by Dietrich, putting him on first base, 1 out in the 8th inning, and Rip Radcliffe, the White Sox leadoff man and left fielder at bat. Rip, for all his big batting average, has had a tough day. He scored 3 runs, made only 1 hit, got on base on an error and on a walk. Scored all 3 times he got on base. In the meantime, he flied out 3 times. So he has only 1 hit in 5 times at bat. And the first pitch to Ripper is a strike over the outside corner about waist high. 1 strike is the count. Yeah, 4th hit. You're right, Andy. It's his 4th hit of the day. I lost track of one of those little scratch dribblers down there. Right. Next one, the hitter swings and fouls the ball back on the ground, and it's 2 strikes on Appling. 2 strikes to count. Now, I've got Appling at bat now, huh? Oh, I'm punchy. I'm telling you, especially now. It's Radcliffe at bat. Rip hits the next one. It's a ground ball, an easy one. Down to the second baseman. They turned it into a double play. Play going from Johnson to Newsom to Dean. Getting Dietrich at second and Radcliffe at first. To end the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit for the White Sox. And the score remains 19-5 in favor of the White Sox over the Athletics at the end of the 8th inning. Again, we remind anybody who hasn't already obtained it, or you who have already filled one and want another one, to get busy on the matter of this 1936 Texaco scorebook. An absolutely perfect book in respect that it has all the qualifications of the official book. 17 pages for 17 full games with the full summaries, and a complete scoring system with illustrations. To get it, all you have to do is to send, or rather stop at any Texaco station, get a request card, ask for a request card, fill it out, mail it, and you'll get your scorebook. And you'll have something that you can record according to the scoring system shown in it, games that you'll remember and be able to live over for years to come. Nemec is batting for Flight to start the 9th inning, right-handed hitter. Takes the first one wide for a ball, and here comes ball 2. High and inside, so it's 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Dietrich throws again, and it's a high one wide for ball 3, making it 3 balls and no strikes. And there's ball 4 inside, and he gets a base on ball to put him on first base with nobody out in the 9th inning, and Peters, who is now playing left field, is at bat. He acted as though he might bunt, but it was just his idea of trying to make the ball look bad, and it came right over the heart of the plate for a strike. And he swings the next hit, a bounder down past third base foul, and it's 2 strikes. 2 strikes on Peters. Dietrich throws again, and Peters gets a wide one across the waist for ball one, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. There he swings at the next one, a high fastball inside to miss it, and strike out for the first out in the 9th inning, bringing Moses, the center fielder, to bat. Dietrich's out in the grass looking those boys over, seeing where they're playing, rubs the ball up a little, now walks back onto the mound. And the first pitch is a good strike over the outside corner, knee high. 1 strike to count. Swings the next hit, a bounder down to Hayes, who gets it, throws to second. The throw is high, and in juggling the ball, the runner slides in safely. And Appling seems to question that a little bit, and that'll be an error to second base on Hayes, who made that bad throw. Moses safe at first on the fielder's choice, and Nemec safe at second on Hayes' bad throw to Appling, which Luke couldn't handle. And here is Dean at bat, taking the first pitch inside for ball 1. 1 ball called. Throws again, and it's inside and low for ball 2, making it 2-0. Balls and no strikes. Then he swings the next one. Is to drive out to right center for a good base hit. 1 run is scoring. The runner from first stops at second base. And it's a single to center field, just to the right of center field by Dean. His 3rd hit of the game, which scores Nemec from second base and moves the other runner to second base. The runners are on first and second with 1 out, 1 run home in the 9th for the A's, and Puccinelli fouls the first one on the ground to the right of the plate for strike 1. Throws again, and the hitter fouls this one way down the right field line, back into the seat, and it's 2 strikes on Puccinelli. 2 strikes to count. Walks up onto the slab again. He sign pitches, and it's ball 1, high and inside to make it 1-2. Hitter swings the next hit, a long drive out to deep right center. The right fielder Kravich is back there, makes the catch. The runner at second base doesn't take a chance because I said earlier, they need so many runs to get back in the game that they're not going to gamble away 1 run when they need a whole flock of them to get anywhere. So it's 2 out in the 9th inning for the Athletics. We still have runners on first and second, 1 run home, and Bob Johnson is at bat. And the first pitch is a strike, 1 strike on Johnson. Throws again, and Bob takes it inside and low for ball 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Johnson is at bat for the Athletics in the 9th inning. 2 out, 1 run home, and runners on first and second. White Sox leading 19-6, and the next pitch is ball 2, a bad one high and inside. Make it 2-1 on Johnson. 2 balls and 1 strike. And he swings the next one to hit a bounder down to Appling, who gets it, throws to second. The runner is out there for the 3rd out. Dean forced at second base for the 3rd out, ending the ball game with the White Sox winners by the lopsided score of 19-6. In the 9th inning, the Athletics had 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. And the score at the final score, the summaries, White Sox had 19 runs, 19 hits, 12 men left on bases. The Athletics run, 10 hits, 3 errors, and 8 men left on the bases. Time of the game, was 2 hours and 8 minutes. The winning pitcher was Dietrich, losing pitcher Doyle. Tomorrow, these same two teams play again, White Sox and Athletics, and maybe we'll get down to some of the pitching duels we have seen these two teams engage in rather than the wild and woolly contest that we had today. We'll be with you then anyway. Thank everybody for the telegrams and messages of good cheer. There's a lot of them in the mail, which I haven't had a chance to go over that came to the ballpark right now. What are you going to do, put in here?
I'd like to. I bet this fella right here, you know. I bet he's not as nervous as he was, say, 29 years ago.
29 years ago, a little more. You mean my dad? Yeah. Say, he's a great luck changer here at the Sox. Hello, Bob. He came out here to see him once, and they lost 21-9 or something like that.
Your neighborhood Texaco service station welcomes you to another baseball broadcast brought to you direct from Comiskey Park by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox to stimulate interest in our national game and in your local team. And now out to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten, who is going to give us some inside information on today's game right from the playing field. Take it away, Hal Totten.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon from Comiskey Park, the home of the White Sox of Chicago, where the White Sox and Boston Red Sox are going to play a Ladies' Day game to open up the series of 4 games to be played in 3 days. The crowd this afternoon is laughing in ecstasies right now because Al Shack is out here putting on his toe dancing act at third base, and he's going to have a lot of other funny things happen before he's through. He'll really have himself an afternoon and keep people in hysterics. He just did the stunt of catching one, letting one ball go, and then throwing another one as though he'd fielded it, and now he's sitting on third base and catching throws from Frank Grube, and now he gets up and throws the ball backwards without looking, but the throw is a little wide. Usually at this time, before the start of the game, we have a little chat with a ball player, but I'm going to try something a little bit different today. Right down here along the front of the stand, as you know, you people who are out here a lot, you know there's a number of faithful rooters that are here day after day and day after day. And they've been here, a lot of them, for many, many years. One of them's a young lady down here. I don't even know the young lady's name, but I'm going to just fool them all, and I'm going to talk to them today. What is your name?
Marge Kirby.
Marge Kirby?
Yes.
And how long have you been coming out to this ballpark?
About 10 years.
You started when you were about 6 years old.
Just about.
Well, how long have you been a Sox fan?
About 10 years.
Length of time? How did you start being a fan?
Well, I don't know. I just came out here and...
You really are a real
I'm a Sox fan. When they were down, I was with them, and I'm with them when they're up.
Well, I'll give you credit. I know you were, because I used to see you here every day right down here in this same seat right here alongside the bench. You never missed, did you? Who's this young lady alongside you? What's your name?
Ann Morty.
Ann Morty?
Morty.
And how long you been coming to these games?
About 10 years.
You've been coming here 10 years, too. And are you a real Sox booster? Why do you two people like the Sox so much?
Well, we just like them, I guess.
You have no answer as to what is a fan. Is that it?
A fan is a person that's with a team when they're down, and they're still with them when they're up.
And they don't throw pop bottles when they lose.
No, we don't throw pop bottles. Much as we'd like to, but we don't.
I'm going to go on down the line here a little bit farther because a couple of other ladies. This is sort of ladies' day, so we got ladies on the air. Can I bust in here and ask you to say something for a minute, you two fine people? And what's your name now? I'm going to ask you your name. I know it, but you're supposed to tell them.
Mrs. Adams.
Mrs. Adams. You were on the air with me downtown once and asked me
tell
questions.
Everybody?
Yeah. Say, I want to ask you something, and I really mean this deeply. How long have you been coming to games out here?
Well, out here, ever since the year after I moved to Chicago, that'd be about 4 years.
And, but you've been a baseball fan before that?
Well, Mother did. She took me in her arms.
You've been going ever since?
Uh-huh.
Well, how did you come to be so interested in the Chicago teams? You say the year after you came to town?
Well, the first year I lived in town, I couldn't get around very well. I'd been kind of sick, and I used to turn the radio on. I used to get this man called Totten. I always wondered who he was, you know.
Uh-huh.
And then I listened to him, and I thought, well, doggone, I used to like baseball. I'd better go out there. And then when they told Jimmy Dykes out here, you know, and I listened to that, I thought, well, sure enough, I'll have to go out there.
Sure enough. What's that sure enough come from? Where's your home?
Oh, kind of all over. I lived a long time down in Virginia, though.
Lived a long time down in Virginia. Oh, I like that. Well, then radio really maybe has something to do with your coming out here.
I tell you, I think radio not only teaches the game to people that ordinarily wouldn't learn the game, gets them interested in it, but you get hot about the team, you got to come out and see them.
You're here pretty near every day, aren't you?
Well, as often as I can get out
You're not
here.
here on a pass either.
No, sir, I'm
The
not.
radio hasn't hurt the attendance as far as you're
Not as far as I'm concerned. I only wish they gave the games while they were away, because as hot a fan as I am, I lose little interest while they're
In other
gone.
words, you're really a Sox fan rather than just a baseball fan, is that it?
No, American League fan.
Oh, American League fan. Oh, that's
But a
that's
real White Sox fan,
Yeah,
too.
well, that's
you
what
know.
I wanted. This young lady next to you, what's your name? Huh? That's what I'm going to ask you, how long you've been out here. What is your name?
Donald Sutherland.
And how long you been coming out here?
Well, since I was 6 years old, and believe it or not, that was in the old White Sox park.
Oh, down in the south of here.
Yes, sir. I was going to go way back.
And, let's see, 6
I
years
saw Russ
old.
Faber pitch his first game in this ballpark.
Oh, you shouldn't admit all
I
those
know
things.
I shouldn't, but after all, there it is.
Because I didn't.
You couldn't.
Probably not. I don't think I was even in Chicago then.
Well, that's how far back I've been.
Because I've never been in the old park.
And hell, I think I heard you broadcast the first few games on an old battery set.
1923.
I won't say how many years ago it was, but we had a battery set at the time. And that's what
That's about
everybody used to say. The World Series coming up, everybody get your batteries charged. Did you
Yeah.
do that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
Get
what
the
it
batteries
was.
charged up or get new
Yes,
ones.
sir,
or something like
that's
that. Well, that was before the days of Texaco. Now, as far as radio is concerned, of course, Texaco's that old, too. But then you people are really Sox fans from the word go.
Absolutely, Al. We've been coming out here for all these years, and I think that we'll keep right on coming out.
I'd like to know, and maybe you people can help me find out, just why Sox fans are so constantly loyal and why they stick the way they do. Just what is it about the Sox team that keeps you people so intent on the club, whether they're winning or losing?
Well, hell, because it's just our club, that's all.
Well, not only
And
that,
that's
the management's always so nice, and they, not like today. Look, all these girls out here to see the game, and you never have any trouble. You're always a customer, and the customer's always right, and your team's in there, and whether they're in last place or first place, they're out there giving everything for you as well as Mr. Comiskey. Well, you can't help but like them.
That's a perfect answer, and I'm glad to hear you say it, because, I've lived on the north side ever since I was in Chicago. In fact, when I first lived in the north side, the Cubs were on the west side, and then I was a Sox fan. Then that was when I was a little boy in school. And then the Cubs moved to the north side, and, of course, we kids had to be Cubs fans then. And then we started broadcasting. You'll remember the first 2 years the American League wouldn't let us broadcast. Well, you weren't up here then. You remember that. And then finally, so I got the reputation of being a Cub fan. I had more fun the first year in here at the Sox Park. Every time I walk out, the Sox fans, oh, what they call me. But now I've finally persuaded them that we've stuck to them through thick and thin, and the boss and everybody else likes it. Oh, what is this? Anyway, Al Shax is putting on his tennis game here, and he's doing it all by himself. He ran almost all the way out to left. He's got the Suzanne Long effect with a long gown on. So it looks like a nightshirt of some kind, sort of abbreviated. And he's going way down with slow motion now to come up toward the net, and he's got the crowd cheering for him as he does this slow motion business of, and he bows, and the crowd gives him a big hand as he cuts off the field. Thank you, ladies, for a very, very nice broadcast, and I think you really told the fans something. No, that's better with the hat down. She turned her head up so she could get the microphone under it, I think. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the lineups for today. For the Boston Red Sox, Cook, right. Kramer, center. Manush, left. Fox, first. Kramer, second. Cronin, short. Werber, third. Bird, catching. And Grove, pitcher. For the White Sox, Radcliffe, left. Krivich, center. Hawk, right. Appling, short. Hyatt, third. Sewell catching. And Lyon pitching. Right now, a little White Sox mascot is sitting on Al Shack's knee like the dummy ventriloquist act, you know. And Al's looking at him and making him do all sorts of stunts for the benefit of the cameras. That ought to make a good picture of that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to have to encounter a lot of traffic on the way up to the booth. So I'd better get underway pretty soon. I might add again that it's another one of those days like the last two. Sunshine, clear, warm, but a nice breeze blowing from the northeast, making it worthwhile all the way. That's all for now. And while I'm on the way up to the booth, George, will you just do a little switching to the studio?
Here's good news for your pocketbook. A great new motor oil, the new Texaco motor oil made by the new furfural process, is now on sale at all Texaco stations. What is the furfural process? It's a special refining method developed by the Texas company which washes out all non-lubricating impurities, giving to the new Texaco motor oil a stronger, tougher lubricating film, a film that resists burning up inside the engine. This oil film keeps the crankcase full longer because it is all lubricant. Gum-forming elements and all other non-lubricating materials have been removed. Ask for the new Texaco motor oil with the new furfural film at any Texaco station. And try a tank full of Texaco Fire Chief, the emergency type gasoline. This powerful driving combination will bring out the best in your car, and it will at the same time save you money. Now, while Hal Totten is on his way up to the booth to bring you this afternoon's baseball game from Comiskey Park between the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox, we'll give you the schedule of the other games to be played this afternoon. First, over in the American League. Well, let's start in the National League, in as much as the American League is in town. In the National League, the Chicago Cubs are in New York today playing another game with the Giants. That game has already started with French and Hartnett, the battery for the Cubs, the Giants starting Gumbert and Mancuso. At the end of the second inning, the score is tied with no score. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the second inning, 3-0. Dizzy Dean pitching for the Cards with Ogrodowski behind the plate, the Dodgers using Brandt and Berry. In Boston, the Pittsburgh Pirates are leading the Bees at the end of the third inning, 2-1. Weaver on the mound for the Pirates with Padden catching, the Bees using Chaplin hurling and Lopez behind the bat. Philadelphia today in the National League, there's a doubleheader ball game between the Phillies and the Cincinnati Reds. The first game is already over, with the Reds coming out on top 12-2. The box scores, the Reds score 12 runs, 14 hits, and 1 error. To the Phillies, 2 runs, 6 hits, and 2 errors. Walters and Atwood went the entire route for the Phillies, with the correction for the Reds, with the Phillies starting Davis and Lombardi, Harris pitching in the 6th, Sivas in the 7th. And now for the American League. There are no batteries and no scores, with the exception of from Comiskey Park and the batteries out there for the Red Sox, Grove and Berg. And for the White Sox, Lyons on the mound and Sewell catching. The schedule: in Detroit, the Tigers take on the Washington Senators. In Cleveland, the Indians play the New York Yankees. And in St. Louis, the Browns take on the Philadelphia Athletics. And now for a look at the standing of the clubs. In the National League, the Cubs are in first place. They've played 93 games this year. They've won 57 and lost 36. Second place, the St. Louis Cardinals, only 1 game behind the Cubs. Third, New York Giants, whom the Cubs are playing today. They're 6 games behind the Cubs. Fourth, the Pittsburgh Pirates, 8.5 games behind. In fifth place, the Cincinnati Reds, 11 games. Sixth place, the Boston Bees, 13.5. Seventh, the Philadelphia Phillies, 20.5. And in eighth place, the Brooklyn Dodgers, 23.5 games behind. And now in the American League, first place is held by the New York Yankees. They've played 98 games this year. They've won 64 and lost 34. In second place, the Cleveland Indians, whom they're playing this afternoon. The Yanks and the Indians will play this afternoon. And the Indians are 7.5 games behind the Yankees. In third place, the Boston Red Sox, who are at Comiskey Park, they're 11.5 games behind. Fourth place, the Chicago White Sox, 12 games behind. If the Chicago White Sox win this afternoon, they will be in third position. In fifth place, the Detroit Tigers, 12.5 games behind. They're just 1/2 game behind the Chicago White Sox for fourth place, and the White Sox are 1/2 game behind the Red Sox for third place. In sixth position, the Washington Senators, who are playing the Detroit Tigers today, and they're 15 games behind. In seventh place, the St. Louis Browns, 34 games behind, and the Philadelphia Athletics are in eighth place, 31.5 games behind. The games this afternoon will have a very deciding effect upon what positions will be held tomorrow, as of starting tomorrow. And now for a look at the home run situation as it stands today. Lou Gehrig is still in first place. He's had 32 homers this year. Fox of the Red Sox, who's out here at Comiskey Park this afternoon, has had 29, 3 games behind the lead. The second place is also shared by Trotsky of the Cleveland Indians, who had 2 home runs yesterday, and he also has 29. And in fourth place, Mel out of the Giants with 21.
Back to the ballpark, ladies and gentlemen. and ready to start the ball game. The Sox team is out there on the field, with Ted Lyons finishing his warm-up, with Sewell, who now throws the ball out to second base. And we're just about ready to get this ball game underway with the first hitter for Boston being Dusty Cook, a left-handed hitter with plenty of speed, good power, and a good all-round ball player. He's up there at the plate as Lyons starts his wind up to pitch the first one. Throws, and Dusty takes a strike over the outside corner about knee-high. One strike on Cook. And Lyons winds up again, throws. Dusty swings the foul, this one back to the screen, and it's strike two. That makes it two strikes on Cook. Two strikes to count. Ted again starts to wind up. Throws, and Dusty swings, hit the ball right back through the box and into center field for a base hit. Single to center field by Cook, putting him on first base with nobody out in the first inning for the Red Sox. And Kramer, Roger Kramer, the Red Sox center fielder, another left-handed hitter, at bat. Kramer's one of the boys, as I think you know, who came to the Red Sox from the Athletics during the winter. Lyons is ready, throws the first one, and it's a fast one for a ball that just missed the inside corner across the knees, and it's one ball on Kramer. And there's a strike over the outside corner across the knees. So it's 1-1, one ball and one strike on Kramer. Lyons has his time once more. He's ready to pitch. Pitches. Rod swings, hit one also into center field for a base hit. Runner from first round, second, starts for third. But a good fast throw from Previous to Appling chased him back to second base. Well, these boys start looking as though they're going to go out, and then both of them drive that ball straight through the box. Lyons must be right straight over that plate. While the balls are going on the ground or low, they're going safe. Now the Red Sox have runners on first and second. Nobody out. And Manush, another husky, dangerous left-handed hitter, steps up there, taking the first pitch wide for ball one. Lyons throws again, and Heine swings, hit a pop fly going foul to the left of the plate. Wind carrying it back toward the stands. This back well into the stands, out of reach for a strike. So it's one ball and one strike. 1-1 is the count. Pitcher finally swings around, steps on the slab again. Looks back at second base and throws, and it's inside across the chest for ball two. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 on Manush. Again, the pitcher throws, and Heine swings, hit a pop fly out toward right field. Hayes is back on the edge of the grass, and so the man is called out on the infield fly rule as Jackie Hayes catches the ball anyway. Infield fly rule had him out. The umpire near second base, I believe it is. Let's see how we lined up today. Hubbard at the plate, McGowan on first, and our old friend Emmett Ormsby is on third base. Emmett come into town, takes the place of Quinn, apparently. And now the first pitch to Jimmy Fox, husky right-handed hitter at bat, is a good strike one over the inside corner down around the knee. Jimmy's a boy that hit a ball clear over the left field stand out here in the last trip. He fouls the next one back on the net back of the plate, and it's 2 strikes on Fox. 2 strikes to count. Lyons stands there getting his sign, getting ready once more. Finally has it. Takes a look back at second base. Pitches, and the hitter hits a long one. It looks like it's in, way back. And it's a home run into the second deck, way back in the second deck of the left field stands by Jimmy Fox, scoring 2 runners ahead of him to give the Red Sox a 3-0 lead. That ball was a mighty wallop way out there. Lyons must have let the ball get away from him and pitch it where he didn't want to, because he certainly pitched the ball right down Fox Alley. And it's a long home run for Jim, high into the second deck of the left field stands, which scores 3 runs for the A's. Whereas for the Red Sox, been talking about the A's so long, getting mixed up. And the Red Sox are now leading 3-0. All seemed to get away from Ted because both he and Sewell, after the ball was hit, were standing there dejectedly as though to say the ball didn't go where it was meant to. And now Kroner, who's playing second base, the right-handed hitter, takes the first pitch wide for ball 1. Ted throws again. He swings and misses a high fastball inside for a strike. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Kroner. 1-1 the count. Lyons throws again. Kroner hits a long drive to left field. Ratcliffe's going back, and he has it way back near the wall. Ball well hit, but Ratcliffe got back nicely to make the catch. So it's 2 out in the first inning for the Red Sox. 3 runs already home, though. And the next man up is Werber, Bill Werber, the Red Sox third baseman. Throws the first one, so high on the inside for ball 1. 1 ball called on Cronin. Joe Cronin, the shortstop and manager at bat. Right-handed hitter. I said Werber was up. I skipped a name there in that lineup. My mistake. And the next one is a strike over the heart of the plate, a little above the knees. So it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Cronin. Lyons throws another ball wide for ball 2, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ted goes through that swinging windup, throws again, and the hitter gets the 3rd ball. A fast one that slips inside across the waist, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike on Cronin. Lyons winding up, pitches again, and the hitter swings, hit a ball foul down the right field line, and well back into the box seats way down the line. It's 3-2, 3 balls and 2 strikes on manager Joe. Ken goes through his wind-up pitches. Cronin swings, hit a ball down to Platt. Gets it nicely, throws the first, and Cronin is out for the 3rd out in the first inning. And Lyons, after that 1 bad pitch, ball that apparently he threw in the wrong place to Fox without intending to, got through the inning without further damage, but that damage was considerable. 3 runs, 3 hits in the first half of the first inning, and the score is 3-0 in favor of the Red Sox, as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the first inning. Ratcliffe, who walked out of the dugout just then, was greeted by the nice round of applause from the lady fans. Stocky little left-handed hitter who is the White Sox leadoff man and is second to the league standings today. Went back ahead of his teammate Appling yesterday and is trailing Gary Girl Averill, who was up there for a day or so, dropped back down under the first few. And there's the first pitch to Radcliffe, a strike over the inside corner about waist high. 1 strike is the count. He winds up again, throws, the hitter swings, hit a bounder back to the left of shortstop. Conan gets it near second base, throws to first, and Radcliffe is out for the first out in the first inning, bringing Mike Krivich to bat. Mike is a right-handed hitter, stands there waiting. And Grove winds up and pitches for a strike over the outside corner waist high. Grove still got that easy, graceful pitching motion. And still uses that system of smoothing down the dirt in front of the rubber before each pitch. Here's strike 2. Fastball also over the outside corner waist high. and it's 2 strikes on Creevitz. 2 strikes to count. Grove throws again. Mike swings and misses a curveball inside, striking out for the second out in the second inning. Old Colonel Kirsch down there, Harry Kirsch back in town. He spotted Judge Doherty, Charlie Doherty, wandering around in here to see the game. That old Colonel Yank here today, too. Colonel Taylor. Yank Taylor's wandering around here in the second deck with us. Hitter hits the Haas hits the first ball pitch to him. It's a slow bounder, which Cronin can't quite get back to second base. He snaps his fingers as though he is disgusted with that one, because he thought he might have gotten the man if he did field the ball. And I believe it'll go as a base hit, because I doubt very much if Cronin could have made the play. We haven't seen a sign yet from Wayne Otto, who probably will sign it in a minute. And now the first pitch to Benore is inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitch on that, George. Please. The hitter hits the next one, a long foul away down the right field line and hits the front of the roof of the stand, bounds out into right field where one of the boys from the Boston bullpen gets it and rolls it into Merv Shea, coaching at first base. And it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Benura. He swings to the next, hit a looping drive down the right field line. It's going to fall for a base hit. There it does, inside the line. And Benura is at second base, and the runner from first is going home as Benura turns and goes all the way to third base on it. The ball bounded away from the right fielder down the line and rolls along the front of the stand. By the time he recovered it, Haas had scored from first base, and Benura pulled up at third. Well, we'll give him a hit on it and give him 3 bases on that one then. Hit on the other and a triple on this one. Wayne Otto isn't there, you say. The official scorer is not present? Well, Well, if he was there, he'd relay him over. I know that. Well, anyway, it's 1 run home, and Appling at bat has 1 strike on him. Grove throws again, and Luke takes a high one inside for ball 1. Wait a minute, he didn't have 1 strike. The board showed 1 strike, but I didn't remember any pitch. I was going along with the board. The board was wrong, and it's corrected. So now it's 1 ball on Luke Appling. And there's the next one for ball 2. A little bit wide across the waist. So the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes on Appling. Grove winds up again, pitches, and the hitter fouls this one into the stand to the right of the plate for strike 1, making it 2 balls and 1 strike on Luke Appling. Benura on third base, 2 out, 1 run home in the first inning. Score 3-1 in favor of the Red Sox. One on Appling. Grove getting ready again. Starts to wind up once more. Throws and Luke starts to swing, stops. The ball hits the bat and then bounds foul back to the stand. And it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Appling turns, walks out of the box, dries his hands, and steps back up to the plate. And Luke swings again to foul this one high into the second deck above and to the right of the plate. And it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Appling. Still 2-2. Balls and 2 strikes. He throws once more, and there's another foul onto the roof of the stand above and to the right of the plate. It's still 2-2 on Luke Appling. Old Luke fouling him off again. Grove again starts to wind up. He pitches and Luke swings to drive another one out to right field for another base hit. Back to right field. go for a two-base hit by ground rule, and naturally it scores Venura easily from third base to make the score 3-2. Double down the right field line by Appling. Scores Venura, and the score is 3-2 now in favor of the Red Sox, with a tying run on second base. Appling on second base, 2 out, 2 runs home in the first inning, and Jackie Hayes at bat. Grove throws the first one, and Jackie hits a high fly to left field. Looks like an easy out, though. Manush is waiting under it. He has it, and it's 3 out. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 man left on base in the last half of the first inning. And at the end of the first inning, the Red Sox are leading the White Sox by a score of 3-2. For a longer-lasting, sweeter-running engine, use nothing but new Texaco motor oil. Texaco is most economical because it gives more lasting lubrication, saves engine wear, and actually increases your oil and gasoline mileage. New Texaco motor oil stands up under heat and fast dries. Its purity is guaranteed by the refinery-sealed can. Try new Texaco motor oil. If you haven't tried it before, try it today, and you'll see the difference right away. Bill Werber, the Red Sox third baseman, is the first man at bat in the second inning. Bill's the right-handed hitter. Lyons starts to wind up the pitch to him. Throws, and he takes a wide one across the chest for ball 1. 1 ball called. Lyons winding up again, throws. The hitter swings, hit one down the left field line. A beauty just inside the bag. Goes way on down to the canvas down there. Radcliffe fights around amongst the front of the stand and in amongst the canvas till he finally gets a hold of the ball and throws it in. And it's a double down the left field line by Werber, putting him on second base. Nobody else in the second inning for the Red Sox. And Mo Berg is at bat, right-handed hitter. Good old Mo was with the White Sox for a number of years, back some years ago. Started with him as an infielder, and then in an emergency one time when all the catchers were hurt, he volunteered to catch, and has been a catcher ever since, and a very smart one. Mo started to swing at the first one, stopped halfway through, and it breaks wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. It's ready again, throws, and it's a wide one across the waist for ball 2. The count is 2-0, 2 balls and no strikes on Berg. That shrill whistle you hear is Al Shack coaching down there. Now the hitter on the hit-and-run play with a runner on the go from second base, drives one out into left center. Radcliffe tries to field it, but just manages to tag it with his hand, and it rolls on around and out there in front of the scoreboard, and the runner keeps right on for third base, and the throw comes into Appling. That was funny. The ball scooted in under the bottom of the scoreboard there, and with Radcliffe and Krivich both looking for it, they suddenly discovered it popping out from underneath the scoreboard and bounding on now toward center field, and Krivich had to chase it and throw it in. By that time, Burt on third base. So it's another run home and a runner on third for the Red Sox in the second inning, and the White Sox start to warm the pitcher up as Grove, who is a pretty good hitter himself, steps up there and swings wildly at the first pitch, a curveball to miss it for strike 1. There's ball 1 high and wide, and the count is 1-1. Incidentally, when he was with the White Sox, Berg and Ted Lyons were very great pals. They were together a great deal. It throws again for strike 2, a fastball over the heart of the plate about knee-high, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on lefty Grove. White Sox infield playing right in close, hoping to cut off the run at the plate. And there's the second ball, a fastball wide across the chest, and they get 2 balls and 2 strikes on Grove. Berg on third base, nobody out. 1 run already home, and the Red Sox now leading 4-2. Lyons throws again, and Grove swings, hit a pop fly out there in front of the plate. Luke Sewell is down there getting it, makes the catch, and it's 1 out in the second inning. Sewell got the ball about 6 or 8 feet out in front of the plate. And so it's 1 out in the second inning for the Red Sox. Berg still on third base. 1 run in. And the leadoff man, Dusty Cook, is at bat once more. Again, the infield stays in close, try to cut off that run at the plate, but the right side of the infield backs up a little. Hayes and Benura, because Cook pulls the ball pretty good. She winds up, throws, and the hitter takes a curveball inside for ball one. One ball called. Winds up again, pitches the hitter, hits a slow bounder down to Hayes, who holds the runner at third, then tosses the ball over to first base, getting Cook for the second out. Makes it 2 out in the second inning. And Kramer. Roger Kramer, the center fielder, is at bat. The infield now naturally backs up to normal position to play for the batter for the third out. Berg still on third base with 2 out, 1 run home in the second inning. She starts to wind up. Pitches and the hitter starts to swing, stops to twist away and take a fast one inside for ball one. One ball called. She's winding up again, pitches, and the hitter swings it, a bounder down to Appling, who grabs it, throws to first base, and although Benura had to lean way out to the left to get the ball, he made the catch on a nice reaching play for the third out, ending the inning, and Lyons pitched beautifully there after getting himself in a serious jam at the start of the inning by allowing a double and a triple. He pitched himself out of the jam with only that 1 run scoring the first run of the inning. They had Berg on third base with nobody out and couldn't get him home. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 man left on base, and the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the second inning with Tony Pyatt, the third baseman, the first man up. And the score, 4-2 in favor of Boston. And Oscar Malillo's out there warming up Grove while Bird gets into his catching cog. Walks slowly up there to the plate. Ski throws the ball out to second. And Kroner, the rookie, tosses it to Cronin. Cronin throws it back to Kroner after rubbing it up. And Kroner returns it to the pitcher. Now Grove takes it, looks over, and throwing it up also in his bare hand. As Pyatt digs in there at the plate, ready to be the first man at bat in the last half of the second inning. Grove starts to wind up pitches, and it's a curveball inside and low for ball one. One ball called. She winds up again. Throws and the hitter swings, hit a bounder down to the shortstop. Cronin soaks it up, throws the first, and Pyatt is out easily for the first out in the second inning, bringing Luke Sewell to bat. Sewell finishes swinging 3 bats, tosses 2 of them aside, steps up to the plate, and the pitcher starts to wind up, throws, and it's a fast strike over the heart of the plate about waist high. 1 strike on Sewell. 1 strike at the count, but it's ready again. Starts to wind up once more. Throws and Sewell swings in a foul going into the stands above first base, and it's strike 2. That ball landed on the roof of the stand. Two strikes now the count. Grove winding up again, pitches, and Sewell hits the ball out toward right center. Goes through for a base hit. The outfielders are chasing it. Lucas around first base. He's rounding second base, heading for third. The center fielder caught up with the ball, but couldn't grab it, and it rolled on through to the scoreboard. And Sewell pulls up at third base on a triple to right center. That's his second triple in 2 days, besides a double. When Sewell hits that ball out there, it is pretty well hit. And when it lands, it doesn't lose any of its speed, but keeps right on going. As a result, the right fielder and center fielder who had left that space wide open, right fielder playing near the line, center fielder over in left center, had to chase it. Kramer managed to tag it as it rolled past him, but couldn't grab it. And so it got through and put Sewell on third base. First pitch to Ted Lyons. Now at bat is inside across the waist for ball 1. Ted switches around in his hitting depending on the pitching. So he's batting right-handed against Grove's left-handed throwing. Ted steps out of the box, rub a little dust on his hands, watches Grove for a moment, finally steps back up to the plate. Starts his wind-up. Pitcher pitches, and it's a strike over the inside corner waist high to make it 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on line. Lyons again steps out of the batter's box. And they're watching the pitcher. Finally steps back up the plate. Grove is winding up. He throws and Ted swings and misses a fast one that breaks down inside, and it's strike 2. 1-2. Grove winding up once again. Pitches and Ted swings and misses a fastball inside, striking out for the third out. The catcher dropped the ball and stood there holding it. Lyons started jogging toward first base, and finally Berg turned threw the ball down there, so that completed the play. And it's 2 out in the second inning for the White Sox. Sewell is still on third base, and the man at bat is Radcliffe. Starts to wind up, throws, and it's a curveball wide for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitcher has the sign again, starts to wind up, and throws and rip swings in a high fly in short left center, but the center fielder Kramer's in there. He's waiting under it, makes the catch, and it's 3 out, and that time they didn't get that man home from third base. So it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base. And at the end of the second inning, the Red Sox are leading the White Sox by a score of 4-2. This broadcast of the White Sox-Boston game comes to you direct from Comiskey Park, home of the White Sox in Chicago, as a presentation of your neighborhood Texaco dealer, distributor of Texaco Fire Chief Gasoline. The broadcast comes with the permission of the White Sox and the Red Sox, stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local baseball team. This is WCFL at Chicago. Remember, you still get your Texaco scorebook by stopping in at any Texaco dealer, asking for a request card, filling it out with your name and address. It's already addressed to me on the other side. Put a 1-cent stamp on it and mail it. The book contains not only the special scoring pages for 17 games, but a complete scoring system, illustrated and explained carefully. Manush is at bat to start the third inning, and the first pitch is inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Lyons ready again, starts to wind up. Pitches, and the hitter swings and misses a fast one inside for strike 1, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Manush. Dangerous left-handed hitter. Powerful fellow. Lyons throws again, and Heine swings a pop foul into the stand to the right of the plate, and it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Manush. He throws again now, and it's inside and low for ball 2, making it 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sewell cocked his arm back as though to throw the ball to third, apparently thinking that ball might have caught the inside corner, but it didn't, and so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Manush. 2-2. Lyons takes an easy swinging wind-up, throws again, and the hitter takes it high and inside for ball 3. White Sox really want this game this afternoon. If they can win this game, they go into third place in the league. They're only half a game behind the Red Sox. Throws again, Manush hits a bounder down to Jackie Hayes, who gets it on a short hop, throws to first, and it's 1 out in the third inning. 1 out in the third inning for Boston, and Jimmy Fox, who hit that mighty home run in the first inning with 2 men on base, is it back. Fox up at the plate. Fox takes a strike over the heart of the plate, waist high. 1 strike at the count. Swings hit the next one. Pyatt goes to his left, gets it on the bounce, throws the first, and Fox is out easily for the second out. It makes it 2 out in the third inning for the Red Sox. And Kroner is up there at the plate. Kroner, the Red Sox second baseman. Throws now, and Kroner takes it over the plate, but low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Winds up again, throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee high. So it's 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. And there comes ball 2. It's 2-1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Swings again to hit a long hopper. Pyatt grabs for it, but it gets through into left field. Took a bad hop, went through. He was going way out to left. And it's a base hit for Kroner. Ball is bounded past Pyatt. He couldn't quite get it out there. And it puts Kroner on first base. It's 2 out in the third inning. And Cronin at bat. So swings, hits the first ball pitch. It's a high fly to short right center. Haas is in there to make the catch and makes it easily for the third out, ending the first half of the third inning with no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base for the Red Sox. And the score stands at 4-2 in favor of the Red Sox as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the third inning. Ladies and gentlemen, sitting alongside of me here is a young man who has done, well, I don't know. He seems to have made me quite famous, or tried to lately. A lot of you people may have seen him or heard him. And ball players from visiting teams and home teams that were in Chicago a couple of weeks ago when he was playing at the Chicago Theater all came to tell me about an imitation he does, an impersonation. He does a lot of impersonations, but he seems to be impersonating a sports announcer, baseball announcer named Ty. Now, his name is Frank Payne. He's appearing down at the College Inn also. And Frank is out here, and I told him, swore at him that he was going to have to go to work today if he came out here. Now, listen, Frank, you come up here and do a half inning, and let's see, I want to hear how I sound. And then the fans can write in and tell me if you really make it sound like me.
Mike Krivich is the first man at bat. Dusty Grove standing out there getting his sign. Starts his wind-up. Throws, and Mike takes one wide for ball 1. 1 ball on Krivich. Grove is ready once more. Getting his sign out there again. Starts his wind-up and throws, and Mike swings, hit the ball down the right field line, but it's foul. Bounces up against the stands. One of the boys from the bullpen gets it and throws it back into Mervyn Shea, who's coaching at first base. 2 strikes on ball 1 and strike 1 on Krivich. Throws out there once more. Starts his windup. Throws, and it's ball 2. Probably a little bit high over the plate, but too high. And it's 2-1 on Mike Krivich. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Dusty Grove is ready once more. Starts his windup. Throws, and the hitter hits the ball on the right field for a good clean base hit. Single to right field by Krivich. And Cook gets the ball, throws it into second base. That was a nice single to right field by Mike Krivich. Puts him on first base with nobody out in the second inning. Or third inning? What is it? Third inning. Second inning. Mulehaus at bat. Mulehaus at bat. Dusty Grove smoothing the dirt around out there in the rubber. Stretches, looks at first base. Throws, and Haas takes a slow ball over the plate for strike 1. 1 strike on Haas. Grove standing with his back to the plate now. Now he's ready. Looks at first base. And throws. And it's wide for ball 1. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Mulehaus. 1-1 is the count. 1-1 the count on Haas. Krivich on first base. Boston leading 4-2. If he throws the next one, and it's strike 2 over the outside corner, and it's 1-2 on Haas. 1 ball and 2 strike to count. Krivich on first base. Grove looks over there, stretches, throws, and it's ball 2, I believe. 2-2. Grove is ready once more. Looks at first base. Throws, and Haas jumps back to take the third ball inside. And it's 3-2 on Mule Haas. 3-2 the count. 3-2 the count on Haas. Grove seems rather nervous out there now. Smoothing the dirt down a little bit. Looks at first base. Throws, and Haas hits a bounder down to the third baseman who gets it, throws the second. He throws the... No, he didn't throw the first. He started to throw but stopped. And I don't know. And the runner who was out at second. It was a force play from Werber over to Kroner. Krivich slid in nicely and broke up a double play there. Got the... Kroner was off balance and couldn't throw. Big Zeke Benura's up now. And if Zeke can get a hold of one here, it'll be just dandy. Grove looks at first base. Throws, and it's a ball over the plate but too low. Ball 1 on Zeke Benura. Ball 1 the count on Benura. 1 out in the second inning. Grove looks at first base. Throws, and Zeke hits one out toward right field. Way back there, but the right fielder goes back, and he gets it near the wall. That ball is well hit, but it was a little bit too high, and it's 2 outs. Haas is still on first base, and Luke Appling is at bat. Luke Appling, the hitter. Old luscious Luke steps up there. He's waiting. He's batting around 377, I believe. Right up there with the top. So looks at first base and throws. And Luke hits the ball out into right field, but again Cook is back, ranges back easily and gets it. And it's 3 outs, no runs, 1 hit in the second inning for the White Sox. And the score remains 4-2 in favor of the Boston Red Sox. And here's the real Hal Tot.
Hey, you're terrific, my friend.
Thank you.
Right now, being at the end of the third inning, I think
right.
for up-to-the-minute scores and complete batteries from other cities will return to the studio.
In the National League in New York, the Chicago Cubs lead the Giants at the end of the 6th inning by a score of 3-1. French and Hartnett, the Cub battery, the Giants using Gumpert and Mancuso. In Brooklyn, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Dodgers at the end of the first half of the 4th inning by a score of 6-3. Dizzy Dean working for the Cards with Ogrodowski behind the bat. Granton Berry, the opening battery for the Dodgers, with Phelps catching in the 3rd and Winston pitching in the 4th. In Boston, the Pittsburgh Pirates are leading the Bees at the end of the first half of the 7th inning by a score of 7-3. Weaver and Patton, the Pirate battery. Chaplin and Lopez opening for the Bees with Reese pitching in the 5th. The first game of the doubleheader in Philadelphia was taken by the Cincinnati Reds from the Phillies by a score of 12-2. Davis and Lombardi, the Red battery, the entire route. The Phillies opening with Walters and Atwood. Harris on the mound in the 6th and Cybus hurling in the 7th. In the second game of the Twin Bill, Brennan and Campbell opened for the Reds with the Phillies using Jorgens and Atwood. At the end of the second inning, the score is tied 1-1. In the American League in Detroit, the Tigers are leading the Washington Senators at the end of the second inning, 3-0. Newsom and Millies, the Senator battery, the Tigers using Bridges and Hayward. In Cleveland, the Yankees are leading the Indians at the end of the second inning, 1-0. Hadley and Dickey working for the Yankees. The Indians have Harder on the mound, Pitlack behind the bat. And now back to Comiskey Park and Hal Totten. Take it, Hal.
Okay, Frank, go right ahead again. I'm enjoying this rest.
Thank you. The first man up was Bill Werber, and he lined out to Zeke Benura. Each hitter is Berg, catcher. First pitch is low and inside for ball 1. 1 ball on Mo Berg. Headline stands out there ready once more, starts his wind-up. Throws, and Berg swings, hit a pop fly over near first base, but it goes back into the stands for a foul. Here comes Eddie Cavanaugh, and the ball game's official. Hi, Ed. Eddie Cavanaugh's here. Ball 1 and strike 1 on Mo Berg, the catcher. Steps up there once more. Headlines is out there getting his sign. Starting his windup now. Throws, and Berg hits the line drive way out to center field, but Krivich is back there, and he gets it. And it's 2 outs. 2 outs in the 4th inning for the Red Sox. And lefty Grove is at bat. Grove comes slowly out of the dugout. Rolling slowly up to the plate there. Very nice hand from the crowd back at first base. He's waiting. That line's out there getting a sign. Starts his wind-up. Pitches, and lefty swings to miss a low one inside, and it's strike one on lefty Grove. Strike on lefty. Pitches a slow ball over the outside corner for strike two. And it's no balls and two strikes on lefty Grove. Line's ready once more. Starts his windup and throws. And lefty takes a very feeble swing and misses the ball for strike three, and he's out. And the White Sox are coming to bat now in the last half of the fourth inning with the score remaining 4-2 in favor of the Boston Red Sox. Ted Lyons, since that first bad inning, has been pitching nice ball there. Jackie Hayes will be the first man up for the White Sox. Jackie Hayes swinging three bats, throws one of them aside now, and we're just about ready to go. Lefty Grove is still warming up, takes another warm-up out there. There's a throw to second, and Jackie Hayes is at bat. Jackie Hayes been doing some nice hitting for the White Sox. He's batting around 306, I believe, and he's hitting in the pinches. Lefty Grove is ready out there, smooths the dirt around. Starts his wind-up. Throws, and Jack takes the first one wide for ball one. One ball on Jackie Hayes. One ball to count on Hayes. Grove is ready once more. Winds up and throws, and the next one is wide for ball two. And so it's 2-0 on Jackie Hayes. 2-0 to count. Hayes, the White Sox second baseman. That in the last half of the fourth inning. Here's the next pitch. Ball three, very wide. 3-0 to count on Jackie Hayes. 3 balls and no strikes. Throws ready once more and throws. And it's ball 4 inside, and Jackie trots down to first base with a walk. Puts Hayes on first base with nobody out in the fourth inning. And the hitter is Tony Pyatt, who's playing third base these days for the White Sox. Tony Pyatt at bat. So looks at first base and throws. And Tony acted as though he was going to bunt, but took one inside for ball 1. One ball on Tony Pyatt. Grove stretches, looks at first base again, and then throws, and it's wide for ball 2. Well, Mr. Grove seems to have lost his control here. That's 6 straight wide ones he's thrown, 6 straight balls. Ready once more. Throws, it's a strike, caught the outside corner, and it's 2-1 on Tony Pyatt. 2-1 to count on Tony Pyatt at bat in the fourth inning with the Red Sox leading 4-2. Jackie Hayes on first base. Nobody out. Grove is ready once more, looks at first base, and then throws. And Tony swings hit a ball down the right field line, but it's foul, just curved foul. And it's 2-2 on Tony Pyatt. Balls and 2 strikes on Pyatt. The umpire ran down the left field line for that ball. Comes back in again. Grove is ready once more. Throws, and it's inside and low for ball 3. So it's 3-2 on Tony Pyatt. Jackie Hayes on first base. Grove is ready. Throws and it's ball 4 wide, and Pyatt gets a base on balls. Pyatt walks, putting Hayes on second base. Pyatt on first, nobody out in the 4th inning, and Luke Sewell is the batter. Luke Sewell, the catcher, who hit that triple last inning but remained on third base when the boys couldn't bring him around. There seems to be the matter out there. They're booing somebody. I don't know who it is. I guess they're booing Cronin for coming in and arguing about something, I believe, about that last pitch. Gathered around Grove now on the pitching mound. Luke Sewell standing down there waiting. Tony Pyatt's on first base. Jackie Hayes on second. We're ready to go with Luke Sewell at bat. Lefty Grove getting his sign and throws. And Luke takes a strike with the curveball. And the catcher Grove throws to second base. Throws to second base. The runner got back there, and Cronin is... No, the runner is out. The runner was caught off second base. Jackie Hayes was caught off second base on a throw from Berg to Cronin. Jackie Hayes was caught off second base. He's walking dejectedly back to the dugout now. It's ball 1 on Sewell. Jack had a big lead back there, and Berg threw the ball out there and caught him off. Next pitch is strike 1, and it's 1-1 on Luke Sewell. 1-1 is the count. 1 out of the 4th inning. Pyatt on first base. Sewell at bat with 1-1 on him. Red Sox leading the White Sox 4-2. Grove looks at first base again. Throws, and the ball gets away from the catcher, but he picks it up in time. It's ball 2. Runner couldn't advance. Just a short pass ball, and he got it in time to hold the runner on first base. Now Grove is ready once more, standing there getting his sign. Ready. Throws and Sewell hits a pounder down to the third baseman. Werber misses it. Werber fumbled it, and the runner is safe, I believe, at first base. The runner's safe at first. Werber fumbled it. I believe it goes in error. I don't know. Werber came in for that bounder and fumbled it. Find out in a minute if it was an error or a base hit. This man at bat takes a strike over the outside corner. It's Ted Lyons, the pitcher.
Now, what was that? Error?
It was an error on Werber, the third baseman. Lefty Grove throws again, and Ted swings and misses one inside, and a strike 2 on Ted Lyons. Two out in the last half of the 4th inning. Sewell on first, Pyatt on second. The count is strike 2 on Lyons. Boston leading 4-2. Once again, Grove starts that stretch, throws, and the hitter hits one down to Cronin, who throws to second, forcing the runner there, and the throw to first gets past the first baseman. The throw to first got past Fox, and Tony Pyatt scored. The throw to first was very bad, very wide, got past Jimmy Fox, and the runner scored from... Tony Pyatt scored from second base, where he had come from, rather. He was rounding third, and he scored on that wild throw. Makes the score 4-3 now in favor of Boston. Lyons is on first base, and Rip Ratcliffe is at bat. Radcliffe the hitter. 2 out in the 4th inning. Boston leading 4-3. Radcliffe hits the first ball on to Cronin, who gets it easily, throws the first, forcing Lions, throws the second, forcing Lions, and it's 3 outs in the 4th inning. The score is still 4-3 in favor of Boston, and here's Hal Todd.
Want me to go to work again, Frank?
I don't care. What do you want to do, Hal?
Well, I'll call you in later. Maybe I'll go to work a little while because they'll think that I'm loafing on my job here. It was 1 run, no hits, 2 errors, and 1 man left on base in the last half of the 4th inning for the White Sox. And as Frank told you, the score is 4-3 in favor of Boston. Summer means more miles of driving, so make them pleasant miles with your car free from nerve-wracking squeaks and rattles. Drive to the nearest Texaco service station. Tell the operator you want lubrication. He will put oily, clinging Marpac in every bearing, and the job will last twice as long as an ordinary grease job. That voice that you've been hearing for an inning and that I'm sure you're going to hear again before the day is over belongs, as I said earlier, to Frank Payne, the noted impersonator, who has been doing an impersonation of yours truly at the College Inn and a couple weeks ago at the Chicago Theater, and so we thought we'd put him to a little bit of a job here while he was doing it. The first man at bat in the 5th inning for the Red Sox, Cook, the leadoff man, hit the first ball pitched down to Benura, and Zeke went over, got it, and tossed Ted Lyon, and Cook was out at first base, Ted taking the throw in time to get it. So it's 1 out in the 5th inning for the Red Sox. And Kramer is at bat. Chilly, Frank? Roger Kramer's up there. Lyons looking around, getting ready to pitch the first one to Rod. Dodgers wind up throws, and Kramer takes a strike over the heart of the plate about knee high. 1 strike to count. Lyons again starts to wind up. Throws for strike 2. It's over the outside corner, knee high, and it's... Wait a minute, the first one called a ball, was it, John? Was a ball. I thought it was... the umpire was changing the indicator. My mistake, he didn't wave it, he just was lifting his hand to change the indicator. Now the hitter hits the next one, a slow bounder down to Appling, who grabs for it, but it gets past him. It was a slow one, and he was going to have to make a very fast play on it, and I believe it will be a base hit. It's a very slow bounder, and I believe it'll be a base hit because Appling coming in fast and Platt going over tried to get it. The ball was deep past both of them, and the runner was safe at the first base. Almanush hits a hard bounder to Hayes, who flips it over to Appling. He scrapes his foot across the base, and it turns into a double play. A double play. Hayes to Appling to Benura for the 2nd and 3rd out. Ending the first half of the 5th inning, and the score is no runs. Hey, George, will you ask Whitey if he'll check on that, because Wayne is there now, and he called that last one to me. This fellow doesn't look the right place, I don't think. Wayne is there and calling him and relaying the information to us. I know he's not holding out, as he is official scorer and a very agreeable young man. So we don't know whether it's 1 hit or not in the first half of the 5th inning, but we're checking up to find out. We know it was no runs, nobody left on base. And the score is still 4-3 in favor of the Red Sox as the White Sox come to bat in the last half of the 5th with Mike Krivich, the White Sox center fielder, first man up. Grove steps onto the rubber, gets ready to pitch the first one to Mike. Has the sign, he's winding up. And throws, and Krivich takes it inside and low for ball 1. 1 ball called. Pitch is ready again, starts to wind up once more. Throws, And the hitter takes a high one inside for ball 2. So it's 2-0 on Krivich. 2 balls and no strikes on Mike. Pitcher again winding up, throws, and there's the third ball, a fastball inside across the waist, and it's 3 balls and no strikes on Krivich. 3-0. Easy wind up, throws, and it's a strike over the outside corner about knee-high, making it 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. What did he say? And now comes strike 2, a fastball over the heart of the plate, making it 3 balls and 2 strikes on Krivich. There, the hitter started to swing at the next one, stopped, but the ball was over the plate, and Krivich is called out on strikes for the first out in the 5th inning, making it 1 out of the 5th inning for the White Sox, and Haas, Mule Haas, is up there at the plate. Haas swings at the first one to hit a slow bounder over the pitcher's head. Cronin gets it back a second, throws to first, and Haas is out for the second out. That makes it 2 out in the 5th inning for the White Sox. And Benura, Zeke Benura is at bat. Big Zeke up there. Hit 1 triple today, drove in 1 run and scored 1. Side hitting a long fly to the right fielder his second time up. He's up there now with 2 out in the 5th inning. Drove pitches. And Zeke swings, hit another ball to right field. It's going way back, but Cook is back under it and makes the catch easily for the 3rd out. So it's 3 out, no runs, no hits in the last half of the 5th inning. And the score at the end of the 5th inning is still 4-3 in favor of the Boston Red Sox. And now, once again, for just a moment, we return to the studio.
If you want to get the greatest enjoyment out of these baseball broadcasts, be sure to get your copy of the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook. Hal Totten's own simplified method of keeping play-by-play scores is clearly explained, and you'll find many pages of score sheets. Use this book for every game. It's great fun to be able to refer to games you've seen or listened to and give a play-by-play record. Then, too, this big worthwhile book carries the roster of both Chicago teams, the pictures of the individual players, their averages, ages, nicknames, and heaps of other real baseball dope, plus a complete schedule of all games for both leagues. It's easy to get your own copy. Just go to any Texaco service station and ask for a request card for the 1936 Texaco Baseball Scorebook. Then write your name and address on the card, stamp it with a 1-cent stamp, and drop it in the mail. That's all there is for you to do. It's absolutely free. So be sure to get your request card in the mail today and start keeping your own play-by-play record of these games. During the broadcast, Hal Totten will give you additional dope on scoring as the plays take place. Remember, all you have to do is to sign the card with your name and address, stamp it, and drop it in the mail. And now back to Comiskey Park for the continuation of the baseball game, brought to you by permission of the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox to stimulate interest in our national game and in your own local team. Take it, Hal.
Back at the ballpark for the 6th inning, and the inning was held up momentarily. Mule Haas, after running out that play, had to go back to the bench and was still there, had to dug up the clubhouse for a minute, and they had to wait a moment, but he's back out on the field now, and so Lyons took a little extra warm-up, and the ball has been thrown back to him. We're ready to go in the 6th inning. Jimmy Fox, the Red Sox first baseman, the first man at bat in the 6th. The Lady fans are having a lot of fun with Al Shack there, who keeps moving the outfielders, waving them back as Fox steps up and motioning into the second deck of the left field seats, and all the ladies boo and cheer and have a lot of fun. The first pitch to Fox is a high one inside for ball 1. 1 ball call for Jimmy Fox. Lyons winds up, throws again, and Jim swings and fouls the ball back to the net, and it's a strike. So the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. New ball thrown out by umpire Hubbard, gets past Lyons. Appling picks it up over near second base. And now the pitcher winds up to pitch to Fox once again. He throws and Jim takes the ball. It's over the plate but too low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike
on Jimmy Fox. He's the first man up in the sixth inning. Red Sox leading 4-3. Lyons throws again. The hitter swings in a high fly down back at third base. Going foul. Wyatt chasing over to the stands and reaches way into the stands, but it's out of his reach. And the mushers grabbed for it, and two of them grabbed it once. As a result, the ball was fumbled, and one of the fans got it down there. It's 2-2 on Jimmy Fox. The wind blew that ball pretty well back into the seats and out of reach. Must be 4 o'clock. There's our Monon friend. Did the Pennsylvania whistle at 10 minutes out? He forgot us today. Well, the Monon remembered us. We can't. Jimmy swings out the next pitch and misses the ball for a strike. And maybe he tipped it. I don't know. He might have. Yeah, I guess he tipped it foul because it hit Luke Sewell's finger and then caromed off and hit the mask. Luke looked at his finger. Fox had started for the bench and then turned and walked back there again. Apparently just barely tipped the ball foul and thought that Luke had held it, but it dropped out of the glove. And as a result, Jim is still up there. If he'd held the ball, it had gone straight into the glove, and he'd been able to hold it. It had been an out. There's the next pitch for a ball high and inside, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Fox. 3-2. Lyons again winding up, throws, and Fox swings in another pop foul coming down back at third base, but also well back into the stand. In fact, it lands clear up on the roof of the stand. Down to our left, and it's still 3-2 on Jimmy Fox.